we can't save our countries.
I don't think. Well, if that's the condition upon which we're going to be saving our country. Because the problem is it's a 30-year-old conspiracy.
No, I'm talking about 9/11.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, you are. You mean
this? Yeah. Anyway, I got it.
If you will.
Okay, thanks.
It is utterly remarkable that the 9/11 Commission and its final report are still held up as the final word on the events of September 11th, 2001, when a majority of its own commissioners admit that the commission was a cover-up and did not get to the bottom of the story. Even more remarkable is that this fact has never even been mentioned, let alone examined, in any mainstream media report. And, despite the fact that the majority of Americans believe the government is concealing what it knows about the events of September 11th from the public, to this day, anyone who raises questions about the commission or its findings is treated as a conspiratorial loony by those same media personalities that refuse to report on the 9/11 Commission's own whistleblowers. It should be apparent by this point that the old argument that someone would have talked is not just fallacious, but factually incorrect. There have, in fact, been numerous whistleblowers with documentable evidence of the frauds and fictions that have been constructed around the official 9/11 narrative. Their disclosures put the "but someone would have talked" doubters in an uncomfortable predicament. Either they are lazy, boldly pronouncing on issues they have not themselves bothered to investigate, or they are lying. What is especially galling when the so-called skeptics use the "someone would have talked" fallacy is that the whistleblowers have in fact done everything possible to publicize their stories, holding press conferences, filing formal appeals, joining whistleblower organizations, and making themselves available for interviews. For their heroic efforts, these brave men and women have been fired from their jobs, shunned by former colleagues, smeared by the mainstream media, and ignored by the public. Someone would have talked. Indeed, numerous someones have talked. Some of them have even screamed. But when their cries are ignored, the stories of the 9/11 whistleblowers sound like the proverbial trees falling in the forest with no one around to hear them. Unless and until we give these valiant men and women a voice, then we will never hope to learn the truth about 9/11. Since the day of 9/11, we've been told what happened.
Freedom itself is under attack.
We've been told who to blame.
The Taliban and Al-Qaeda.
Osama bin Laden.
Terrorists in the terrorist network.
Osama bin Laden, the leader of Al-Qaeda.
We've been told what to think.
Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories concerning the attacks of September the 11th.
But if you haven't seen 9/11 Trillions or 9/11 War Games, you don't know anything about 9/11.
Some might ask, how in the world could the Secretary of Defense attack the Pentagon in front of its people?
We had 4 war games going on September 11th.
$8.5 trillion.
The most extraordinary coincidences in the history of mankind.
I've never seen so much real world stuff happen during an exercise.
It is, I was going to say terrifying.
9/11 Trillions and 9/11 War Games. Watch the documentaries for free online, or, for the first time, own them on DVD today. Go to corbettreport.com/shop for details.
In a homicide investigation, we thought you were supposed to interview the eyewitnesses.
Hi, my name is Daniel Hopsicker. Welcome to Muhammad Atta and the Venice Flying Circus. I'm standing in front of the Venice, Florida airport. There is a massive conspiracy going on right now in Florida to cover up what happened on these runways before September 11th. We're being lied to about the nature of the conspiracy that took down the World Trade Center. Lied to by the FBI, lied to by our president, lied to even by our media. For example, PBS's Frontline documentary on September 11th began with this line: 19 hijackers moved through Europe and America unnoticed. In a pig's eye, they did. In the lobby of the Central Intelligence Agency's headquarters in McLean, Virginia, there is this inscription: "Ye shall know the truth, and the truth will set you free." This is a story about legends. Your legend is your cover story in intelligence parlance. The lie that holds together long enough to let you slip away. The legends of Rudy Deckers as flight school owner and Muhammad Atta as fanatic Islamic fundamentalist have been fraying at the edges since the collapse of the World Trade Center. But what you'll see tonight will leave you asking the same question we are. Who are these guys? Tonight you'll hear the voices of some important eyewitnesses to the September 11th attack. Eyewitnesses not to the World Trade Center disaster, but to the prelude to the tragedy, to the conspiracy in progress in Florida, which 2 years ago resulted in a massive influx of Arab pilot trainees.
Many times I went to lunch with these folks, and some of them could hardly speak English. Some of them are from Liberia or Libya, and I guess various countries in the Middle East.
But you've been a pilot in this area for 15 years.
Yeah.
Has that always been the case?
No, this is a recent influx of these type of trainees.
You'll also discover that Atta and his buddies acted a lot like characters right out of Miami Vice.
They were loud, making comments at the hand on the table, this kind of thing. We're talking $200,000. We have to answer to the family. I thought it was mafia.
And you'll learn that the man largely responsible for this massive influx, flight school owner Rudy Deckers, is not who he pretends to be.
And what I heard was just that he had a backer in Naples that was backing him financially. That the money that he had, that he, in a sense, flaunted, was not even his money. He was just the front man for the man that had the money.
To learn the truth, you have to journey to an unlikely and until recently little-known center of intrigue, a freebooting port of call for an international cast of Learjet-setting rogues, spies, villains, and terrorists. Set beside a community of golf-playing retirees looking to get in on the early bird special. Welcome to Venice, Florida, a tiny retirement community on Florida's Gulf Coast. Like most towns, Venice has a few things to boast about. It bills itself as the shark tooth capital of the world, for example. And it has the second oldest population per capita in the entire United States. But it's really just a pleasantly ordinary little place. Except that Arab terrorists by the dozens came here to learn to fly. Muhammad Atta piloted the plane that hit the first tower. He learned to fly here. Marwan al-Shehi flew into the second tower less than half an hour later. He learned to fly here too. So did Siad al-Jarrah at the controls of the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania. That's 3 out of 4. And so did the most wanted terrorist still alive from the Hamburg Cadre, Ramzi bin Shalbib. What drew them here? Why would healthy young men gravitate to a retirement community anywhere? Where what bathing beauties there are recall in an earlier, gentler time. It makes you wonder, because it ain't Hamburg. How exactly did Venice, Florida become the biggest September 11th crime scene that wasn't reduced to rubble? Were they sent here? Was it an assignment? Who was Muhammad Atta anyway? Islamic fundamentalist, terrorist ringleader, the Pied Piper of terrorist pilots? How about Arab spy or double agent? The Pelican Alley is owned and run by Renee Adorna and her husband Tom. When reporters showed up the day after September 11th, she immediately knew why they were there. Right after the incident happened, we had newspapers come down, and somebody said, oh, there's a reporter out there. And right away, I knew what it was about because I remembered the table. Tommy knew, Jeff knew, we said right away. And then he didn't even really, he showed one picture and we knew immediately. There was 3 and they all looked of the, I guess, Egyptian, like kind of dark skin, dark hair, lots of jewelry. Lots of jewelry. They're dressed like in Florida type shirts, you know, the silk with the pattern and that kind of thing. And I could have swore there was a cross. The one guy had the big cross, you know, the big gaudy gold cross thing, I thought. But I'm not sure now. But I know it was just he had the big watch on.
When you saw pictures afterwards, did you recognize all 3?
No, just one. I only recognized one of them. The Attar, I guess is his name.
The ring
yeah.
The guy,
yeah.
The guy with the 1,000-yard stare.
Right. He barely spoke a word to me, but when I'd come over, I'd be like, geez, what's his problem? Because he had that really mean look on his face all the time, like he was very unhappy. So, you know,
I keep hearing
that. So, I mean, he never really spoke. And then the other guy was a heavier set guy who did all the talking, you know, with me anyway. Was very outgoing, was very, you know, pleasant, actually. So.
And who was Ada arguing with?
The big guy.
The heavy
yeah.
set guy.
Mm-hmm. And actually, the big guy was actually yelling at the other guy.
Ada and his young sidekick weren't arguing over the proper interpretation of the Quran.
They were loud, you know, making comments at the hand on the table, this kind of thing. We're talking $200,000. We have to answer to the family. I thought it was mafia, you know, like when I'd walk by, I just, you know, and I tried to stay away from the table pretty much, and then went and told the owner and the manager, you'd better watch this table. They're getting a little out of hand.
They came in into the office and said there was 3 gentlemen out here getting very loud and having arguments amongst each other, and she was afraid that it might get too out of control, so she came and got me, and I came out here. They were sitting right here. The way they were sitting was the one guy was on one side, the other guy was here, and then the big guy, he wasn't even in the booth. He was sitting on a chair on the outside here. He was a pretty big guy.
Mm-hmm.
And he was doing most of the talking and just kept talking and saying stuff to them and kept hearing about money and things about money. And the other guy that I guess was the main guy, he wasn't saying a word. He just sat there with a look on his face the whole time.
The FBI come see you?
No. 2 newspapers, that was it.
But nobody,
no
cops, no Venice police?
No. And they were right down the street at the house. The house was right down the block that they had rented. So they never came over here to see us.
Did the FBI come talk to you afterwards?
Did what?
Did the FBI come talk to you afterwards?
No, actually only newspaper people.
Strange.
Yeah, I did, because we thought, you know, geez, they might want some information or something, but maybe they already had everything that
they needed.
Yeah. The FBI never finished its investigation into the September 11th disaster. Their work was halted by President Bush in an effort, he said, to free more manpower for the anthrax investigation. Well, the anthrax is behind us now. 3,000 dead people command us to find the truth about how it is they came to die on September 11th in the year 2001. And it's the search for that truth that's brought us here, where on these runways, barely 18 months ago, Mohammed Atta joined the Venice Flying Circus. Glimpse into the private lives of cold-blooded killers left us wanting to know much more. The obvious question, of course, is what kind of fanatic Islamic fundamentalists wear silk shirts and heavy gold watches? More importantly, who or what is the family? The FBI had managed to pop in at Atta and Marwan's rented home in Venice, a block from the Pelican Alley. It's owned by this man, Steve Kona, a Venice fireman.
What they did was they come to the rental house itself. I guess the FBI showed up there about a day or 2 afterwards. I just maintained the grass over there in the summer, and they actually dealt with the rental agency for the, for the rent each month. Right. But yeah, I would see him occasionally when I was over there mowing.
Mohammed Atta apparently disdained contact with almost everyone.
Actually, he kept kind of secluded. His cousin, which I can't think of how.
Chubby guy.
Yeah, I talked to him a couple times when I was over there mowing. He was friendly.
Everyone
but
says that.
Yeah, and he was. Mohammed Atta, no, I never spoke with him. 6 months he was there.
The terrorist landlord is clear about the time period during which they rented the home. The same July through December time period of the year before the attack.
They rented just for that 6 months, where the same amount of time that they were here for the for the pilot's training, and then they left. I didn't, of course, I didn't have any dealings with them, so I didn't know where they went after that. But that, my understanding, I thought they were going back to their country. I thought they were here just for the training, then they were leaving.
We've just heard eyewitnesses that they were in this Venice restaurant just a month or so before September 11th. The timeline doesn't match, because when the FBI explains where the terrorists were in this country during the last 9 months of their conspiracy, the word Venice does not pass their lips. Was there something in Venice we weren't supposed to find? Brenda Cover works in the deli of this supermarket a mile from the airport. She says the terrorist pilots were in Venice just 1 week before the attack.
September 11th, I was on the phone with my mother-in-law the same time the buildings got hit. They showed pictures of 3 different guys. Alta was one of them on TV. And immediately I recognized the faces. And I told my husband then, oh my God, those are the 3 guys. They were just in the store a week ago. The week before that, they were in the store. They got subs.
Who were they meeting? Why were they here? The official story is that Mohammed Atta's terrorist cadre's appearance in Venice was nothing more than mere happenstance. Is that true? Again, we heard mention of Atta's dark presence.
I didn't like the way they stared at you. I mean, it would have been different if they would have talked to you like you were a normal person and just, hi, how are you today? But he just stood back and just glared at you with his dark eyes, like you were the bad person. Like he wanted to do you harm or something. And it just really gave you a frightening, eerie feeling. Like I wouldn't want to be caught in the parking lot at night with him.
We asked Brenda when she first noticed the flood of Arab pilots coming through Venice.
About a year ago. About a year ago.
Was it just happenstance that so many young Arab men began arriving in Venice for pilot training all at about the same time? Because if it wasn't, then something else was going on in Venice, Florida. Something which the FBI may be doing its best to ignore. Venice is worlds away from Miami Vice. Atta and his Arab cadre seem to fit right in on Florida's East Coast, the center of Casablanca-type intrigue, with trendy eateries packed with tall European models. It's a rapid sort of place where even Osama bin Laden could find an aircraft broker who would sell him a U.S. jet trainer. This is the Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport, famous as a safe harbor for pirates of the air. This company, for example, used to work out of the infamous Mena, Arkansas airport, known as a haven for aviation intrigue during the 1980s. Just blocks from this airport, Mohammed Atta rented a car for what would be the last month of his life. Incredibly, he used it to return to Venice. As we've seen in the FBI's official chronology, the word Venice does not appear in the story of Mohammed Atta's final days. But in the rental cars that Mohammed Atta and Marwan rented right behind me here, they went to Venice twice.
He rented 2 cars over 3 different contracts, a total of about 5 weeks. I picked up that car at closing time, and that one was going to be for 2 weeks. He told me it was going to be for 2 weeks, and told me he had to go over the west coast of Florida, and wanted to know if that would be a problem.
In this nondescript building in Pompano Beach, Florida, we got confirmation that Atta had been in Venice during 2 of the last 3 weeks of his life.
While he was over in Venice during those 2 weeks, he called me from Venice. I saw it on the caller ID, and I thought, oh, wonderful, I got a car broke down over on the west coast of Florida. And he called me because the service engine soon light was on.
During his questioning by the FBI, Warwick learned new details of the attack.
Well, Marwan almost missed the building. So FBI told me that he was flying Marwan was flying 100 miles an hour faster than Atta. And that's why he flew into the building deeper. And that's why that building came down first, is because there was so much fuel deeper into the building. But their also explanation is Atta was very cool, calm, collected, just zeroed right in on it, just bingo. And Marwan, on the other hand, 10 years younger, was just scared to death. And flying, he flew erratic. And like I say, at the last minute, he almost even missed the building.
Numerous items in Warwick's account are at odds with the official story. Atta had supposedly never been to America before. Before the previous summer, which is hardly enough time to learn to speak without an accent.
How was their English?
Both of them very good.
Yeah.
Very. I really thought that they had been in the country for a long time.
Where and when did Muhammad Atta learn to speak like he'd been here a long time? Everywhere we turned, we heard anomalous evidence.
Muhammad dressed to the nines. I mean, you know, nice pants, shirt, just business-like. Real business appearing, but nice clothes.
The biggest mass murderer of the new century posed, ironically, as the perfect consumer.
He carried a briefcase, and he had all the credentials he needed. I mean, we asked for, in order to rent a car to anybody, they got to have credit card, driver's license, and proof of insurance, and he had that. Everything matched. He had Allstate insurance. Address on the insurance card matched his driver's license. And he was a perfect customer.
Warwick remains puzzled by certain inconsistencies in the terrorist actions. More anomalous evidence.
If they were on a suicide mission, they knew they were going to be gone in a couple days. Number one, why would you go to the trouble to return the car to us 2 days before? If you got to catch a flight, like say out of Fort Lauderdale Airport to go up north, why don't you just leave the car at the airport? The heck with me. We already had a signed credit card slip. We could have put it on that credit card slip and saved yourself the aggravation. And what would you care? They bothered returning the car here. And on the last contract, we already had a signed credit card slip for Muhammad. And Marwan said, no, don't put it on his credit card. Here, put it on mine. Well, in order for us to take somebody else's credit card on a contract, you got to be on the contract. So that means he had to give us his driver's license, and he had to sign everything. No problem. He gave us his driver's license, got on the credit card, tore up Muhammad's credit card slip, charged it on Marwan. I mean, what all does this make if you're going to be dead in a couple of days? What difference does all this make?
Warwick, too, noticed a high tide of suspicious characters.
I have given them a lot of names because this last year I've had a lot of people that after this 9/11, I go, whoa, what about that? Remember that customer? And what about that customer? So 3 young guys that just prior to September rented a car from me for 3 months. And to me, they fit the description of anything that Muhammad was up to. I mean, why would they spend $900 a month to rent a car from me? What would they be up to? Why were they here?
As with almost everything else about September 11th, Bradley Warwick's story has a twist. We asked him how Muhammad Atta had found his tiny agency.
How did they find you? Their credit, you know.
Oh, it's out of the phone book.
Yeah.
But in the Bell South Yellow Pages, there is, alas, no listing for Warwick's. More anomalous evidence. Neither is his company listed at the Florida Division of Corporations. But we did discover several IRS liens he has outstanding. Maybe that's why we weren't too surprised when he told us he's worked with the FBI before.
I've been involved with other FBI situations in the past.
For the last 6 weeks of his life, terrorist ringleader Muhammad Atta left the jazzier precincts of the Miami area to journey across the state to a retirement community with the second oldest population in the entire U.S., Venice. Did Muhammad Atta have a secret preference for blue-haired widows over tall European models? If he did, it'd be a big surprise. Atta frequented this Sarasota strip joint, conveniently located next to a nearby dog track. A young man with money to burn, Muhammad Atta enjoyed very un-Islamic lap dances here, and also at places like the Pink Pony Strip Club in Daytona Beach and the Olympic Garden, a grind joint on the seedier end of the strip in Las Vegas. Stuffing $20 bills into the panties of topless dancers must be frowned on, don't you think, by fundamentalist Saudi mullahs? But it wasn't all seedy strip clubs. When not ogling infidel flesh, Atta had a taste for the finer things as well, like hanging out at Harry's Bar in New York, for example, where he preferred a table near the piano. We can see someone, an Arab spy, for example, having a preference for a table near the piano at Harry's Bar. But an Islamic fundamentalist? 3 nights before the attack, Muhammad Atta, Marwan Shehi, and Siad Al-Jarrah drank at this Fort Lauderdale bar. It gained immediate notoriety. Federal agents flashed pictures of the terrorist pilots who just a day earlier had demolished the World Trade Center to the manager, Tony Amos, and Patricia Idrisi, the bartender. We were able to recognize both gentlemen, Amos said. Atta drank Stolichnaya vodka for 3 straight hours, the bartender remembered. Marwan Al-Shehi was drinking rum. They were very rude, she said. They didn't want to pay the bill. When asked if they could afford the $48 bar tab, Atta pulled out a thick roll. Mohammed said he worked for American Airlines and he could pay the bill, she told reporters. The guy Mohammed was drunk, Amos said. A week later, Amos changed his story. Mohammed Atta drank nothing stronger than cranberry juice that evening at Chuckham's Raw Bar. Night manager Tony Amos now said he was sitting quietly by himself. Take a look at this picture. Do you think the restaurant manager changed his story because he mistook Atta for someone else? We wanted to ask him, but when we stopped by, neither he nor bartender Idrizi were there any longer. The current bartender, before she realized she'd said too much, indicated their leaving was somehow 9/11 related. Life in Venice must have been hell for someone with Atta's jet-set tastes. Atta must have chafed. No wonder everyone ragged on his bad attitude. But was Venice his choice? Why did Mohammed Atta and so many other 9/11 principals come here? His 3 trips to Venice in the last 6 weeks of his life must have been business. Who was he meeting? Local law enforcement officials indicated to us that they too would like to know that answer. And that's when our search led us to begin looking into this man, flight school owner Rudy Deckers, responsible 2 years ago for an influx of literally hundreds of Arab pilot trainees.
This then is the central dramatic question to our story, to the tragedy of September 11th. Did Arab men just wander up and down the Gulf Coast of Florida as easily as if they'd been listening to Tom Petty albums all their lives? Or were they assisted by a global network? If they were, Rudy Deckers would be the place to look. In the aftermath of the tragedy, Deckers was everywhere on television, portraying himself as just an innocent businessman, victimized by the perpetrators of one of history's greatest crimes. Is he?
The first thing we heard about Rudy Deckers came from a female researcher who called to tell us he sounded phony to her in his television appearances, that there was something odd about him. Was it female intuition? He sounded sincere enough to us.
This morning at 7 o'clock, I heard what happened, and the first thing I questioned myself was if I would have known. I would kill him by my own bare hands. If I have a Muslim coming in right now, I think that I'm going to be a human being and tell him, get the hell out of my property here. The day that all this occurred, we felt very, very sad, like all the other Americans.
Deckers isn't American, he's Dutch. And his response to pass the buck on to unnamed underlings sounds a little rehearsed.
How was it that you first came into contact with these men?
I have heard yesterday from my own police, because I don't have contact with every student that walks in, that these 2 individuals came in July in 2000, checked our facility, said that they were flying in another facility in Tampa. They were not happy at that facility. They came back after a couple of days and decided that they wanted to fly with us.
That seems a simple, straightforward chronology. But compare it with the words of the chief flight instructor at Jones Aviation in nearby Sarasota, Florida, who tells another story altogether.
It was on or about June of, would have been 2000. They came up from Huffman Aviation. It's not our policy normally to enroll students from other schools. It has to pretty much be an exception. And in their case, I did make an exception for the reasons they gave me.
Deckers said terrorist ringleader Atta was already an experienced pilot when he arrived at Huffman Aviation.
So were they learning to fly from square one, essentially?
No, Mr. Atta had a private pilot license already, and I see if I pronounce right, he had only a few hours. They did a private pilot license with us, single-engine commercial and multi-engine commercial.
But we soon heard this statement totally contradicted. More anomalous evidence.
Atta was already a pilot. He already had a private pilot's license. Isn't that right?
Not when he came here. No, he was close to getting a private license. He had 3/4 of the course complete.
The same course that Marwan was taking.
Yeah.
But but there was no discernible difference in training skills and skills events between the two?
Between the two, Atta was the better pilot of the two. But both of them, I mean, looking at them both as 2 students learning together, where they were in the curriculum when they came here, they should have been a lot further along.
The FBI, we learned, had known about terrorist training at Rudy Deckers Flight School for some time, which probably accounts for their swift response.
The FBI visited you just a few hours ago and confiscated some records. Can you tell us about that?
It was yesterday, 2:30 a.m. They called my managers here in Venice and wanted to see 2 files. I came in at 7 o'clock in the morning. They were still there. I talked briefly with them. They were ready to go. I told them that we have more customers, clients from the Middle East, and I thought it was a good idea to give them all my files. So I gave them a couple of hundred files from the last years.
The contents of the files of Rudy Decker's flight school might answer some persistent questions about the terrorist conspiracy's operations in Florida, and even reveal what kind of help they may have received in this country and from whom. But these questions haven't been answered because the FBI hasn't talked about what's in them. One Venice law enforcement official told us they, the FBI, loaded 2 Ryder trucks right outside the police station, then drove the trucks right onto a C-130 military cargo plane at Sarasota Airport, which flew out with Jeb Bush aboard. Since the FBI is not talking, maybe somebody should ask Jeb Bush. Then the cat got out of the bag just a little bit, as it sometimes does in the immediate aftermath of a major event.
Let me ask you this. One of these men is widely considered to be responsible for a bus bombing in Israel. How was it that they could gain admittance to your school?
Well, they didn't came through our paperwork like they're calling from Europe, and we know 2 months ahead that they are showing up. As I said, they came from another flight school out of Florida. Probably that flight school did all the INS paperwork with them in their country.
Authorities immediately denied that the Mohammed Atta who masterminded the demolition of the World Trade Center was the same Mohammed Atta who had 15 years earlier blown up an Israeli bus. So there apparently were 2 separate Arab terrorists with the exact same name. But then we discovered a story from September 15th's Washington Post stating Mohammed Atta had been to International Officers School at Maxwell Air Force Base in Montgomery, Alabama, and that others of the terrorists had attended the Aerospace Medical School at Brooks Air Force Base in Texas and the Defense Language Institute in Monterey, California. 3 of the terrorists had even listed their address on their driver's license as the Naval Air Station in Pensacola, Florida, the story went on, where they participated in military exchange programs for foreign officers at the Pensacola Naval Air Station. Foreign nationals who became terrorist pilots were training at U.S. military facilities they would most likely have had connections to Arab governments considered friendly to the United States. And that's a big story. But when the Post story ran, authorities denied it too. So now apparently there are 3 separate Mohammed Attas. Imagine that. Rudy Deckers was quick to disclaim any responsibility. He was just an innocent businessman, he told reporters.
And I know it's difficult because you, in some sense, feel a little bit of responsibility, don't you?
No, we don't feel responsible for what happened at all. Not nothing.
The terrorists were only in Venice for a short time before moving on to Florida's East Coast, Deckers said.
I have learned yesterday that after November 2000, that they left this facility and went to a flight school in Pompano Beach where they had additional training for jets.
In later interviews, his story remained much the same.
Atta and Al-Shihi walked into the front door, and we have no obligation whatsoever to do any background checks or passports or ID.
So who was to blame for the terrorist presence in our midst? Exactly 6 months later, Rudy Deckers, oddly enough, helped provide the answer.
Exactly 6 months after the September 11th terrorist attacks, the man who trained 2 of the terrorists to fly got some unexpected paperwork in the mail.
Yesterday, Rudy Decker of Huffman Aviation in Venice received the visa application approvals for hijackers Mohammed Atta and Marwan Al-Shehi.
Because of some strangely suspicious timing, Rudy got to use the V word right on television. Vindicated.
I don't expect on a Monday morning when I come in and I open my mail to get 2 permits from Atta and Al-Shihi. I thought they were already past me. We applied for the right paperwork, and therefore I'm happy I can do that now. So you feel vindicated? Yes.
And suddenly the finger of blame was beginning to point towards the lowly INS.
Decker says he was not surprised to receive the paperwork on Atta and Al-Shihi 7 months after he sent it in. He said that's actually a short time. He says the process can sometimes take up to 2 years. The INS, meanwhile, is embarrassed by this whole situation, and in a release statement says that, quote, the current system for collection and tracking information on students is outdated, inaccurate, and obsolete.
Thank God for hard-hitting American journalism. Deckers got major public relations mileage out of the INS snafu. We suppose only a cynic would wonder if someone had planned it this way.
The flight schools didn't do anything wrong. The government needs to look at itself and look at procedures, what they can change, so this would not happen anymore.
But when the Dutch national whose flight school was the terrorist American beachhead
was invited to testify before Congress about his views on preventing a recurrence of September 11th, it struck some observers as being a little much. Rudy and CNN seemed to have quite a meeting of the minds. Rudy was now even advising Congress, just as he had earlier offered help and advice to the FBI. The story helped to focus public anger over the terrorist attack.
Venice residents like Ralph Hargis know that the arrival of the applications couldn't have stopped September 11th, but they believe a more diligent INS should have.
Someone's dragging their feet somewhere.
They let him into this country. We paid the price.
Still, some people in Venice had other ideas about where the real blame lay.
When people in town found out that these people had been in our midst right here, I mean, 3 of them.
They wanted to go burn down the airport.
The INS debacle left even mainstream reporters skeptical, if not downright embarrassed.
Well, maybe I missed this while I was shaking my head, but explain again, because I read it. I'm not sure I understand what the INS is saying here. At some point, fairly recently, somehow these pages got stuck in an envelope and sent down to Florida. Now, did anybody look at them?
Apparently not. You'd think those names, Atta al-Shehi, which are in the news probably more than anybody's, would stand out.
More hard-hitting American journalism. Before anyone pins any medals on Rudy Deckers, we think they should take a look at what people who know him have got to say. For starters, he has a pretty tarnished local history. Coy Jacobs owns an aviation business right next to Rudy Deckers at the Venice airport.
He was operating a flight school, an unsuccessful flight school in Naples. He had some run-ins with the FAA. I think he had lost his license or had been reprimanded.
Also, it turns out he's something of a deadbeat. Bob Mudge writes for the local Venice Gondolier.
I don't think I knew anything at all about Rudy, even his taking over of Huffman, until April or maybe early May of last year, when he missed a rent payment. Actually, I found out he was behind on several months' rent. The only, at that time, fixed base operator at the Venice Municipal Airport was, I think at that time, 3 months behind in his rent and had gotten a demand letter and was being threatened with eviction.
There was even something strangely puzzling about the circumstances under which Deckers had purchased Huffman Aviation.
They did no due diligence, to the best of my knowledge. It's a cardinal no-no. I mean, you just don't come in and buy a business like that. They blew into town. They were here a day or two, met with Stan Huffman. He named a number. They said yes, wrote him a check. Stan left. They're here. And then they notified the city of Venice what they did after the fact. And it was a shock to everybody at the airport. In fact, the city council and the city attorney, and I think even for that matter, the manager of the airport wasn't even aware of the fact. And that's a criteria. You can't transfer properties at this airport and most federally funded airports without the governing authority's approval.
The city of Venice wasn't the only government agency eager to bend the rules for Rudy Deckers.
Rudy is not a U.S. national citizen. He's not national. I don't believe he's a U.S. citizen. And historically, the FAA is pretty picky about who they allow to even own November registered or U.S. registered airplanes. Non-U.S. citizen cannot register an airplane in the United States, can't own it in the United States.
And yet, as we will soon learn, Deckers owned not just U.S. registered airplanes, but a U.S. chartered airline as well.
He was involved in the startup of Flair, I think it was called, which was Florida Airline, simply. And I know he had a lot of problems with that. I think it was briefly in service, but Flair's period of service was pretty brief. There's a level beyond which we don't really go into for a lot of reasons. We don't have the staff. Stories get beyond our scope. I've heard a lot of things about why that airline went into trouble and that there were a lot of financial problems. And I've heard problems with people not getting paid. I had some discussions with Deckers about that at some point, and he was blaming it on, I forget who.
And that's when we began to learn about Rudy Deckers' shadowy financing.
And what I heard was just that he had a backer in Naples that was backing him financially. That the money that he had, that he, in a sense, flaunted, was not even his money. He was just the front man for the man that had the money.
The only way I could explain it, and the only way it was explained to me, was that Rudy Deckers was running an unsuccessful business in Naples. He was not making any money. He had he didn't have the best reputation.
Somehow, Rudy Deckers' financial profile
changed overnight.
Just about a year earlier, he asked me for a ride from Venice to Naples, which is an airplane ride, which is maybe a 20-minute ride. Didn't have the money to buy gas. I mean, I said, yeah, I'll take you down there with one of my pilots if you buy the gas. He didn't have the money to buy gas for an airplane to go down and back. And then he shows up a year later and plops $1.7 million or $1.8 million or $2 million on the table as if it was paper money.
Tom Hammersley was the chief flight instructor at Florida Flight Training, the other Dutch-owned flight school at the Venice airport. They trained the terrorist pilot at the controls of the plane which crashed in western Pennsylvania.
I know that he wanted to buy out everybody on the block, so to speak, and have a monopoly on the airport. That was one of his goals. And I really didn't see it as anything else but a Dutch man with a French complex called a Napoleon complex.
So 2 Dutch nationals had purchased flight schools at the Venice airport in the year before the terrorists began to arrive. Local observers thought that was one Dutch boy too many for coincidence.
It's kind of odd because the only other flight school in town is owned by Arnie Kuthoff, and he's Dutch. I mean, the odds of that are pretty slim. And
each of those flight schools was purchased in the same year, a year before the terrorists showed up.
About the same time period, yeah.
I've heard a lot of rumors that I haven't been able to substantiate about connections between them and other businesses here and entities and agencies outside the area. It certainly is something you'd have to say is an interesting coincidence.
The notion that it is just coincidence that dozens of Arab student pilots learned to fly at 2 separate Dutch-owned flight schools at this tiny airport is called the magic Dutch boy theory. Just like the magic bullet theory in the Kennedy assassination, where a magic bullet was the only way the FBI could concoct a scenario which let them apply a lone nut gunman tag to Lee Harvey Oswald. The FBI's explanation of the conspiracy leading to the September 11th disaster only flies through similarly twisted logic. Consider both pilots who guided planes into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center trained at Dutch national Rudy Decker's Huffman Aviation, which he had purchased the year before the terrorists began to arrive. The terrorist duo practicing touch and goes on Florida's Gulf Coast were soon joined by a third student terrorist pilot, Siad El Jarrah, the Lebanese national, at the controls of the plane which crashed in western Pennsylvania, making it a terrorist trifecta out at the Venice airport. He trained at the Florida Flight Training Center, newly purchased by yet another Dutch national. 2 Dutch boys buying adjacent flight schools, which shortly thereafter get overrun by terrorists as one damn Dutch boy too many, one Southern lawman told us. It's untidy. Making this even more suspicious is the fact that both Deckers and Krudoff insist they only met in Venice. Turns out they're lying.
I was also the chief flight instructor down at Florida Flight Training Center, which is on the Venice airport. It's at the opposite end. And I knew Rudy Deckers. My former employer, Arne Krutoff, and Rudy Deckers are both Dutch. They go back a long time.
We wanted to ask Arnie Krutoff about this, but when he visited his flight school, he tried to threaten us. It didn't work.
You're lucky to sit where you're sitting because right now, if you sat in Rudy's office, you wouldn't be.
One common link between the 2 men is a German national named Pascal Schreier, who recruited students for both men in Are you ready for this? Hamburg, Germany.
I know Pascal Schreier. I mean, I worked with him as part of Florida Flight Training Center. He's a German boy and did a lot of recruiting students over in Europe, sending them over to Arne.
The 2 Venice Dutch boys run supposedly competing flight schools, but strangely, Pascal Schreier has been in business with both of them. According to the French newspaper Le Monde, Swiss police questioned Osama bin Laden's older brother, Yeslam, a key figure in the family's business empire, because one of his companies, Avcon Air Charter, just happened, as they say, to have offered flight training to clients at the Venice flight schools attended by some of the hijackers.
I asked them specifically what their goals were, and they said they wanted to learn to fly so that they could go fly for Saudia. For people coming from that part of the country, Saudia would be the premier airline of the Middle East.
Why haven't we read about this in America's so-called free press? Why are we still accepting at face value the word of a man of such clearly dubious character? Deckers, for example, was recently forced to settle a lawsuit for sexual harassment filed by an 18-year-old girl. A former employee, it turns out she was also the Huffman employee who filed the terrorist error-filled INS paperwork, Remember to get the visas that came back 6 months to the day after the attack? Perhaps she can be forgiven her mistakes, given that she was at that same time being distracted by the pawings of a middle-aged Dutch creep.
You're aware of the numerous allegations of sexual harassment, for
Yeah,
example.
I hear that. I mean, that's rumors around the airport. Airport's smaller community. It's like a small microcosm of society. Most airports are. And yeah, people, women leave, and down there, I've heard that there's been problems down there.
So a man who gets his kicks by sticking broom handles up the backs of the dresses of 18-year-old girls who work for him was invited to testify before the Congress of the United States of America on preventing future terrorist attacks. Apparently, no one thought to question him about what role he may have played or how he may have facilitated the events of September 11th. Why not? As we've just seen, it's not because he has such a sterling character. What then? Why is Rudy Deckers being protected, and by whom? To understand what follows, it helps to recall first just a little U.S. history. Back in the bad old days of the Cold War, the largest airline in the entire world belonged to just one client, the CIA. The agency operated its airline under literally hundreds of names, constantly shuffled. When CIA Director Helms ordered an inventory of the planes one time, he was told no accounting could ever be anything like totally accurate because of the complexity of the scheme. But in the public revulsion over the excesses of the CIA after Watergate, the agency was forced to divest itself of its air carriers, supposedly. But something like it still goes on today. Take a look at Florida Air. At the same time that Rudy Deckers was getting humiliating coverage as a deadbeat in the local newspaper, he was also launching a commuter airline. There aren't many people behind on their rent who have the luxury to think about new airlines now, are there? Deckers had a partner in Washington State. His name was Richard Bulkey. He owned Harbor Air, called the Navy's airline because it serviced the big Whidbey Naval Air Station in Oak Harbor, Washington. Deckers entered a venture with a partner who was also at the same time participating in the massive mob-led looting of pension funds in Portland, Oregon. Altogether, over $350 million was missing. And they not only got away with it, but they even pretty much kept it out of the papers, except the local press, which just claimed to be sort of puzzled by it all. Decker's partner, Richard Bulkey, was pretty fortunate, too. He gave him $26 million to build this high-rise condominium project that only cost $12 million. Where do you go to apply for that kind of work? Portland reporter Eric Mason was intrigued by the Bulkey-Deckers connection, too. When he went to interview Bulkey, Bulkey told him he was someone else.
It's interesting, the first, conversation that I had with him, he denied being Richard Bulkey. Recognized him from the description I had gotten. I said, Mr. Bulkey, can I get an interview with you? And he said, Mr. Bulkey isn't here. And then when I saw him again, I said, Mr. Bulkey, I think you really need to speak to me. I've got some important questions for you. He finally said, okay, come on upstairs.
Mason was interested in Bulkey for pretty much the same reasons we were.
The financing that had gone between Mr. Bulkey and Florida Air, which was a sister operation to the flight training center, which trained Mohammed Atta.
Remember what we said at the start of the show? That this was a story about legends? That your legend is your cover story, the lie that holds together long enough to let you slip away. Well, oddly enough, Richard Bulkey's condo project in Portland, Oregon, it's called Legends. Rudy Deckers might be involved in a lot of aviation-related businesses that don't make any business sense, but so is his partner, Richard Bulkey.
Richard Bulkey's former employees always wondered what the aviation business was really doing. From the beginning, they felt as though the finances flowed from the real estate holdings and the retirement home into this aviation company, and that there was really no way this aviation company was really making money. So the question about what this aviation company was really all about, that still remains to be seen.
When things don't make business sense, sometimes it's because they do make sense, just in some other way.
Player started out of here, which was a Decker Hilliard thing, which again just never made sense. That airline startup thing was the chances of that working were, we joked about it. In fact, it was such a joke around here at the airport. It was a thing where, I joked around. I said, "Oh yeah, they're going to start an airline." I said, "I'm working on a shuttle launch facility right next door here."
We are looking, remember, for evidence of the global networks, which authorities said must have been aiding the terrorists while they were in this country.
He had received financing from capital consultants. And capital consultants, the folks that are the head of the financial officers of capital consultants, have now been indicted on a number of charges, including fraud. Some have labeled it a Ponzi scheme. I think the prosecutors in this case have made the case, at least to a grand jury, to go forward with indictments, that there was fraud going on. And you have to ask yourself, in this huge financial holdings company, where did all this money go? You have to ask yourself, how much money can you lose and not have anything to show for it?
Another grateful recipient of millions of dollars of the pension fund money was Alvin Malnick, whom Reader's Digest once called Meyer Lansky's heir as head of organized crime. And as global networks go, they don't get much bigger than that. But it's not Malnick's gangster ties that make your jaw drop. It's his connection with the Saudi royal family. A Jewish gangster, Alvin Malnick's son, is married to the daughter of Prince Turki, a leading prince of the Saudi Arabia kingdom's founding family, who lived in this swank Miami condo project, the Cricket Club, at Malnick's invitation. The Saudi prince not only blessed the marriage, but regularly worked with the U.S. organized crime associates. One knowledgeable observer told us he would frequently send his private 747 to Florida to pick up Malnick and his associates so they could conduct business on the plane away from prying eyes. Malnick also owns what law enforcement sources call the biggest mob hangout south of New Jersey, the Forge, which attracts what one investigator called men with big cigars and women with tiny resumes. In front of the Senate Banking Committee hearings about the terrorist money trail and the aftermath of the September 11th disaster, Assistant Attorney General Michael Chertoff said, "Frankly, we can't differentiate between terrorism and organized crime and drug dealing." Rudy Deckers, it seems, has partners who are in business with the mob. And the mob is a global network, and the mob traffics in heroin, which gives them something pretty big in common with Osama bin Laden's organization, believed to derive much of its funding from the heroin and opium trade in Afghanistan. But there's yet another global network, which often works together with the mob, which has its fingerprints all over the Rudy Deckers story. Take Rudy Deckers Airlines Florida Air, for example. Just like the CIA's airline back in the 60s and 70s operated under hundreds of names, Deckers Airline does too. Florida Air really isn't Florida Air, for example. It's Sunrise Airlines of Las Vegas, doing business as Florida Air. But then Sunrise Airlines of Las Vegas isn't really Sunrise Airlines either. It's Express Air of Phoenix, doing business as Sunrise Airlines. Somebody real high in the U.S. government must have loved these guys, because they were getting more than $3 million a year from the U.S. government itself in something called the Essential Air Service Program in the Department of Transportation to run flights in rural Arizona. But it gets better. The plane they flew the service in was donated to them for just $1 a year by the city of Low, Arizona, which obligingly purchased it for them after the city fathers approved a $2 million bond issue. But it gets better yet. After being the recipient of all that government money, Rudy Deckers' company didn't even operate the flights. It went bankrupt instead. Deadbeat Rudy Deckers was starting an airline. And how's this for an ironic twist? Who should line up to provide him with his very first celebrity endorsement? But Florida Secretary of State Katherine Harris. We all remember her. At this point, we wondered, is it just us? Did anyone else see what we were seeing? Well, yes. There is a lot of uneasiness about Rudy Deckers in Venice, Florida, especially among people who know him.
I think in a lot of ways he's very ambitious. To what extent he would go to succeed, I don't know his character well enough to comment on it.
It's common knowledge around the airport that in fact, the phrase you hear a lot of times is you can't believe what he says. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of credibility.
I've certainly had a number of occasions when Mr. Decker has told me something that turned out not to be true.
They did have somebody in foreign agent in Hamburg. It was common knowledge that they went after the markets, and they went after, they had foreign agents. They called them agents. I mean, after the fact, of course, it looks extremely suspicious. I mean, what are the chances that all the people, or the huge bulk of the terrorists, would train in 1 or 2 flight schools in one town?
Exactly. What are the chances? This is a question which the FBI seems desperate to avoid. Take a look at this wanted poster they put out. 2 weeks after the attack, they'd confiscated everything in sight at both Venice Dutch boys' flight schools. So why is the word Venice so conspicuous by its absence in their report? What are they covering up? From his vantage point as the owner of the aviation facility right next door, Coy Jacobs says suspicions about Rudy Deckers have been widespread around the Venice airport since he moved in the year before Mohammed Atta came to town. Since September 11th, the suspicion has only grown more intense.
When people operate suspiciously at airports around here, people start acting suspicious. I mean, law enforcement hovers around most airports in the southeast United States to some extent. They hover around airports around here, obviously, and they were told to stay away from that operation.
Who was told?
The Sarasota County drug interdiction people were told that they had a green light to operate and that they were to stay away from it. They were some type of a alluded to the fact that they may have some type of government protection.
Government protection of Rudy Deckers? That would explain the softball coverage by CNN. The question was, which part of the government?
It's a published known fact that some people fairly high up in the CIA have started developments around here. I think by developments, I'm talking investments after they retired. I would say that it's not the Bush's vacation here.
Rudy Deckers doesn't impress locals as any sort of budding James Bond, but the money man behind he's another story.
It seemed like he wasn't maybe quite as astute as I would have thought somebody in the intelligence community would be. I mean, you think of these guys looking like James Bond, or wearing flower shirts and carrying Walther PPKs. Wally certainly could be. I mean, Wally was unassuming, nice guy, had a cell phone, rang all the time, had an affinity for Learjets.
Do CIA agents have an affinity for Learjets? Was there evidence of a large covert presence in Venice, Florida? Rudy Deckers' business partner in Washington State provided the critical clue.
Richard Bulkey started in the business of creating freestanding retirement homes. And he, at one point, had the largest company, the largest holding of these freestanding retirement homes in the country. One of the retirement homes that belongs to the company that Richard Bulkey once held was just a stone's throw from the airport where Mohammed Atta was trained. And you have to ask yourself, there's a lot of coincidences here. Are they just coincidences, or is there something more to it?
In an ironic twist worthy of the spy fiction of Jean le Carré, it turns out that its elderly population, the very thing that made Venice seem an unlikely terrorist destination resort, was what drew Atta and his cadre here in the first place. American intelligence has had a significant presence here for a long time in, of all things, the nursing care industry. This stately colonial building, just a block from the Venice airport, was built to house the national headquarters of a huge nursing care company, started by a man whose name is synonymous with American covert operations during the past several decades, Jackson Stevens. Jackson Stevens' name surfaced in the BCCI scandal, in the Mina drug scandal, in the Promise software scandal, in the Vince Foster scandal. This stately mansion, which still houses Jackson Stevens' law firm, is the house that Jack built. And right across the street is Richard Bulkey's Altera assisted living facility. And just around the corner is Huffman Aviation. Our biggest discovery was that the parcels of land surrounding the Venice airport tell their own story of covert associations. It's the story of America's secret history. Here, Jackson Stevens' law firm, Boone, Boone & Boone, it still exerts control over the civic destiny of this tiny town. And the founder of the firm was former Florida Governor Lawton Child's college roommate, a detail whose importance will shortly become clear when we look just down the street
where right beside the Venice airport sits the long-time winter home of Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey Circus. The circus was brought to Florida, we learned, by its longtime owner, John Ringling North. John Ringling North, back in World War II, was an agent of the precursor of the CIA, the OSS. And not just any agent either. He's credited with securing the release from Italian prisons of key mafia figures who repaid his kindness by assisting in the Allied invasion of Italy in 1944, more than 50 years later. Sitting right beside the Ringling Circus grounds, right next door to Jackson Stevens Law Firm, and right beside the Venice Airport, is a parcel of land housing the Italian-American Social Club. They couldn't put this in a movie. No one would believe it. Friday night is pasta night, we're told. We wonder what they do there other nights. As it happens, a traveling circus, which was often touring behind the Iron Curtain during the Cold War, provided excellent cover for intelligence activity. Ringling's winter home beside the Venice airport also housed the famous Clown College, where for many years the CIA sent recruits as part of their training. Why does a CIA agent go to Clown College? The answer's simple: to learn sleight of hand. And now we've come almost full circle. Because remember Stevens Law Firm's founder's college roommate, Democrat Lawton Childs? Well, oddly enough, it was he who gave Rudy Decker's only celebrity endorser, Republican Katherine Harris, her start in politics when he named her to the board of the Ringling Circus Foundation in nearby Sarasota. They couldn't put this in a movie. No one would believe it. It turns out that Venice, including neighboring Charlotte County, have been hotbeds of covert intrigue for as long as anyone can recall. At least 23 helicopters have been made to disappear from the Charlotte County Sheriff's Department for reasons unknown and sent to exotic and faraway destinations, like Chile.
Charlotte County always had kind of a shadow. There's a fellow that rebuilds helicopters. And he's always been in quasi problems with the FAA with these helicopter parts.
Jamie Hill,
Yeah.
who the sheriff, the Charlotte County Sheriff, is investigating for as being involved in the disappearance of 23 of Charlotte County Sheriff's helicopters.
Lose 23 helicopters.
Well, you wouldn't think Charlotte County would need 23.
No, of course not.
Why is this of any interest to us and our story? Because despite what we've been told by the FBI, Charlotte County was the first home in this country of Muhammad Atta. These emails are from Muhammad Atta, discovered by Charlotte County law enforcement and shown here for the first time. They reveal that Atta was sending email correspondence to people who appear to have been working for U.S. defense contractors, like Virtual Prototype, whose website says the firm helped prototype avionics for the F-15 jet fighter, the F-22 Raptor, the B-2 bomber, and the Apache Longbow. We discovered that Rudy Deckers provides regular maintenance to an airline based at Charlotte County Airport, Carib Air, owned by Dietrich Reinhardt, a notorious Iran-Contra operative. Reinhardt also has the distinction of being business partners with the man suspected of making all those helicopters disappear. Deckers does work for a notorious CIA proprietary air carrier with a particularly blemished past, including blemishes like having its aircraft seized at the infamous Mena, Arkansas airport, and being accused by government prosecutors of having used its planes to ship drugs worth billions of dollars into this country. Finally, yet another Iran-Contra operative, Frank Moss, is a conspicuous presence here too. He owns this vintage DC-3. It's painted to look like an airborne ark, which has been sitting at the airport since its seizure 2 years ago. As it happens, our old friend Barry Seal's pals have their fingerprints all over operations in and around Venice, Florida.
We knew that Rudy had a lot of money behind him. We knew he had a lot of money backing him.
I think common sense should prevail. And I think if you're a thinking person and you have common sense, I think that you examine the person making a statement and see if there's any reason for any falsehoods to erupt. And I think that it's pretty suspicious to me.
So much dust in the air, so to speak, that people couldn't really focus on what was perhaps, the true way the Trojan horse got into this country.
In a world where the truth was something more than an inconvenient annoyance, there might be signs at the edge of this town
reading Welcome to Venice, home of the Trojan horse. We don't live in that kind of world. Maybe we never will. We've just presented an hour's worth of anomalous evidence pointing to the existence of a conspiracy to keep the American people in the dark about the true nature of the tragedy that darkened all our doorsteps last September. We could easily show you several hours worth of anomalous evidence more. But this is the point of the show where we let down our journalistic guard, where I'll tell you what I think. I think that there's only one thing worse than having to watch human beings jump out of 100-story windows in 2s and 3s holding hands. And that's having to watch it and then having your government lie to you about who did it and why. I think that the brutal reality of American life as we enter the 21st century is the same as that which faced the citizens of Rome almost 2,000 years ago, when they looked on with despair at the swaggering and corrupt Praetorian Guard that had made a mockery of their once proud republic, and asked out loud the question that echoes down to us across the centuries: who will guard the guards?
When the global economy crashed in 2008, costing tens of millions of people their savings, their jobs, and their homes, the bankers who caused the crisis did not get arrested, they did not go to jail, and they did not have to pay any money out of their own filthy rich pockets. Instead, they got bailed out, and everyone else had to pay for it. This corrupt network of elite financial criminals has infested itself into the top levels of the US government, military, business, and intelligence sectors. These people are the reason why the price of everything you buy has skyrocketed since just 10 or 15 years ago. The reason why empty homes now outnumber the homeless in America, and the reason why the national debt doubled. In another non-coincidence, it was also about that long ago that another event happened which divided history forever into an unforgettable before and after period. As it turns out, many of the same people involved in the economic inside job that crashed our economy and led to those banker bailouts were also involved in another inside job. In this video, we are going to blow the 9/11 conspiracy wide open. I began this investigation after seeing the documentary 9/11 Pressed for Truth and hearing about the 4 widows who lost their husbands on 9/11 and had to put immense political pressure on Congress and the Bush administration to actually start an official inquiry into the 9/11 attacks. This eventually, over a year later, led to the formation of the 9/11 Commission, which the Bush administration did everything in its power to stall and avoid. The 9/11 Commission concluded its investigation prematurely and left over 70% of the victims' family members' questions about the attacks completely unanswered. I made this video for them and anyone else who lost loved ones that day, so that the truth behind their murders could be known and the perpetrators brought to justice. The information you are about to see is both shocking and disturbing, but it is essential to the reclamation of our democratic republic from the hands of tyrants. If we don't address this information now, it's only going to get worse and worse. This is what a real 9/11 investigation might have uncovered if they had just bothered to look in the right places. In September 1991, shortly after the end of the Cold War, a cabal of elite bankers and intelligence spooks led by George H.W. Bush financed a $240 billion covert operations war chest through the purchase of 10-year securities that, as it happened, were scheduled to come due on September 12, 2001. Project Hammer was undoubtedly used for a wide variety of illicit intelligence operations, but mainly it was used to finance a covert economic operation against the collapsing Soviet Union, whereby unknown Western investors bought up much of the Soviet industry with a focus on oil and gas, crashing the Russian economy, looting its central bank, orchestrating what became known as the Great Ruble Scam, and a wide variety of other clandestine, state-assisted operations designed to thoroughly prevent Russia from ever contesting the U.S. as a world superpower. while in the process lining the pockets of these economic hitmen who swooped in to devour the collapsing Russian economy after the fall of the Soviet Union. A spectacular investment for all, at least until money laundering investigations began tracing all the money, or when the 10-year deadline came up and the securities became due and began the routine process of authenticity and ownership checks. Evidence shows that several federal and private investigations had already stumbled upon the Hammer Fund and were compiling evidence on it up until the 9/11 attacks. These included the Office of Naval Intelligence, or ONI, which was moved to the outer E-ring of the recently renovated section of the Pentagon that was targeted and destroyed on 9/11. According to E.P. Heidner, the ONI had been investigating crimes associated with the plundering of Russia. 39 out of the 40 people who worked in those offices were killed on 9/11, including the entire chain of command. The Pentagon's financial accounting offices in that same wing were also an obvious target, as were the passengers on board Flight 77, many of whom coincidentally held top-secret clearances and were connected with Pentagon black operations. Agents of the Office of Naval Intelligence had also been investigating financial transactions which were linked to securities being managed by those securities dealers in the World Trade Center that were also targeted. 31% of the 125 fatalities in the Pentagon were from the Naval Command Center that housed the Office of Naval Intelligence. 41% of the fatalities in the Twin Towers came from two companies that managed U.S. government securities, Cantor Fitzgerald and Eurobrokers. There were three major security brokers in the World Trade Center: Cantor Fitzgerald, Eurobrokers, and Garbin Intercapital. At 8:46 on the morning of September 11th, Flight 11 flew directly into Marshall McLennan's secure computer room in the North Tower, right below the floor on which Cantor Fitzgerald was situated. Cantor Fitzgerald was the largest security dealer in the U.S. Shortly after that, a massive explosion went off just under the FBI offices in the North Tower on the 23rd floor. Fires were reported on the 22nd floor at 8:47. There were also explosions and subsequent fires reported at Garbin Intercapital on the 25th floor and in the basement of Tower 1 as well. Shortly thereafter, at 9:03, Flight 175 hit the South Tower right below the floors on which Eurobrokers was situated. In all three cases, the explosive, fiery destruction consumed the offices and the several floors above, destroying files and trapping victims inside. In the midst of all this, Building 6 was destroyed by an explosion that took place before either tower fell. This secondary explosion took out a portion of the building which just happened to include the El Dorado Task Force's offices. The El Dorado Task Force was an interagency money laundering watchdog group responsible for coordinating all major money laundering investigations in the U.S. In the immediate aftermath of September 11th, these groups would be redirected to investigate terrorist financing. Building 6 was located directly between the North Tower and World Trade Center Building 7. While large portions of World Trade Center 6 were gutted by explosions and later by falling debris from the North Tower, the building itself did not suffer a global symmetric collapse at near freefall acceleration as did Buildings 1, 2, and 7. FEMA photographer and 9/11 whistleblower Kurt Sonnenfeld took some interesting pictures of the U.S. Customs Vault in the basement of World Trade Center 6, which was found completely empty and left with the door wide open. All of its contents appear to have been looted during the attacks. There is also evidence that gold was being looted from the vaults beneath World Trade Center 4. There were several early reports of a 10-wheel truck packed with stolen bullion caught fleeing World Trade Center 5 when the vehicle had become stuck on a collapsed ceiling brace, forcing the driver to flee the scene. Many researchers have stumbled across one or two of these anomalies from time to time: the empty vaults, the secondary explosions, the fireproofing upgrades on the exact floors coinciding with failure and impact in the towers, the suspicious power downs and evacuation drills, the World Trade Center tenants and security firms like AIG, Marsh & McLennan, and Kroll, and their close ties with the intelligence community, etc., etc. These anomalies are not unrelated, but nevertheless became lost inside the chaos of that September morn, the aftermath, and subsequent cover-ups. Okay, so what does all this mean? Overall, a critical mass of brokers from the major government security brokerages in the Twin Towers had to be eliminated to create chaos in the government securities market. A situation needed to be created wherein $240 billion of covert securities could be electronically cleared without anyone asking questions, which happened when the Federal Reserve declared an emergency and invoked its emergency powers that very afternoon. On September 14th, the Securities and Exchange Commission declared a national emergency and for the first time in U.S. history invoked its emergency powers under the Securities Exchange Act Section 12K and eased regulatory restrictions for clearing and settling security trades for the next 15 days. These changes would have allowed the estimated $240 billion in covert government securities to be cleared upon maturity without the standard regulatory controls around identification of ownership. The towers needed to be demolished to create a big enough mess that the illicit activities taking place behind the scenes that morning could be hidden in the confusion of that day. Okay, now let's talk a little bit about who did it and how. 9/11 whistleblower Richard Andrew Grove was a software salesperson for a company called Silverstream. Silverstream's technology was on the cutting edge of internet solutions, offering software to web-enable the critical business functions of Fortune 500 companies, basically integrating and making available on the web the disparate legacy applications and mainframes while simultaneously streamlining workflow and traditional paper processes, with an end result being a lower cost of operation and more efficient transactions. Silverstream had built internet transactional and trading platforms for Merrill Lynch, Deutsche Bank, Bankers Trust, Alex Brown, and Morgan Stanley, to name a few. Leading up to 9/11, Silverstream was designing specialized accounting software for a major client, Marsh & McLennan. Marsh is the world's largest insurance brokerage and was located right below Cantor Fitzgerald in the North Tower. Approximately 295 Marsh employees were murdered that morning, along with other innocent victims and employees who either knew too much or too little about their chosen work environment. But most importantly, Silverstream provided a specific type of connectivity that was used to link AIG and Marsh & McLennan, the first two commercial companies on the planet to employ this type of transaction. What then were Marsh and AIG doing, and why did they need to leverage technologies that no other commercial entity on the face of the earth needed to use to conduct business? The recovered hard drives from the World Trade Center, combined with Richard Grove's testimony, give us some intriguing clues. Grove discovered that Silverstream was overbilling Marsh to the tune of $7 million extra for fictitious and unneeded hardware. He also became aware of an exploitable flaw in the accounting software that had been sold to a variety of Marsh's clients and partners. When he brought this up to his superiors at Silverstream and others at Marsh, he was told to keep quiet and not to worry about it. But other friends of his at Marsh were also getting concerned and began documenting what was going on and raising concerns within the company. At last, they were finally granted a hearing with one of Marsh's high-ranking executives and were told to bring all their evidence to a hearing scheduled for 8:30 a.m. on September 11, 2001, on the 93rd floor. The high-ranking member of Marsh, who Grove did not name, would participate via teleconference from the safety of his home, while Marsh employees and potential whistleblowers, Gary Lasko, Catherine Lee, Ken Rice, Richard Brewhart, and John Oltzhofer, would die in the meeting room in the North Tower with all their evidence when American Airlines Flight 11 would impact that very section of the building. Richard Grove fortunately got stuck in traffic that morning and didn't make it. Computer hard drives recovered from the World Trade Center show a spike in suspicious transfers that took place within the World Trade Center as the 9/11 attacks were unfolding. Richard Grove is convinced that these suspicious money transfers were performed electronically using Silverstream software, and that the overbilling of Marsh was hush money for the operations. It would certainly have helped clear up that $240 billion in securities and make it look like any of those companies might have done it. The recovered hard drives and financial transactions from 9/11 all show clear evidence that something was going on that morning. Marsh's CEO at the time was Jeffrey Greenberg, the son of Maurice Greenberg with AIG. Most insurance companies were hurting badly in late 2001 after $40 billion in insurance settlements had been paid out for the devastation caused by the 9/11 attacks. Yet one insurance company did not suffer quite the same losses as the other companies did. American International Group, or AIG as it turns out, is much more than an insurance company. With its long ties to the intelligence community, AIG was founded by OSS operative Cornelius V. Starr, 2 R's, the uncle of Clinton's friend Kenneth Starr. AIG currently operates a complex network of shell companies and other entities which operate internationally and have been used for clandestine intelligence gathering and other covert activities for decades. The company that ran security in the World Trade Center, Kroll Associates, was owned by AIG. The CEO of AIG on 9/11 was a guy named Morris Greenberg, who was actually nominated for the position of Director of Central Intelligence after he authored a report for the Council on Foreign Relations, of which he's a high-ranking member, where he advocated that FBI and Drug Enforcement Agency agents operating abroad should not be allowed to act independently of either the ambassador or the CIA, lest pursuit of evidence or individuals for prosecution cause major foreign policy problems or complicate ongoing intelligence and diplomatic activities. Of course, this type of policy is essentially a continuation of things like Executive Order 12333 and the CIA-assisted Contra cocaine trafficking that went on as an immediate result. These backdoor agreements open the floodgates for government drug money laundering and narco-trafficking. Former LAPD narcotics detective turned whistleblower Michael Rupert has written a series of excellent articles documenting AIG's involvement in drug money laundering, undoubtedly revealing yet another motive for the invasion of Afghanistan, a country which currently produces over 90% of the world's heroin supply. Drugs are arguably the most profitable commodity on the entire international market, and drug money was undoubtedly a motive behind the invasion of Afghanistan and consequently the 9/11 attacks. While companies like AIG launder the drug money for big banks, the actual drug production and trafficking can be traced back to the same Iran-Contra affiliates like Richard Armitage and Frank Carlucci. Unfortunately, that rabbit hole is a bit too deep and off-topic to get into here. I will mention that DynCorp was heavily involved, as well as Stewart Air Force Base in upstate New York, where the two flights out of Boston crossed paths simultaneously and shut off their transponders before making their way to the Twin Towers. Many researchers believe that the MENA operation was moved to Stewart Air Force Base after Barry Seal got whacked. Richard Armitage was the Deputy Secretary of State on 9/11, and according to whistleblower Michael Springman, he was the man responsible for granting visas to 15 out of 19 of the 9/11 hijackers, allowing them to enter the U.S. and pursue flight training. Frank Carlucci is the chairman of the Carlyle Group and was in Washington, D.C. on 9/11, having just met with George H.W. Bush and the brother of Osama bin Laden on Carlyle Group business. Frank Carlucci was also the chairman of BDM International, a company that served as a front for State Department black operations. Frank Carlucci's employees at BDM International left to take charge of Stratasec, the World Trade Center and airport security firm. Corporate Operating Officer Barry W. McDaniel, an ex-military expert in logistics and materials distribution, and CEO Wirt Dexter Walker III, who is a distant Bush cousin from the Herbert Walker line, with an extensive history of managing CIA front companies. Marvin Bush, the president's brother, was also a board member at Stratasec, although Stratasec maintained contracts for security upgrades which were set to expire on September 11, 2001. They were not the company officially charged with World Trade Center security. This role was assigned to a risk management firm called Kroll Associates. The World Trade Center security system itself was designed by a guy named Brian Michael Jenkins, who also happened to be a Rand Corporation advisor. Kroll's chairman, Jerome Hauer, was a longtime personal friend of ex-FBI counterterrorism expert John O'Neill and was responsible for O'Neill's appointment as head of security for the World Trade Center just a few days prior to the 9/11 attacks. O'Neill was the world's leading expert on Osama bin Laden and al-Qaeda and was a potential 9/11 whistleblower with hard evidence of White House complicity in the protection and shielding of the 9/11 hijackers from all means of federal investigation. Al-Qaeda hijacking suspects were flagged by the Able Danger terrorist tracking program, which was also shut down by the White House. Able Danger whistleblower Anthony Schaefer claims the U.S. government destroyed over 6 terabytes of data related to Able Danger, which he also claims identified 9/11 ringleader Mohammed Atta as early as February of 2000. Those atop the chain of command in the White House, military, and intelligence establishment deliberately ignored all the warning signs of an impending attack, a clever strategy of plausible deniability which also served to portray those in charge as incompetent rather than complicit. In every major head throughout the chain of command on 9/11, from NORAD to the military, we see a repeated theme of complicity through negligence or incompetence. After 9/11, failure and incompetence was rewarded and whistleblowers were silenced. Combined with the fact that 6 corporations control 90% of the media and CIA operations like Mockingbird admit to taking over and subverting our US media, we can understand how such a big lie could have been kept from the American public for so long. But if you stop and take the time to do your research, you'll find all the evidence is there, hidden beneath a mountain of disinfo and lies. It's been 10 years since 9/11 happened, and we are left with hundreds, if not thousands, of unanswered questions about the 9/11 attacks. A transparently fraudulent 9/11 Commission report, which purposely failed to even mention the collapse of World Trade Center 7, and a host of ridiculous so-called debunking websites, forums, and other literature, which have done absolutely nothing over the past 10 years to debunk anything other than cleverly selected strawman arguments, and have failed to stem the constant flow of new 9/11 information, which researchers have been uncovering and bringing out to the public. Instead, they continue to label truth seekers, including family members of people who died on 9/11, as conspiracy theorists, and devise clever propaganda designed to prevent the general public from looking any further into the evidence or the actual claims of the so-called conspiracy theorists. In this video, we will take a deeper look into the so-called investigations, which have provided us with the official story, and why they deserve a more thorough examination. The Bush administration initially stalled the 9/11 investigation for over 400 days. A week after 9/11, letters containing anthrax spores were mailed to several news media offices and 2 senators who were perhaps a bit too vocal about opening an official investigation into 9/11. The anthrax used in the attacks was identified as an Ames strain, which means it had to have come from the U.S. Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases at Fort Detrick, Maryland. A member of that institute, Jerome Hauer, managed the National Institute of Health response to the anthrax attacks. Coincidentally, Hauer also warned the White House to start taking Cipro, an antibiotic which is effective against anthrax, a week before the attacks. Jerome Hauer also happened to be a managing director at Kroll Associates, which ran security at the World Trade Center up until the weekend before 9/11, when that role was personally handed off by Hauer to FBI agent John O'Neill, who would later die in the attacks, drawing strong suspicion that he was set up due to his knowledge of al-Qaeda and the 9/11 hijackers, whom he was blocked from investigating while he was working at the FBI. In January 2002, President Bush personally asked Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle to limit the congressional investigation into the events of September 11th. The Bush administration only formed the 9/11 Commission after being prodded by the victims' families, who lobbied Congress for over a year to open the investigations. When the Bush administration finally did open a 9/11 investigation, it was described by some members as set up to fail.
The president has said only a minority of the commission can see a minority of the documents, and then they have to clear what they're going to say to the rest of the commission with the White House.
If you're one of those 4 that gets to see these documents, would that change your opinion?
No, they don't want any more eyeballs to see their documents than they can possibly get away with. It's a scam. It's absolutely disgusting.
They even attempted to appoint Henry Kissinger, a known cover-up mastermind, as head commissioner. He resigned after victims' family members asked him sensitive questions about his connections to the bin Laden family and the Carlyle Group. Philip Zelikow wrote the conclusions for the report before the investigation ever began, and even then, any areas which did not support the official story were neither mentioned nor investigated by the 9/11 Commission. 6 out of 10 members of that commission have discussed on record how the government lied about the official story, and 70% of the questions posed by the victims' families were never answered or officially investigated. It's important to look at what happened to the evidence from 9/11. The day of 9/11, most of the FBI was in Monterey, California on an agency retreat.
Let's go to our State Department correspondent, Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, what can you tell us?
Well, this from the FBI. The State Department has been evacuated. There was a meeting going on in the Operations Center. Other top officials were in the Situation Room at the White House. Colin Powell is in Bogota, Colombia, on a 2-day trip. But this very interesting information, Katie, Matt, and Tom, from the FBI, they had been operating a massive exercise from their hostage rescue unit. All of their top teams, about 50 personnel, helicopters, equipment, were in Monterey, California for the last 2 days, scheduled to fly back today commercially. So all of those people are out of place. It's fair to say, according to sources that we've talked to here at NBC, that the FBI rescue operations and other FBI operations are really in chaos right now because they can't reach their officials in New York. All of their phone lines are down, and now you've got all of their special experts on this stuck in Monterey, California, trying to get a military flight back because there are no longer commercial flights. So they are seriously out of pocket, and there is a real breakdown of the FBI anti-terror coordination team, which is, of course, the principal team that would lead any effort and was so effective under Jim Carlstrom in New York City during the World Trade Center bombing and the TWA explosion, which of course turned out not to be terror.
Andrea, is the State
This was essential for keeping the more experienced and honest members of the agency as far away from the crime scene as possible, while other agency insiders could be assigned to the investigations before their counterparts returned. Federal authorities such as FEMA and the CIA took immediate control over the crime scene and began whisking away evidence that very same night. Turner Construction, one of the primary contractors at Ground Zero, occupied the 38th floor of the North Tower and was involved in performing the fireproofing upgrades inside the towers. It has been noted that these upgrades were completed in the 3 years before 9/11 on floors that match up almost identically to the floors of impact and failure on 9/11. Once the cleanup was fully coordinated, the operations were consolidated under the control of two primary contractors, AMEC Construction Management and Bovis Lend-Lease. These are the two companies that were originally assigned to the areas of Ground Zero that included the North Tower, AMEC, and the South Tower, Bovis. A truly surprising fact is that at the time of the attacks on 9/11, AMEC had just completed a $258 million refurbishment of Wedge 1 of the Pentagon, which is exactly where American Airlines Flight 77 impacted that building. Arguments over the size of the hole of the Pentagon and whether it was a plane or a missile are, in my opinion, a convenient distraction from the much bigger picture of why that section of the building was targeted and by whom. On September 10, 2001, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld announced that $2.3 trillion in unadjusted funds were missing from the Pentagon budget. The very next day, the offices whose responsibility it was for tracking that money down were destroyed when American Airlines Flight 77 impacted that very section of the building. The only off-site backup for the Pentagon's black budget financial records was a secure federal office building in the World Trade Center complex. Strangely, it too was destroyed on 9/11. World Trade Center 7 was the largest CIA headquarters outside of Langley, Virginia, and housed offices involved in several large-scale federal investigations into massive stock market and accounting fraud. Not surprisingly, World Trade Center 7 was the first to be cleaned up and the evidence destroyed at Ground Zero. So if 9/11 was really an inside job, then let's take a look at some of the people inside the buildings that were targeted and destroyed on 9/11. In the impact zone of the North Tower was a company called Marsh & McLennan, which at the time was the world's largest insurance brokerage company. One of Marsh's executives was a guy named L. Paul Bremer, who was also the chairman of the Congressional National Commission on Terrorism from 1999 to 2000, and the U.S. ambassador at large for counterterrorism from 1986 to 1989. Instead of going to work on the day of 9/11 and dying inside the towers with hundreds of his employees, Bremer decided to go on MSNBC and tell the world that Osama bin Laden was behind the attacks and possibly Iraq and Iran. And then he demanded
the most severe military response we can come up with.
L. Paul Bremer was called away from Marsh in 2003 to become the Iraq occupation governor, a role he has been widely criticized for. So Bremer not only worked inside the buildings, but had offices directly in the impact zone of the South Tower where Flight 175 would hit. He missed work on 9/11 to give us the official story on national television and went on to be the Iraq occupation governor. You really can't get more connected to 9/11 than that. Oh wait, you can, sorry. I forgot to mention that Bremer was also the former manager for Kissinger Associates. He was a member of the board for Akzo Nobel, the parent of International Paint Company, which produced a fireproofing application for skyscrapers called Interchar. Bremer was also on the International Advisory Board for the Japanese mining and machinery company Komatsu, which at the time had been involved in a joint venture agreement with Dresser Industries, the oil services intelligence front where Prescott Bush Sr. and George H.W. Bush got their start with Neil Mallon. Anyway, the Komatsu Dresser mining division operated from 1988 to 1997, and in July 1996, it patented a nanothermite demolition device that could, quote, demolish a concrete structure at high efficiency while preventing a secondary problem due to noise, flying chips and dust, and the like. As many of you know, residues of thermite, a highly energetic chemical mixture, have been confirmed in samples of World Trade Center dust, and the use of thermite at the World Trade Center was also revealed by environmental data. See the description for more links and sources. Scientific Applications International Corporation, a defense contractor with expertise in thermite-related technologies, played a large part in the NIST World Trade Center investigation. A few other names and companies inside the Twin Towers also worthy of further investigation include Craig Stapleton, who is married to Bush's cousin Dorothy Walker Bush, Stapleton was the president of Marsh Real Estate Advisors from 1982 to 2001. He was a member of the board of directors for Sendant, that was charged with massive accounting fraud in 1998, and went on to join Winston Partners, a privately owned investment firm founded in 1993 and led by George W. Bush's brother, Marvin. Other very powerful and well-connected people worked in senior management at Marsh. These included Stephen Friedman, a senior principal at Marsh Capital and former partner at Goldman Sachs, who later became George W. Bush's top economic advisor. Friedman was also a member of the Brookings Institution, the Bilderberg Group, the Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board, and the board at In-Q-Tel, the investment firm founded by the CIA in 1998. In-Q-Tel invests in state-of-the-art technologies related to defense and intelligence work, including nano and chemical technologies, according to its website. In another interesting coincidence, Friedman belonged through Cornell University to a secret society called Quill and Dagger, the membership of which includes Paul Wolfowitz, Sandy Berger, and Stephen Hadley. Wolfowitz, the neocon deputy secretary of defense in the Bush administration, was the author in 1992 of the Wolfowitz Doctrine of preemptive warfare. He also made comments about a surprise-like Pearl Harbor months before 9/11 and met with Pakistani ISI General Mahmoud Ahmed in the week before 9/11. Berger, the national security advisor to President Clinton, was later caught stealing documents from the 9/11 Commission investigation. Berger was also the boss of White House counterterrorism czar Richard Clarke, and together with Hadley, who was Condoleezza Rice's deputy, was responsible for delaying or obstructing Clarke's plans to stop al-Qaeda in January of 2001. Jeffrey Greenberg resigned from Marsh & McLennan after being accused of serious financial crimes. The first plane of 9/11 flew directly into his company's secure computer room in the North Tower. Jeffrey Greenberg is a member of the Brookings Institution and the Trilateral Commission. Jeffrey Greenberg rose quickly through management at Marsh, having come there directly from AIG in 1995, and then becoming CEO just 4 years later. At Brookings, Greenberg hobnobbed with Lee Hamilton, co-chair of the 9/11 Commission. There's also Jim Pierce, another Bush cousin, who was managing director of Aon Corporation, who, according to the NIST report, modified unknown sections of Floor 83 in the South Tower in 1997. Jim Pierce had arranged a meeting on the 105th floor of the South Tower for that morning. Pierce survived that day, despite the fact that 12 people came to the meeting in the South Tower and 11 of them died. The location of the meeting had been changed the night before to the Millennium Hotel, where Pierce watched the South Tower as it was hit by the aircraft. Apparently, the meeting attendees were not all notified of the change in location. Another interesting character is Joseph Kasputis of Baseline Financial Service, which occupied the impact zone of the South Tower on floors 77 and 78, where United Airlines 175 impacted. Kasputis has a history of being well connected to the highest levels of government, as well as to the defense and intelligence industries. Kasputis worked from 1972 to 1977 for the U.S. Department of Commerce and Defense. He was also the deputy director of Nixon's White House task force that dealt with the Arab oil embargo of 1973, and was instrumental in the creation of the Department of Energy. Kasputis went on to run a large corporation called Primark that had offices in both towers on 9/11. One of the subsidiaries of Primark, the Analytical Sciences Corporation, TASC, worked with so-called black or top-secret programs. TASC also worked closely with the National Institute of Standards and Technology. Kasputis was also a member of the Logistics Management Institute, LMI, whose members included Paul Kaminsky of In-Q-Tel and General Dynamics, Charles DiBona of Halliburton, Skull and Bones member Joseph Samuel Nye, and Michael Daniels of Scientific Applications International Corporation. LMI's self-proclaimed role is advancing the science of government. Kasputis' connections to the DOE from 1977 through at least 1997 are interesting, considering that the DOE was developing thermite ignition devices as early as 1983. Joseph Kasputis went on to become the CEO of Baseline Financial Services, which was directly in the impact zone on the 78th floor of the South Tower. According to NIST, Kasputis' Baseline Financial modified the southeast corner of floor 78 in 1999, exactly where the aircraft hit on 9/11. Floors 77 and 78 were upgraded for fireproofing in June and April of 1998, respectively. Another company of interest on floor 91, just above the impact zone for the South Tower, was Washington Group International. This company was known primarily as a construction and mining firm, and it had just acquired Raytheon Engineers in July of 2000. In 1996, Washington took over Morrison Knudsen, an engineering and construction firm that had a history of working on large-scale projects around the world, including in China, Iran, Afghanistan, and Saudi Arabia. The Army Corps of Engineers hired Morrison Knudsen to demolish over 200 buildings in 1995. One of the DOE facilities for which Washington was responsible well before 9/11 was the Savannah River site near Aiken, South Carolina. In February of 1997, Lawrence Livermore National Labs and the Savannah River site signed an agreement of cooperation to share technology. Savannah went on to add developing sol gel technology for fuels and other applications to its portfolio. Sol gel technology is utilized by Lawrence Livermore National Laboratories for making nanothermites. In another coincidence, Savannah River Technology staff participated in the search and rescue operations at Ground Zero by providing unique tools. Just before 9/11, Washington was going through a tough time financially and sought Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. Securities and Exchange Commission documents show that Washington made court-ordered pre-petition payments as part of these proceedings to a number of companies, including Komatsu. Washington also made payments to Greenhorn and Omara, whose employee, Teresa McAllister, was a lead author of the FEMA and NIST reports on the World Trade Center disaster, and to Sumitomo Bank, which was closely allied with Komatsu. Building 7 was a 47-story federal office building in the World Trade Center site, which collapsed at 5:20 p.m. on the afternoon of 9/11. This building was home to the CIA, in fact, the largest CIA headquarters outside of Langley, Virginia. It also housed offices for the Secret Service and the Securities and Exchange Commission. One of the most interesting tenants, however, was then Mayor Giuliani's Office of Emergency Management and its Emergency Command Center on the 23rd floor. This floor received $15 million worth of renovations, including independent and secure air and water supplies, and bullet and bomb-resistant windows designed to withstand 200-mile-per-hour winds. Mayor Giuliani was a former U.S. prosecutor for the South District of New York from 1983 to 1989, who was in charge of investigating the terrorist financing Bank of Credit and Commerce International. After he left his job as a prosecutor to start a political career, he worked for a law firm called White & Case that actually represented BCCI. So he went from prosecuting the BCCI to working for a law firm which defended the BCCI. This was likely his foot in the door of this underground corporate criminal network. Giuliani would later help to destroy all the crime scene evidence from Ground Zero. Giuliani's sidekick on 9/11 was Police Commissioner Bernard Kerik, who appeared to be coaching some of Rudy's actions that day, keeping him away from the media and even answering questions for him about explosives in the buildings. In fact, Bernard Kerik gave us the first official government pronouncement that no explosives were involved in the destruction of the World Trade Center buildings. Kerik's department was also the same one that found that pristine, completely undamaged hijacker's passport, which survived a plane impact, and Fireball, which destroyed 2 titanium black boxes and 3 towers. Yeah, Kerik would later receive a nomination from President Bush to become Director of Homeland Security, which he declined for personal and political reasons, and instead took a job training the Iraqi police force in Iraq alongside L. Paul Bremer. Both men are credited for turning Iraq into the unwinnable quagmire it is today. In February of 2010, Kerik was sentenced to 4 years in federal prison for conspiracy and fraud charges, unrelated to the crimes of 9/11, unfortunately, but it still goes to show you what kind of person he is. Definitely the kind of person you'd want inside the New York City police force during a staged event like 9/11. And lastly, we have the Pentagon. It's certainly peculiar, to say the least, that al-Qaeda terrorists hell-bent on destroying the USA would not crash their plane into the north wing of the Pentagon, where all the most important offices were, like Donald Rumsfeld, John Ashcroft, etc., and that they would instead choose to target the one section of the Pentagon that had most recently been refurbished to withstand missile impacts. It's also interesting to note that the company which completed the $258 million refurbishment to Wedge 1 of the Pentagon was also hired as a contractor to clean up Ground Zero in New York City. Wedge 1 also coincidentally housed the Pentagon's Budget Analyst Office, where DoD staffers were working on the mystery of the $2.3 trillion that was reported missing by Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld in a press conference the day before 9/11. The Pentagon's comptroller in charge of that money at the time was an interesting fellow named Dov Zakheim, a member of the Council on Foreign Relations, the International Institute for Strategic Studies, and a contributor to the neocon think tank Project for the New American Century. Zakheim helped write the PNAC document Rebuilding America's Defenses, in which he is credited for the line which states, "Further, the process of transformation, even if it brings revolutionary change, is likely to be a long one, absent some catastrophic and catalyzing event, like a new Pearl Harbor." Several members of the Bush administration, including President Bush himself, would later refer to 9/11 as a new Pearl Harbor. If anything, the individuals and organizations outlined in this video are at least as suspicious as the 19 hijackers themselves. This investigation and the facts presented and outlined in this video are by no means comprehensive or complete. We need to continue the investigation into these people, these companies, and their close proximity to the events of 9/11, and not find ourselves continuously lost inside speculative, circumstantial evidence and arguments. It's time to demand justice and accountability for the victims who were killed on 9/11 and the illegal wars and occupations that were created as a result of these attacks. And whether you believe everything in this video or not, it should at least make you consider opening a new investigation into 9/11 that looks deeper into these individuals and their suspicious connections.
Our culture convicts people every day to charges of conspiracy in our legal systems. But for some reason, those of the upper echelons of the power seem to get a pass. Throughout the ages, it has always been understood that those in power seek more control. Whether it's religious expansion, imperial expansion, colonial expansion, military expansion, it's about taking over land and valuables, declaring control, indoctrinating the people into your system of beliefs. Good men judge the world by the way they live it themselves. Evil men greatly depend on good men to believe this, because they manipulate, take advantage of, oppress, and loot off the honest. September 11th is the catalyst that changed America forever. Were there any state sponsors involved with the attacks of September 11th? The official version of 9/11 maintains no foreign governments or domestic authorities were complicit with the attacks or involved in the cover-up of September 11th. This investigation will explore the overwhelming evidence that foreign governments' intelligence agencies played a substantial role in some way in the attacks. Our story starts with Dr. David Graham, a dentist in Shreveport, Louisiana, who met a Pakistani man who housed two future 9/11 hijackers who turned out to be Saudi intelligence agents. The question is, who was in the shadows of September 11th?
He claims he met 3 of the 9/11 hijackers in Shreveport a year before the attacks. This morning, local dentist David Graham is dead after the family says he was poisoned more than 2 years ago. At the time, Graham was trying to publish a manuscript about meeting 3 Middle Easterners in Shreveport. He feared they were plotting to bomb Barksdale. Graham wrote that he warned the FBI. Then after 9/11, he saw their pictures among the hijackers.
Dr. David Graham had alerted Representative Congressman Jim McCrary, who in turn gave the information over to a member of the Joint Select Committee on Intelligence, Saxby Chambliss. Graham was detailing the fact that he contacted the FBI about 3 men,
who would later become 9/11 hijackers, that Graham had observed planning terrorism 10 months prior to 9/11.
Muslim, Arab type fellows, and what you're about to hear is very disturbing, and I hope it gets to the Intelligence Committee. It's going to be, the Senate's going to be, I believe, hearing all the reports of some ways that we can improve the handling of 9/11/01, should it happen again, something of that nature.
Representative Chambliss wrote back to Graham that he had given the information to Chairman of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, Porter Goss. In the fall of 2000, Dr. Graham inadvertently met the future 9/11 hijackers in Shreveport, Louisiana.
Now I'm sitting in front of Nawaf al-Hazmi, and the picture I saw after 9/11 in USA Today is the same look he gave me and stared at me like this for about 10 minutes. I mean, his eyes were piercing right through me, no smile, no crack of anything. You might want to focus in on this picture. Now, he was clean shaven when I saw him. This fellow right here, Nawaf al-Hazmi. This appeared October 5th, 2001 in USA Today. And trust me, that is the guy I was looking at in 3521 Eastwood Drive in Mohammed Jamal Khan's apartment. It was definitely the same man.
Graham made a video will to detail his story and provide his evidence, for he speculated that he was not going to be taken seriously by Porter Goss for his whistleblowing. He feared for his life after clandestinely recording himself and a Pakistani man, Jamal Khan, who Graham claimed hosted 3 of the 9/11 hijackers.
Before Graham was poisoned, he was supposed to testify at a deportation hearing against a Pakistani man, Jamad Khan, who hosted the men Graham believed to be the hijackers.
Khan was from an area of Pakistan in the north, known to be very sympathetic to bin Laden, and also where many believe bin Laden was hiding. Graham provided all the evidence for his story in the video.
And I got a map, and I saw where Karachi was down on the coast. When I talked to Jamal the next day, I said, Jamal, I said, is your family, is your father, is this place down on the coastline? I love the big boats. I like to go out on those big boats. He said, oh, no. My father's place is up by the China Wall. And he said it's up by the China Wall over by Russia. So this little yellow spot I've outlined here, there's some little cities up there I'd like to mention that are possibly significant to where maybe bin Laden could be hiding, and that's what Agent Spoon, after 9/11, indicated to me.
Graham initially feared a truck bombing on Barksdale Air Force Base due to the suspicious red flags he was observing with men he remotely associated with. Graham reported to both a Shreveport FBI agent and a U.S. Secret Service agent the information almost a year before 9/11. Within the Graham report, a book David wrote detailing his story so that the public would know this scandal. He details and provides the dated and certified documents that the FBI had names of 2 9/11 ringleaders, Nawaf al-Hazmi and Khalid al-Mihdhar.
But in terms of 9/11, in terms of them going after somebody in the Bible Belt who, was a conservative, Christian, megachurch, evangelical, I mean, that's really desperate that they have to kill somebody like that. But he was on the verge of publishing a book, and his book was going to talk about this 4-year ordeal that he had when he met Nawaf al-Hazmi and had an association with somebody who knew Khalid al-Mihdhar. And al-Mihdhar and al-Hazmi, we know now, according to the 9/11 Commission report and others, were 2 of the lead hijackers. It wasn't just about Mohammed Atta. It was about these 2 guys. We know now that they were most likely agents of Saudi intelligence.
Graham's 9/11 report was never published. Graham's story is not detailed at all in the 9/11 Commission report. Why did Porter Goss ignore Graham while sitting on the Intelligence Committee? Two of the 3 hijackers Graham met were living openly and even applied for driver's licenses using their actual identities in San Diego, while both of their identities were on terror watch lists for having attended a major al-Qaeda meeting just prior. They were listed as al-Qaeda operatives,
A closer look now at criticism of the U.S. intelligence community. In the current issue of Newsweek magazine, writer Michael Isikoff reports that the CIA was actively tracking 2 of the suspected September 11th hijackers and even trailed those men pictured here to an al-Qaeda summit in Malaysia.
The CIA knew who they were. They knew that they were suspected al-Qaeda operatives, and they failed to alert the INS, the State Department, the Customs Service, agencies that could have kept them out of the country. And perhaps more importantly, they failed to alert the FBI, which could have tracked them while they were in the country. What's stunning is that from that moment on, they lived entirely out in the open. They opened up bank accounts, they got a California driver's license, they opened up credit cards, and they intersected with at least 5 other of the hijackers on September 11th. This is probably the biggest intelligence failure surrounding the events of September 11th of all.
In September of 2000, they moved in with an FBI informant, Abdul Sadr Sheikh. Abdul Sadr was working closely with the FBI on terror cases.
CBS's Jim Stewart has new information tonight about a tense standoff between the widely criticized FBI and Congress over a witness.
A congressional committee investigating the September the 11th hijackings met behind closed doors today to hash out what appears to be an increasingly ugly confrontation with the FBI. At issue is the testimony of an FBI informant who apparently played landlord to 2 of the 9/11 hijackers and never informed his case agent of the renters until after the attacks. The 2 hijackers, Nawaf al-Hamzi and Khalid al-Damar, were the only members of the group to enter the U.S. through the West Coast. For several months, they lived in this San Diego residence where their landlord was this man, identified as Abdul Sadr Sheikh, a prominent San Diego Muslim leader.
But just before heading to California, Nawaf al-Hazmi and Khalid al-Midar were being actively tracked by the CIA.
NBC News in depth tonight. Could the September 11th attacks on America have been prevented? We're now just 2 days away from the release of the final report of the commission investigating those attacks. The report will not say the attacks could have been prevented by either the Clinton or Bush administrations, in part because the commission wants to avoid partisan fighting over its report in this election year.
That day, it seemed sudden and without warning. But 3 years and 2 investigations later, it's clear there was a tragic trail of missed opportunities to stop some of the hijackers, disrupt the plot, and perhaps save 3,000 lives. The Malaysia meeting. January 2000, top al-Qaeda operatives converge on Kuala Lumpur for a planning meeting that includes these 2 hijackers, the first time a hijacker comes on the radar of American intelligence.
The intelligence agencies also had electronic intercepts. The NSA monitors 2 million communications every hour, telephone calls, faxes, emails, including, we now know, critical clues about the hijackers, like their meeting in Malaysia.
It was actionable information. And what's clear to me as a former intelligence officer is that somebody in Washington dropped the ball. Whether it was FBI or CIA is to be determined.
It's one of these critical nodes where we could have disrupted the 9/11 plot well before it ever got off the ground.
The calls. Once in the U.S., that hijacker gets up to a dozen calls from this known al-Qaeda switchboard in Yemen. The NSA is listening, but doesn't figure out that the calls are to someone inside the U.S. The search. In late August, the CIA finally tells the FBI 2 hijackers may be in the country, but the FBI can't find them, even though they're listed in the San Diego phone book. The watch list. The 2 hijackers are finally watch listed, but never put on the FAA's no-fly list. Up a back stairwell to the 4th floor of the Capitol, behind closed doors, Congressional Intelligence Committees meeting in a special soundproof room today began sifting through the debris of 9/11. Sources say some 200 interviews and 100,000 pages of documents reviewed so far reveal even more dropped balls by both the CIA and FBI than is now publicly known. The most critical dropped ball, investigators say, is that the CIA identified 2 of the hijackers as terrorists a year and a half before the attacks, Khalid al-Midar and Nawaf al-Hamzi, knew they were headed to this country and did almost nothing until it was too late. Sources tell NBC News the FBI has developed a series of charts for congressional investigators to show that had there been follow-up, al-Hamzi and al-Midhar would have led them directly to 5 other hijackers, and by connecting the dots to everyone else, including ringleader Mohammed Atta.
And it was largely due to the fact that these two men, al-Hazmi and al-Midhar, were living with the FBI's informant, Abdussatter Sheikh. Sheikh was identified in wire reports as a retired professor of English at San Diego State. He was also listed as Vice President of International Projects at the American Commonwealth University. The problem is, Sheikh never taught at San Diego State. He never taught English at all. He possessed a phony PhD from a bogus diploma mill with U.S. military and intelligence connections out of Florida. American Commonwealth University doesn't exist. And it's merely a mail drop, which was previously named William Lyon University. And William Lyon University was founded by the retired Air Force General William Lyon. And Lyon was chairman of the GOP's Team California Victory 2004. And he was a member of the Orange County's new majority Big Wheel Republican network that helped get Arnold Schwarzenegger elected. What is Abdussatter Sheikh, a man housing the future 9/11 hijackers, doing with false identities provided to him by U.S. government officials, connected to top-level GOP officials in California? Many wonder why this was. Omar al-Boyami is said to be a Saudi intelligence officer of the GID, the General Intelligence Directorate. The GID is the Saudi Arabian equivalent to the CIA. He was the man who picked up the two hijackers, Khalid al-Midhar and Nawaf al-Hazmi, from LAX. What is a Saudi Arabian intelligence agent working at the Saudi Arabian embassy in Los Angeles doing, picking up two future 9/11 hijackers and then sending them to an FBI informant?
Now, if we could go back to Senator Bob Graham, he brought out a book right around the time that he was retiring called Intelligence Matters. He still was trying to do a good job talking about the protection of these 9/11 hijackers in the U.S. And the certain Saudis connected to the Saudi embassy in L.A. who, and specifically a guy named Bayoumi and another guy, these two Saudis were closely connected to the Saudi embassy in LA. So when Nawaf al-Hazmi and Khalid al-Midhar come to this country, they go to LA, they happen to meet these guys, and even Graham says it's not a coincidence. They happen to meet these guys. These guys are protective. They say, come live in San Diego. You'll like it better. And we only know about this, I think, from a leak. I think like somebody happened to leak it to us because the FBI was extremely embarrassed that this came out. It looks like extreme incompetence. Well, that's what they argue it is, but really it's obviously something more. It's obviously part of this pattern of federal protection that the 9/11 hijackers were given. His book is so good on the first couple of steps of showing federal protection of the 9/11 hijackers. How does this jibe with Able Danger? Because this is a whole other topic. Able Danger is this military intelligence operation that almost stopped al-Qaeda in early winter 2000, and yet they were stopped by Pentagon top brass, higher ups, high above, supervising this military intelligence operation. Able Danger protected these 9/11 hijackers, claimed that you can't spy on U.S. citizens. It's like, wait a minute, these guys weren't U.S. citizens, they were Saudi citizens. Since when are Saudi citizens U.S. citizens? Since when are Saudi agents of intelligence given these rights?
Was the commission that investigated the 9/11 attacks told that lead hijacker Mohammed Atta had been identified and as al-Qaeda operative more than a year before terrorists struck?
Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Schaefer is a Bronze Star recipient who told congressional staff members from the 9/11 Commission that a secret military unit working with the international intelligence apparatus and the Defense Intelligence Agency had identified 2 of the 3 cells involved in the 9/11 attacks, as well as alleged ringleader Mohammed Atta, over a year before the attacks.
Schaefer says the commission never got the whole story.
I'm told confidently by the person who did move the material over that the 9/11 Commission received 2 briefcase-size containers of documents. I can tell you for a fact that would not be one 1/20th of the information that Able Danger consisted of during the time we spent.
The 9/11 Commission was told information on Able Danger, but for some reason, completely left it out of their report.
They never got the story on Able Danger. I can tell you right now emphatically, the 9/11 Commission doesn't have a clue. Now, they may say, well, we asked the Defense Department for this information. Well, that's just passing the buck.
So what did Able Danger do with the information?
Schaefer says his unit linked Atta to al-Qaeda leaders, but would not provide any specifics.
It was over a year before the attacks, and the top-level classified spy program made the decision to bring the FBI in to take out the cells they were monitoring.
As to what he did with the information he had,
we attempted to, first off, use it operationally. The lawyer said you can't do that. Therefore, at that point in time, we made the determination as a team that we should move this information to the FBI.
But he says beginning in September 2000, 3 meetings he set up with the FBI were each canceled by military lawyers.
Able Danger was not monitoring random suspects, but specifically the cells involved in the future 9/11 attacks. Able Danger specifically could have arrested and entirely prevented the attacks themselves.
And I'm quoting how I remember saying it. We found, as part of the data run, we found 2 of the 3 cells which conducted the 9/11 attacks, to include Atta.
When Able Danger was called to the Senate investigations, the Pentagon attempted to prevent the sharing of the information and asked for secret closed-door hearings without the media present.
Pentagon reportedly does not want the public to hear next week's Senate testimony about the former secret intelligence unit known as Able Danger. 2 congressional sources have told Fox News that the military's pressuring senators to move the hearings behind closed doors. But we're told the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, Senator Arlen Specter, wants to keep the hearings open. People who claim they used to work with the Able Danger unit say that unit identified as threats 4 of the September 11th hijackers a full year before the attacks.
I assigned the same core team of analysts that worked the JCAG project. And along with Dr. Arlene Pricer as the analytical lead, 4 of us conducted data mining analysis on the al-Qaeda terrorist network coordinating with SOCOM and other organizations throughout that time. In the months that followed, we were able to collect an immense amount of data for analysis that allowed us to map al-Qaeda as a worldwide threat with a surprisingly significant presence within the United States.
Weldon, a Republican congressman, was the individual who called for the investigation, which he believed was the most important story in our nation related to 9/11, which was the fact that this specific group tried to stop the attacks, but were not allowed to. This was potentially the biggest scandal in our nation's history since Iran-Contra, and very few news outlets seemed to cover this detail. Able Danger collected over 2.5 terabytes of information on the al-Qaeda operations, including the majority of the few cells operating inside the United States, participating in the planning of 9/11. So what happened to the information? It was deleted.
What knowledge, if any, do you have about the allegation of destruction of documents?
The allegation that destruction of documents is correct. I'm the one who deleted all the documentation that we had gathered at the IDC.
And you deleted the data?
Yes, sir.
What kind of information was deleted?
Everything that we had.
What was the essential substance of it?
We had done internet polls related to a preliminary analysis of Able Danger. And what I mean by that is we were trying to get a worldwide perspective of exactly where this organization function and operate just as a start. And that was in terms of al-Qaeda.
The majority of the members involved in the military program were ordered to stay silent or face consequences.
For the life of me, I don't understand why, as I understand it, I stand corrected if I'm wrong, but I understand the witnesses we assumed we were going to get to hear from the Defense Department have been pulled. They may be or may not be in the room, but have been instructed that they cannot testify.
They were gagged. Only one member spoke at the Senate investigation. The charts and documents that they had in their unit were conveniently destroyed, and no one person would ever be allowed to verify their claims. And the individual who deleted the information was also asked if he too could verify that what he deleted confirmed that the unit had identified Mohammed Atta, specifically as a terrorist in the United States planning an attack for al-Qaeda.
Are you in a position to evaluate the credibility of Captain Philpott, Colonel Schaefer, Mr. Westphal, Ms. Preisler, Mr. J.D. Smith, as to their credibility when they say they saw Mohammed Atta on a chart?
Yes, sir. I believe them implicitly from the time that I'd worked with all of them, and everyone you had mentioned was part, and I had contact with during this time.
So how were the members who went public dealt with by their superiors?
A Pennsylvania congressman says there's a smear campaign going on inside the Pentagon, and he wants the defense chief to get to the bottom of it. Republican Congressman Curt Weldon says Pentagon officials are trying to ruin one of their own who's gone public about a top-secret military intel unit. This is the unit called Able Danger that claims to have ID'd the top 9/11 hijacker a full year before the attacks. Catherine Herridge in the Fox Report live from our Washington newsroom. Catherine.
Yeah, Republican Congressman Curt Weldon is calling for a new probe into what he describes as a witch hunt by defense officials against a member of Able Danger, the secret military intelligence team that claims to have identified lead hijacker Mohammed Atta 1 year before the attacks. Lieutenant Colonel Tony Schaefer, who was the first member of Able Danger to go public, has now been told in writing by the Defense Intelligence Agency that he can't speak to members of Congress or their staff without prior approval. And now a security clearance, which allowed him to deal with classified information, has been pulled. The congressman says Schaefer has been gagged, punished for speaking up.
It's obvious to me this is a clear attempt to silence this guy, but now even more than to silence him, to ruin him as a person and a military officer. I've talked to all the Able Danger players, and they all agree this is a witch hunt against Tony. It's wrong, it's un-American, it's unacceptable.
In a recent letter to Secretary Rumsfeld, the congressman writes, "You know as well as I that inside the Beltway, there is a time-honored tradition of smearing the accuser rather than answering the charge. That method is now apparently being employed in your department, and while it may be a familiar way of doing business in Washington, it is no less disappointing." The congressman wants the Defense Department's internal watchdog, the Inspector General, to investigate whether Schaefer has been targeted for speaking out, and Weldon says the head of the House Armed Services Committee is backing the request. According to several published reports, the Defense Intelligence Agency has had no comment on the congressman's allegations.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to offer my comments surrounding the use of security clearance system as a method of intimidation and retaliation, and in my case, DI removal of my security clearance based on my protected disclosures of information to the 9/11 Commission and to Congress regarding Operation Able Danger. Many of us take seriously our oath of office to support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. We demonstrate our commitment by decades of service to this country, trying to conduct operations to ensure our citizens are protected. There are officers within the bureaucracy who abandon their oath of office and instead become focused on a strategy of self-preservation, of obstruction of accountability. A culture now exists in which leaders with this abhorrent set of values are in charge of large portions of the intelligence community.
The staffer on the 9/11 Commission for Jamie Gorelick was Dieter Snell. Dieter Snell was the one who interviewed Scott Philpott in July of '04. It was Dieter Snell, an Annapolis graduate, and a man who will take over the command of one of our destroyers in January. His credibility has never been challenged by anyone in the Pentagon. It was Scott Philpott who was debriefed by Dieter Snell, who buried the story and did not allow the 9/11 commissioners to receive the facts of Able Danger. In fact, in talking to Scott Philpott, he gave me a direct quote from Dieter Snell. Now remember that Congress, in a bipartisan vote, established the commission to get the facts about 9/11. And the facts obviously involved al-Qaeda and obviously involved Mohammed Atta. In July of '04, a Navy officer, Annapolis grad, voluntarily goes in to debrief the 9/11 Commission staff, and he mentions that he will swear on his entire life career that he identified Mohammed Atta in January of 2000, and that his team had a chart with Mohammed Atta's name on it and face on it, but also that he saw that chart over and over again. It wasn't a one-time glance. And he also told Dieter Snell that they tried to transfer that information to the FBI. This was Dieter Snell's response, quote, "What do you want us to do with this information? We go to print in 10 days, end quote.
And one other interesting note, Tom, we've also learned at NBC that there was a President Bush in the White House during the morning of these events. His father, former President Bush, was actually at the White House the morning of the attack.
The bin Laden family are in the Carlyle Group and were meeting on the morning of 9/11 discussing the coming year's financial ventures. Bush Sr., another chairman at Carlyle, was meeting with bin Laden's father and brother, where both of them were to be intimately affected by the day's outcome on completely opposite sides of the spectrum. Carlyle is a defense contracting firm, so they both conveniently would be profiting from the war resulting in the attacks that they were witnessing take place on television. While Americans couldn't fly, the bin Ladens were flown out of the country.
One more story. Yesterday, in the first couple of hours of this, when all American, all U.S. air carriers were ordered to land at the nearest airport, this was taken very seriously. One of our photographers noticed a military jet trailing closely a civilian airliner in the vicinity of Washington, D.C. He was in Arlington at the time. By the time he swung his camera up, it was out of frame, so we have only 2 or 3 seconds of video of it. But this was taken very seriously yesterday.
To ensure safe passage back to Saudi Arabia, the bin Ladens were flown out of the country with military escorts for protection without answering any questions by investigators. Protected on their aerial evasion from U.S. authorities by U.S. military, while all planes were grounded in the United States, to which even high-ranking U.S. officials could not travel, the bin Ladens were allowed to fly.
How did Osama bin Laden's family flee America? Let's go to CNN's Brian Todd. Brian?
Wolf, in those frightful days after 9/11, U.S. intelligence dealt with a fog of information, and these newly released documents seem to add to the confusion. More than a week after the attacks, a couple of days after more than 100 Saudi nationals, including members of Osama bin Laden's family, are flown out of the U.S. on chartered flights, an FBI document mentions one of the flights. Quote, "The plane was chartered either by the Saudi Arabian royal family or Osama bin Laden." The plane in question left on September 19th. The FBI document was written on September 21st. Was the FBI still not sure if bin Laden was involved in arranging a flight carrying his family members even after it had left?
You may recall that the bin Laden family, some of them were here in the Orlando area, and now more on how they got out of the country. Bob.
That's right, Claire. We've already taken a look at some parts of this report, and on pages 329 and 330, they deal directly with the issue of whether the members of the bin Laden family were given preferential treatment to flee Orlando and other cities without the proper scrutiny. Let's show you some video that was taken exclusively by News Channel 2 8 days after 9/11. That man there is Osama bin Laden's younger brother, Khalil, who had been here vacationing with other family members there on an estate that they owned in West Orange County. Now,
but I feel, frankly, abandoned. If I question anything about the official story, I'm called a conspiracy theorist. When the first news reporter from my local area in upstate New York came to tell me she was going to allow me to tell a beautiful story of my daughter, all I asked that day was, why could I not fly home from Toronto? But Osama bin Laden's family and some Saudi nationals whose names I still don't know were flown out of the country in our airspace. I was grounded. They were not.
According to the former chief consular officer in Saudi Arabia who blew the whistle on the joint CIA-Al-Qaeda visa fraud scandal that took place while he was there, J. Michael Springman worked for the United States government for 20 years with the Foreign Service and Consulate. He claimed that the CIA was overriding visa decisions made in Saudi Arabia and protecting Al-Qaeda operatives in getting them to the United States to be trained and have returned for covert programs in the Middle East.
I began with the federal government in 1969, taking a job in the Bureau of International Commerce at the U.S. Department of Commerce. While I was there, I had been working my way through the International Trade Administration, doing some trade show promotions, and got myself assigned to Stuttgart as a commercial officer in the State Department's State Commerce Exchange Program. Went on to India as the first foreign commercial service officer, and then got into the real State Department, and as a reward got sent to Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, where I was chief of the United Visa section. I had discovered what I thought was visa fraud, and it wasn't until I was out of the Foreign Service who ran into Joe Trento, the journalist, plus a couple of other people. One worked for the government, one worked for a local university. They told me that what I was questioning was not visa fraud, but a program to recruit terrorists for the Afghan war. And when I protested this to people in Jeddah, to the consulate, to the embassy, and to the Bureau of Consular Affairs in Washington, I was met with total indifference, despite the fact that the punishment for visa fraud is something like 10 years in jail and a fine of $250,000.
15 of the hijackers were in the United States on visas obtained from a program in Saudi Arabia. Only 3 of them were interviewed by a consular official. The Visas Express program started in June 2001 and allowed visas to be given automatically without interviews or background checks. The program was initiated only in Saudi Arabia, which is a nation known to have a large population of animosity towards the United States, which is sympathetic to the nation's own native, Osama bin Laden. This visa program was only introduced in Saudi Arabia, while no other such privilege was or has ever been extended to any of the allies or Western European friends of the United States. Michael Springman blew the whistle and stated that State Department officials were issuing visas to terrorists, which he knew were terrorists, but he was being gagged.
The 19 hijackers were able to get into the United States despite information on their travel documents that should have raised some big red flags. Could it happen again? Here's NBC Justice Department correspondent Pete Williams.
It's a myth, the report says, that all the 19 hijackers entered the U.S. legally. Some clearly did, like hijacker leader Mohammed Atta, whose actual visa is shown publicly for the first time. But 3 of the hijackers on board the plane that crashed into the Pentagon had on their visa applications what the report calls indicators of Islamic extremism linked to al-Qaeda. The 3 were Khalid al-Midar, Salem al-Hazmi, whose state-issued ID cards are shown here, and al-Hazmi's brother Nawaf. Of the actual hijacker passports, only this burned fragment of Ziad Jarrah's is shown, recovered from the wreckage of Flight 93 that crashed in Pennsylvania. But the report says when 2 other hijackers applied for their visas, their documents contained another warning sign: phony travel stamps intended to cover up their travel to Afghanistan to attend terror training camps.
Even though there'd been the bombings in 95, 96, 98, 2000, all involving Saudis, no one asked for a national intelligence estimate if Saudi Arabia is not a new terrorist state.
In April of 2000, Nayaz Khan, a British citizen originally from Pakistan, was recruited by al-Qaeda.
It was over a year before 9/11, a Pakistani British man told the FBI an incredible tale, that he'd been trained by followers of Osama bin Laden to hijack airplanes, and he confessed he was now in America to carry out an attack.
After gambling away money sent to him for flight training, and afraid al-Qaeda would come after him for betrayal, he turned himself into the FBI. He detailed the plot to fly a hijacked plane into the World Trade Center, in which he was a part. This was April of 2000. A member of the attacks turned himself in and confessed to the attacks. He also disclosed that other agents were inside the United States.
Khan tells NBC News that for the next few weeks, he was trained by al-Qaeda to hijack passenger planes and sent to the U.S. But when he told the FBI, headquarters was skeptical and ordered him released.
I told him before the 9/11, about more than a year, we hijacking in America airline.
Khan says he was sent to Lahore, Pakistan, and along with perhaps 30 others, taught hijacking basics. Did you think about all the other people you would have killed?
No.
You didn't care?
Not that time. If I die, it doesn't matter. Because this life anyway, it's no good.
After about a week, Khan says he was given money to fly from Pakistan to Doha, Qatar, London, Zurich, back to London, then to New York, observing flight operations. Upon landing at JFK Airport, Khan says he was supposed to go to this taxi stand, find a man in a white prayer cap, and use a code. Khan claims he got cold feet. Instead of meeting his contact, he slipped away, gambled away all his money, and in fear turned himself in and confessed.
I've been to Pakistan. I know about this hijacking, something going on.
For 3 weeks, the FBI in Newark interrogated Khan, created composite drawings of his terrorist trainer and a fellow student. NBC News has learned Khan passed not one, but 2 polygraphs. A former FBI official says Newark agents believed him, but word came from headquarters, quote, return him to London and forget about it.
Another man, Randy Glass, claimed he knew of the coming attacks. Glass was an undercover operative trusted by the U.S. working for the FBI as an informant.
Dateline obtained dozens of tapes of a government informant talking with people about arming terrorists, including this New Jersey man named Dia Moishan.
I'll take you to the border between Afghanistan and Pakistan.
The talk is deadly serious.
I'll kill him. I'll kill you.
And there's no attempt to conceal who might ultimately receive the weapons.
He is very connected to the Taliban. You know who supplies him with money? Who? Yeah. Osama bin Laden.
The conversations were recorded by Randy Glass, a con man in trouble with the law who offered to go undercover and pose as a weapons dealer.
The cover story was that I had people that were stealing these military weapons. From the U.S. military. Correct, from the U.S. military.
The investigation, which ran from 1998 to June 2001, was orchestrated by agents from the Florida offices of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and the FBI. Randy Glass's undercover work eventually led to a dinner meeting in New York with a mysterious man from Pakistan named R.G. Abbas, who Glass says made no attempt to hide his feelings for Americans.
He told me that Americans were the enemy, and he looked around the restaurant and he said, we would have no problem with blowing up this entire restaurant. We would have no problem blowing up this entire restaurant because it's full of Americans.
And Glass says Abbas's people wanted to buy all sorts of weapons, even components for a nuclear weapon.
They inquired if it was available.
And you said?
Yes.
And they responded?
They were interested.
Today, in a phone conversation with Dateline, Abbas denied trying to buy weapons. But Dick Stoltz, one of the federal agents who worked on the case, said the people he was dealing with meant business. You had to realize that the people being talked about as customers for these weapons were the most wanted terrorists in the world.
That's correct.
Bin Laden.
Correct.
Did you think they were serious?
Oh, absolutely.
Glass recorded his meetings, and on July 22, 1999, he wiretapped a meeting at the Tribeca Grill with an arms buyer, Raja Ghulam Abbas.
During the course of the conversation, I asked him exactly what his intentions were. After dinner, as we walked outside, he pointed in the direction of the World Trade Center and said, those towers are coming down.
Randy Glass became so concerned about what he was learning during his work as an informant that he wrote a letter to Senator Bob Graham.
Francis X. Taylor told Randy Glass, we know all about planes being flown into the World Trade Center. Randy Glass hadn't mentioned planes. He had mentioned a threat that he knew about from these Pakistani spies who were trying to buy arms on the international market. So Randy Glass really starts freaking out. He starts faxing Senator Bob Graham and other people this information. And you can see this in my book. Here, let me grab a copy here. This is something I put in the book on the inside back cover in orange is a facsimile of the actual fax that Randy Glass was trying to fax at that time. And it's a pretty amazing document. You know, he said something like, I know I'm way in over my head here, but this thread that I know about, the thing that the State Department said about planes being used, you know, even the agents I'm working with are really concerned, and please have somebody call me.
On file and dated July 16, 2001, 2 months before 9/11, Glass writes to Graham, "Please tell me what is going on. I've told you repeatedly about my terrorist case, the sophisticated weapon system, nuclear components, the targets of blowing up the World Trade Center, and who knows what else. These people hate Americans. This information I've gotten from the State Department about the airplanes being used."
I had been threatened by FBI agent Steve Burdowski that if I mentioned any of that, I would be charged with obstruction of justice.
Abbas turned out to be a Pakistani ISI agent. Yet again, another intelligence asset connected to al-Qaeda. Senator Bob Graham stated he was surprised to see foreign governments involved in the attacks.
But also I was surprised at the evidence that there were foreign governments involved in facilitating the activities of at least some of the terrorists in the United States. I am stunned that we have not done a better job of pursuing that to determine if other terrorists received similar support, and even more important, if the infrastructure of a foreign government assisting terrorists still exists for the current generation of terrorists who are here planning the next plots. To me, that is a extremely significant issue, and most of that information is classified, I think overly classified. I believe the American people should know the extent of the challenge that we face in terms of foreign government involvement, and that would motivate the government to take action.
Are you suggesting that you are convinced that there was a state sponsor behind 9/11?
I think there is very compelling evidence that at least some of the terrorists were assisted, not just in financing, although that was part of it, by a sovereign foreign government, and that we have been derelict in our duty to track that down, make the further case, or find evidence that would indicate that that is not true, and we can look for other reasons why the terrorists were able to function so effectively in the United States.
And do you think that will ever become public? Which countries are talking about?
It'll become public at some point when it's turned over to the archives, but that's 20 or 30 years from now. We need to have this information now because it's relevant to the threat that the people of the United States are facing today.
But the 9/11 Commission maintained that no foreign governments were involved in the attacks. What is the Pakistani connection, and why doesn't the public know more about it? Why does Bob Graham act so surprised when he was warned by both Dr. David Graham and Randy Glass about Pakistan's operational involvement in 9/11? Now remember, Porter Goss was also warned by Dr. David Graham. Is it just a coincidence that these were the only two men that were warned and also happened to be conveniently sitting aboard the congressional inquiry that investigated 9/11 that gave the public the official story? They sat in command of the congressional inquiry with Nancy Pelosi.
It took us 9 months to do all of our work, have our hearings, interview our witnesses, write the report, and it took 6 months for the administration to agree to some level of declassification. The report is overclassified. That is a disservice to the American people.
There are just pages of blank here that the committee's left out.
A number of September 11th families are angry at the U.S. government, and information withheld from the report on Congress's investigation of the attacks is just the starting point.
The cover-up.
William Doyle lost his oldest son, 25-year-old Joseph, a trader for Cantor Fitzgerald.
Nothing.
Doyle says all these empty pages are about the role of Saudi Arabia. The White House, which took 7 months to screen the document for sensitive material, deleted the information, he says, because the government wants to keep Saudi Arabia's support for the terrorists secret.
There's so many oil dealings and what have you, and I honestly believe that they do not want that to come out in the wash.
After reading the report, Doyle says that the INS is to blame too, that the hijackers never should have been allowed to stay in the country. He tempers his anger, reflecting by a shrine for his son. 2 years after the fact, the report doesn't seem to offer closure. Instead, a new opening and a very raw wound.
The much-anticipated report was more than 800 pages long. But since it was released this past summer, most of the attention has focused on 28 of those pages. One chapter that is almost completely redacted. ordered classified by the White House and blacked out to the public.
And because they're classified, I can't tell you what's in those pages. I can tell you that the chapter deals with information that our committees found in FBI and CIA files that was very disturbing. It had to do with sources of foreign support for the hijackers, or alleged sources of foreign support for the hijackers.
Now, I know it is believed and has been reported that many of those 27 or 28 redacted pages deal with the Saudi relationship to the hijackers, but
That's what the press has said. I haven't said that.
Every nation in every region now has a decision to make. Either you are with us or you are with the terrorists.
By then, the Bush administration knew that despite years of Saudi reassurance, 15 of the 19 hijackers had been Saudi nationals. So in the terrible aftermath of September 11th, surely it was now time to track down those who provided money and support for 9/11 wherever they might be. Right? Wrong again, according to former CIA insider Robert Baer.
When George W. Bush says, terrorists, those who harbor them, those who give support to them, are our enemies. That's obviously not true, because everybody that financed September 11th is currently in Saudi Arabia and free. I mean, it was sort of like if bin Laden had said, well, you know, it's just a coincidence my guys happened to run into your towers. Are we just going to leave him alone?
Not all the money that financed the attacks came from Saudi Arabia, although the majority of it did. Not surprisingly, another source of the funding came from Pakistan. It was reported in the Times of India that a $100,000 wire transfer took place between Omar Sheikh, an ISI agent, and Muhammad Atta, ringleader of the 9/11 attacks. Omar Sheikh was ordered through the ISI to transfer the funds by the ISI chief, General Mahmoud Ahmed. Was this detected by the United States? Well, Senior Vice President of Anti-Money Laundering at Corporate Risk International, Dennis Ormel, was responsible for anti-money laundering and terrorist financing services. Dennis retired from the FBI following 28 years of service as a special agent. Yes, right out on the front end, they wired over $100,000 in to Mr. Atta a year ago, and we are aware of that. And we tracked that back to accounts in the United Arab Emirates. Deputy Director of the FBI, John Pistole, stated that the FBI conducted a detailed financial investigation analysis of the 19 hijackers and their support network following the September 11th attacks. A continuing investigation, in coordination with the Pent Bomb team, has traced the origin of the funding of 9/11 back to the financial accounts in Pakistan.
Suspected hijacker Mohammed Atta received wire transfers via Pakistan and then distributed the cash via money orders bought here in Florida. A senior law enforcement source tells CNN the man sending the money to Atta is believed to be Ahmed Umar Saeed Sheikh.
He reportedly is controlling certain aspects of the financial transactions of the Al-Qaeda network.
Once a standout student at the London School of Economics, the British-born son of Pakistani parents speaks 5 languages.
Ahmad Omar Saeed Sheikh, the ISI agent who wired the money to Muhammad Atta, had many aliases, but he became widely known for being accused of kidnapping and beheading Wall Street journalist Daniel Pearl. The chief of the ISI who ordered the wire transfer to Muhammad Atta, General Mahmoud Ahmed, was actually visiting Washington the week of 9/11, arriving exactly 1 week before September 11th. The general met with Pentagon, White House, National Security Council, and CIA officials.
Are you aware of the reports at the time that ISI chief was in Washington on September 11th, and on September 10th, $100,000 was wired from Pakistan to these groups here in this area? And why he was here? Was meeting with you or anybody in the administration?
I have not seen that report, and he was certainly not meeting with me. Yes.
As for Omar Saeed Sheikh, he was found to be Pakistani ISI, the CIA's counterpart in Pakistan.
Arresting officer A.K. Jain says under questioning, Omar Sheikh admitted he was supported by the Pakistan government's intelligence service, the ISI.
He had told me that.
He admitted to you.
Oh, yes.
And after his release, it was very clear that he was provided protection and safe haven in Pakistan with the direct support, with the knowledge, and obviously with the connivance of the Pakistani intelligence.
On the very morning of 9/11, General Mahmoud Ahmed, one of the financiers of the attacks, was at a breakfast meeting on Capitol Hill, hosted by, guess who? Senator Bob Graham and Representative Porter Goss, the chairman of the Senate and House Intelligence Committees. Now remember, Senator Bob Graham and Representative Porter Goss, who were warned by Dr. David Graham and FBI informant Randy Glass about the very clear Saudi and Pakistani involvement, and these two men are hosting a meeting with one of the financiers of the attack, Pakistani ISI chief, on the morning of the attacks, watching them take place together. And it was these two men that would later head the congressional inquiry with Nancy Pelosi that gave the public the official story of 9/11, and conveniently left the information out about these foreign governments. 2 days after the attacks on the Twin Towers in the Pentagon on September 13th, Joseph Biden, chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee at the time and current vice president, also met with the ISI chief. When asked about the ISI funding of 9/11 and the Taliban, he stated that it was classified.
How did you know the ISI was helping the Taliban, sir? How did you know they're helping them? Is it a Pakistani ISI, General Muhammad Ahmed? It has since come to light that he ordered Saeed Sheikh to wire $100,000 to Muhammad Atta. Why was he allowed to go back to Pakistan, and why wasn't he questioned, and why were you meeting with him?
I met with him to deliver a message that if he didn't stop supporting the Taliban, we would take him out.
What is the importance of covering up Pakistan's role? Perhaps one should look back at 1979. The Pakistani ISI is the CIA's counterpart in Pakistan and was the CIA cutout which created, communicated, and financed the Mujahideen during the U.S. covert war with the Soviets in Afghanistan. Dan Rather of CBS News, Bin Laden was in a military hospital in Rawalpindi, Pakistan, one day before the 9/11 attacks on September 10th.
CBS News has been told that the night before the September 11th terrorist attack, Osama bin Laden was in Pakistan. He was getting medical treatment with the support of the very military that days later pledged its backing for the U.S. war on terror in Afghanistan. Pakistan intelligence sources tell CBS News that bin Laden was spirited into this military hospital in Rawalpindi for kidney dialysis treatment. On that night, says this medical worker who wanted her identity protected, they moved out all the regular staff in the urology department and sent in a secret team to replace them. She says it was treatment for a very special person. The special team was obviously up to no good. The military had him surrounded, says this hospital employee who also wanted his identity masked. And I saw the mysterious patient helped out of a car. Since that time, he says, I have seen many pictures of the man. He is the man we know as Osama bin Laden. I also heard two Army officers talking to each other. They were saying that Osama bin Laden had to be watched carefully and looked after.
Interestingly, ironically, whatever you want to call it, the World Trade Center just hired 2 weeks ago the head of the FBI's National Security Division for Counterterrorism in New York to augment and take over their security.
It is our greatest resource. We talk about all of the high-tech things that the FBI has, all of the tools in our arsenal, and the greatest tool that we have is our employees, the men and women that come in and day out and work long, hard hours to accomplish their missions and their tasks, and to do it under the rule of law, to do it every single day, to protect people's constitutional rights, their civil rights, but at the same time protect them from all of the bad things that are out there.
On August 22, 2001, FBI agent John O'Neill resigned from the Bureau, citing repeated obstruction of his investigations into al-Qaeda. Former FBI Deputy Director John O'Neill wanted to investigate the terrorists who were planning to blow up the trade towers on 9/11, but he was prevented from doing so by President George Bush. Bush signed Presidential Directive W199I, making it a crime to investigate or hinder the operations of one Abdullah bin Laden in any way.
Bush had put limits on investigation by our intelligence agencies on investigating the money behind the terrorists before September 11th, because Saudi Arabia is the source of almost all the funding. And you could not touch the guys that were giving the money to make al-Qaeda operate. Now, a lot of this, we believe, was determined in the meeting in Paris in 1996. The Khobar towers were attacked within Saudi Arabia. 19 American military people were killed while they were sleeping. That was al-Qaeda. He's, rather than go after these guys and capture them, basically went to them and said, how much does it cost for you to go play in Afghanistan instead, or in Uzbekistan? And by the way, it's not just paying them protection money to get lost. They actually wanted al-Qaeda to spread the word of Wahhabism and sell to Central Asian republics the kind of vicious, small-minded, feudal state that they have in Saudi Arabia. Of course, Al-Qaeda's vision was that it's not feudal enough and it's not terrible enough. I even have the documents from the FBI, secret documents that were dropped off by FBI agents. This document is marked secret and WF, which means it walked its way out of the Washington Bureau of the FBI. It indicates that before the attack of September 11th, agents had wanted to question two members of a very powerful family for their connections to a suspected terrorist organization, Omar and Abdullah bin Laden. But the agents weren't allowed to. Now, what makes this family so special that they're protected from investigation?
This followed previous orders to abandon an investigation of bin Laden relatives in 1996 by Bill Clinton, and difficulties in investigating Saudi royalty. President Clinton was already hindering investigations by protecting Saudi interests during the 1990s. His approach to terror was weak. However, where Clinton said go slow, Bush policymakers said no go. The difference is between closing one eye and closing them both. No one would be allowed to pursue certain Saudis and Pakistanis, many of which were involved in the September 11th attacks. In Washington, politicians jumped to the claim that anyone harboring or supporting terrorists should be pursued. But when it comes to some powerful individuals in these two countries, a blind eye is turned. The issue rarely raised by reporters. Disgusted and angry at both the Bush and Clinton administrations, FBI agent John O'Neill ended his career by resigning office. John O'Neill was given a new career as Deputy of Security at the World Trade Center in New York City for the private security team of the leaseholder of the building, Larry Silverstein.
Did you recruit John O'Neill into Kroll? No. Who did?
He didn't work for Kroll.
Who did he work for?
He worked for the FBI and then went to work for Larry Silverstein.
But I thought Kroll had the contract to do security at the World Trade Center, and I thought John O'Neill's first day at the job was on 9/11.
And I joked with him. I said, well, that'll be an easy job. They're not going to bomb that place again. And he said, well, actually, he immediately came back and he said, no, actually, they've always wanted to finish that job. I think they're going to try again.
Silverstein had its own security company? How did this work?
No, Silverstein had his own people that worked on security. He had a whole security staff there.
Okay.
On the night of September 10th, John O'Neill did what he loved doing, and he did it from his favorite table at Elaine's.
We left about 2:30. John gave me a big bear hug and said, I'll see you tomorrow. And John went home, and that was the last I saw him.
Little did John O'Neill know that his first day on the job would also be the last day of his life on Earth. This seemed very convenient for Osama bin Laden because the one individual who stands tall among those intelligence and law enforcement officers who were aggressively pursuing the criminal network that would carry out 9/11 was counterterrorism top man John O'Neill. Ever since the first World Trade Center bombing in 1993, O'Neill's pursuit of Osama bin Laden and al-Qaeda had been hindered, as the biography of his book detailed. After further terrorist attacks at the Khobar Towers barracks in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia, the U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, and the USS Cole in Aden Harbor, O'Neill's biggest problem was not al-Qaeda. It was resistance from top officials inside the United States government.
John O'Neill was the chief investigator of the USS Cole bombing.
On October 12, 2000, the USS Cole was reportedly blown up by two men who approached the warship in a small boat. It was recently reported that the suspects involved in the USS Cole bombing have escaped Yemeni prisons by tunneling their way out.
During the trial where a Yemeni court convicted him of murdering 17 American sailors, Jamal al-Badawi showed no remorse, only defiance. Sentenced to death for his role in the bombing of the USS Cole, al-Badawi's sentence was later reduced to 15 years in prison. Now, barely 15 months into that sentence at a prison outside Yemen's capital, Sana'a, he and 22 other prisoners, including at least 13 convicted al-Qaeda terrorists, have escaped through a 150-yard tunnel dug under the prison wall. Today, Interpol issued a global security alert calling al-Badawi and the other escapees a clear and present danger to all countries.
In his pursuit of al-Qaeda, O'Neill, according to people who worked closely with him, began to have serious concerns over complicity by those inside the Clinton and Bush administrations. There was the mysterious theft in the summer of 2000 of his briefcase at a Tampa hotel during a retirement seminar where the only participants were 150 other FBI agents.
O'Neill attended a conference of other agents in Florida.
We were meeting in Bal Harbor at the Marriott. John came in. He is just, I don't remember seeing John as distraught as he was this night. What has happened? Told me he left his briefcase in this room of 150 FBI agents and got a phone call. Couldn't hear on his cell phone, so he just walked outside to take his call. Walked back in, his briefcase was gone. He was completely freaked.
O'Neill's bag contained classified documents.
In the briefcase were a few classified emails and a classified document called the Annual Field Office Report, a summary of the New York FBI's Office Counterterrorist and Counterintelligence Operations, including one very sensitive investigation being conducted by another New York counterintelligence FBI special agent, Michael Dick. After the incident, whoever stole O'Neill's briefcase had found out what O'Neill knew about both al-Qaeda and their Israeli shadows. John O'Neill's FBI colleague, Mike Dick, aggressively investigated the Israeli ring before and after 9/11. Like O'Neill, he soon found himself removed from his duties on the orders of the then head of the Justice Department's criminal division, Michael Chertoff. Dick was very suspicious when Israeli movers quickly moved Zim American-Israeli Shipping Company out of its 10,000 square foot office on the 17th floor of the North Tower. The partially Israeli state-owned firm fortified a $50,000 security deposit when it terminated its lease and vacated the building 1 week prior to 9/11. Could there have been communications of the coming attacks with the Israeli spy ring? These are questions which the 9/11 Commission never sought answers to. Evidence that other Israelis had been forewarned several hours before the attacks surfaced on an Israeli instant messaging service known as Odago. At least 2 Israeli-based employees of Odago received warnings of an imminent attack in New York City, more than 2 hours before the first plane hit the World Trade Center. Odago had its U.S. headquarters 2 blocks from the World Trade Center. The Odago employees, however, did not pass the warning on to the authorities in New York City.
In tonight's report, we learned that the concern about phone security extends to another company founded in Israel that provides the technology that the U.S. government uses for electronic eavesdropping.
The company is Comverse Infosys, a subsidiary of an Israeli-run private telecommunications firm with offices throughout the U.S. It provides wiretapping equipment for law enforcement. Here's how wiretapping works in the U.S. Every time you make a call, it passes through the nation's elaborate network of switchers and routers run by the phone companies. Custom computers and software made by companies like Comverse are tied into that network to intercept, record, and store the wiretapped calls, and at the same time transmit them to investigators. The manufacturers have continuing access to the computers so they can service them and keep them free of glitches. But the complaint about this system is that the wiretap computer programs made by Comverse have in effect a back door through which wiretaps themselves can be intercepted by unauthorized parties. It is the FBI's office in Quantico, Virginia that has jurisdiction over awarding contracts and buying intercept equipment. And for years, they've thrown much of the business to Comverse. A handful of former U.S. law enforcement officials involved in awarding Comverse government contracts over the years now work for the company. Numerous sources say some of those individuals were asked to leave government service under what knowledgeable sources call troublesome circumstances that remain under administrative review within the Justice Department. And what troubles investigators most, particularly in New York in the counterterrorism investigation of the World Trade Center attack, is that on a number of cases, suspects that they had sought to wiretap and surveil immediately changed their telecommunications processes. They started acting much differently as soon as those supposedly secret wiretaps went into place. Brett?
Carl, is there any reason to suspect in this instance that the Israeli government is involved?
There are growing instincts and an awful lot of law enforcement officials in a variety of agencies who suspect that and have begun compiling evidence and a highly classified investigation into precisely that possibility.
James Bamford, the famous investigative reporter who declassified Operation Northwoods, the top-secret military plan to attack the United States with false flag terror to influence a war with Cuba in the early 1960s, recently released a new book detailing that Israel's booming high-tech industry is a branch of the Mossad. After 9/11, many Israelis were rounded up in a spy ring that was discovered.
Some U.S. investigators believe that there are Israelis again very much engaged in spying in and on the U.S., who may have known things they didn't tell us before September 11th.
Since September 11th, more than 60 Israelis have been arrested or detained, either under the new Patriot anti-terrorism law or for immigration violations. A handful of active Israeli military were among those detained, according to investigators, who say some of the detainees also failed polygraph questions when asked about alleged surveillance activities against and in the United States. Investigators suspect that the Israelis may have gathered intelligence about the attacks in advance and not shared it. A highly placed investigator said there are, quote, tie-ins, but when asked for details, he flatly refused to describe them, saying, quote, evidence linking these Israelis to 911 is classified. I cannot tell you about evidence that has been gathered. It's classified information. Numerous classified documents obtained by Fox News indicate that even prior to September 11th, as many as 140 other Israelis had been detained or arrested in a secretive and sprawling investigation into suspected espionage by Israelis in the United States. Investigators from numerous government agencies are part of a working group that's been compiling evidence since the mid-90s. These documents detail hundreds of incidents in cities and towns across the country that investigators say, quote, may well be an organized intelligence gathering activity.
The art students were also shadowing the very same Arab cells that would later carry out the 9/11 attacks.
Documents say they, quote, targeted and penetrated military bases, the DEA, FBI, and dozens of other government facilities, and even secret offices and unlisted private homes of law enforcement and intelligence personnel. Why would Israelis spy in and on the U.S.? A General Accounting Office investigation referred to Israel as Country A and said, quote, according to a U.S. intelligence agency, the government of Country A conducts the most aggressive espionage operation against the U.S. of any U.S. ally.
On March 22nd and 27th in 2002, DEA agents arrested 5 Israelis in the Oak Hills apartment complex in Irving, Texas. A $10,000 bond for Michael Gall was placed by Ophir Bayer, an employee of the Israeli telecommunications firm Amdocs, a firm with operational access to the telephones being used by FBI agents John O'Neill, Michael Dick, and the DEA agents involved in tracking the Saudi mafia drug shipments being used to support various terrorist cells in the United States and abroad.
We learn about an Israeli-based private communications company for whom a half dozen of those 60 detained suspects worked.
Fox News has learned that some American terrorism investigators fear certain suspects in the September 11th attacks may have managed to stay ahead of them by knowing who and when investigators are calling on the telephone. How? By obtaining and analyzing data that's generated every time someone in the U.S. makes a phone call.
What city and state, please?
Here's how the system works. Most directory assistance calls and virtually all call records and billing in the U.S. are done for the phone companies by Amdocs Limited, an Israeli-based private telecommunications company. Amdocs has contracts with the 25 biggest phone companies in America and more worldwide. It is virtually impossible to make a call on normal phones without generating an Amdocs record of it. In 1999, the super-secret National Security Agency, headquartered in Northern Maryland, issued what's called a top-secret, sensitive, compartmentalized information report, TSSCI, warning that records of calls in the United States were getting into foreign hands, in Israel in particular. Asked this week about another sprawling investigation and the detention of 60 Israelis since September 11th, the Bush administration treated the questions like hot potatoes.
I would just refer you to the Department of Justice with it. I'm not familiar with the report. I'm aware that some Israeli citizens have been detained. With respect to why they are being detained and the other aspects of your question, whether it's because they are in intelligence services or what they were doing, I will defer to the Department of Justice and the FBI to answer that.
Special Agent Dick, who worked closely with O'Neill, had discovered a troubling ring of Israeli movers operating in New York and New Jersey, many of whom had past connections to Israeli intelligence and military demolition units.
The majority of those questioned, quote, stated they served in military intelligence, electronic surveillance intercept, and/or explosive ordnance units.
Dominic Suter was the head of Urban Moving Systems. This appears to be the base of operations for two white vans with the same rear license plates that were seen parked in the Doric Apartments near Patterson Plank Road and at Liberty State Park at the same time the first plane struck the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Few Americans know the story of the Israelis caught filming the World Trade Center before the first plane struck. CIA agent Robert Baer stated that it was confirmed that the Israelis were filming the World Trade Center before the first plane struck.
Someone mentioned in there that you had said something real quickly about someone should write a book about the white van. What did you mean by that?
Well, there was an incident where there was a white van in New Jersey across from the World Trade Center, and 5 Israelis, probably Mossad, were giving the high five after the World Trade Center was hit. The investigation was taken away at the Justice Department from terrorism and put in national security, completely sealed off. If you can look at it benignly, it was the Israelis stumbled across this, didn't believe it, or worse. I just don't know, but the parameters of people knew about this of 9/11 in advance are there, and they need to be investigated.
Is it possible that these Mossad assets were in place in New Jersey in order to film the first hit? And there's actually a lot of reports that they were there set up before the first plane hit.
They were set up before the first plane
So
hit.
you can confirm that? That's true.
Yeah, they were set up there before.
Carl, what about this question of advanced knowledge of what was going to happen on 9/11? How clear are investigators that some Israeli agents may have known something?
Well, it's very explosive information, obviously, and there's a great deal of evidence that they say they have collected, none of it necessarily conclusive. It's more when they put it all together. A bigger question, they say, is how could they not have known? Almost a direct quote, Britt.
After the collisions, the Israelis were seen dancing, and police were called to the scene for suspicions of involvement in the attacks. The Israelis were seen jumping and cheering, taking pictures of themselves in front of the burning towers.
My binoculars, and I could see the towers from my window.
And this is where I'm looking, and all of a sudden, down there, I see this van parked, and I see 3 guys on top of the van, and I could see that they were like happy. They didn't look shocked to me. They didn't look shocked. I thought it was very strange.
Amazingly enough, we have found the moving company where the 5 Israelis worked.
Was this building being used as a front for some kind of Israeli intelligence operation that possibly was doing surveillance on the Arab American community? Were there men celebrating or slapping 5s or whatever?
Some of the guys were kind of happy that, they were smiling. It wasn't like something, out of terror. And I think some of the people saw them up on the roof from that building over there and reported them to the police.
We had received an all points bulletin, and I just happened to see the van, hollered over to my lieutenant, I think that could be the van. We checked it out, and it was. We were all on edge, obviously, so I really wasn't looking to make friends with these people, and neither were the officers that I were with. Once we started talking to them, they were pretty much like, hey, we're not against you, we're with you.
The Israelis were, for a moment, in the gossip spotlight in Israel and were invited on an Israeli talk show.
And at that point, we were taken for another round of questioning, this time related to our allegedly being members of Mossad. The fact of the matter is, we are coming from a country that experiences terror daily. Our purpose was to document the event.
The 5 Israelis were detained for 10 weeks and finally deported on immigration violations after the FBI cleared them of any involvement in 9/11.
The details of the Israelis who worked for the moving company were not well reported to the rest of the country, and little known is the stories of the vans which were stopped with explosives found in them, as well as vans which were reportedly blown up. Reports of vans packed with explosives were confirmed at the World Trade Center on September 11, 2001.
Alluded to a report that there had been a van loaded with some explosives stopped near the George Washington Bridge.
About earlier, we had heard that an FBI spokesperson said that there was a report on the George Washington Bridge, which is another facility which you folks are responsible for policing. A report that there had been a van stopped there that had explosives.
2 or 3 men arrested on the New Jersey Parkway. Deborah, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. That is the information that I am getting from 2 sources, that there was a van either on the New Jersey Turnpike or the Garden State Parkway, and that it was near the George Washington Bridge. There were 2 or 3 men who were in the van. The van was pulled over. It is not clear why the van was pulled over, but when it was, law enforcers found tons of explosives inside of the van.
Now, WCBS TV News in New York is reporting 2 people arrested by the FBI in a truck with explosives under the George Washington Bridge. The GW Bridge spans the Hudson River connecting New York City and New Jersey.
Do you know anything about those extra explosions we heard?
No, I do not.
Were they car bombs?
I have no idea, ma'am.
Are you being told that we're going to have to move out of this area as well?
I was not told anything relative to that.
What about the sewers? Are they looking for bombs in sewers?
All non-essential personnel. That's all I can tell you.
Okay, obviously.
Mayor Rudy Giuliani now speaking again.
I'm hopeful that we'll be able to rescue some more people. I have no idea how many others, but at least there's some hope that we'll be able to get some people out. We have been able to get 2 people out who have been identified as Port Authority police officers.
And word late tonight that 2 suspects are in FBI custody after a truckload of explosives was discovered around the George Washington Bridge. That bridge links New York to New Jersey over the Hudson River. Whether the discovery of those explosives has anything to do with other events today is unclear, but the FBI has 2 suspects in hand, said the truck load of explosives, enough explosives were in the truck to do great damage to the George Washington Bridge. But they arrested the 2 suspects and they're questioning them as we speak.
It was this evidence that caused the agency to speculate that a van packed with explosives was parked in the garage, which was also detonated to help weaken the structure.
About a block and a half away from the site of where the explosion was. That area has just been evacuated because police have found what they described as a suspicious device
and they fear that it might be something that could lead to another explosion. Obviously, there's a real sense of caution here on the part of police. I spoke with some police officials moments ago, Chris, and they told me that they have reason to believe that one of the explosions at the World Trade Center, aside from the ones that may have been caused by the impact of the plane with the building, may have been caused by a van that was parked in the building that may have had some type of explosive device in it.
Joining me is Jack Kelly. Now, he is a foreign correspondent, war correspondent, and just came back from Israel. He has some information about these attacks. Jack, what can you tell us happened first in New York?
Apparently, what appears to happen was that at the same time two planes hit the building, that the FBI most likely thinks that there was a car or truck packed with explosives underneath the buildings, which also exploded at the same time and brought both of them down.
Now, that's the first time we're hearing that. So 2 planes and explosives that were in the building. Is that correct?
That is the working theory at this point.
I've heard reports of secondary explosions after the aircraft impacted, whether in fact there wasn't something else at the base of the towers that in fact were the coup de grace to bring them to the ground.
In the police radio recordings released to the public, reports of vans were confirmed.
Good evening. The tapes offer a chilling record of terror and heroism.
There were many calls like these.
City Police 385. We have a white van. Three guys in there. They look like counter civilians and going around the building. There's a minivan heading towards the Howard Tunnel. I see the guy by North Airport mixing some drugs, and he has no street uniform. He has what? He's dressed like an Arab.
One officer reports a van actually exploding and his needing assistance.
We have both suspects under K. We have the suspects who drove the van exploded. We have both of them under K. Let's get some help over here.
Now, I'm sending you here, shooter. I just want to make sure you and your guys are all right over there, K. That's all. What's the location, right, K?
Put them up. You know, we have both Hillcrest driven that exploded. Is that correct?
Hillary, no, I gotta go.
They're pulling him away. Let me tell you what's happening. They're pulling him away. They're taking away Lieutenant Sam Esposito. They just, it was an officer.
Ladies.
Papers block away, came running out of the office when he saw what was happening, and has told us a very compelling story. We were trying to get him on tape. He really should not have been out of the hospital, but said he actually needed a cup of coffee, and that's why he walked out. But his story was that he ran in. He went into the daycare center, which really hasn't been mentioned very much, on the second floor of one of the World Trade Center buildings. And the good news, he said, was there was nobody in that center, but he made his way up. He pulled people out with him as they resisted, and then there was an explosion. He said car exploding outside, knocked him unconscious, and he was rescued himself by a firefighter.
We're obviously having a bit of trouble right now maintaining our location because we just heard one more explosion. That's about the 4th one we've heard. The police are telling us they're either car bombs.
Another radio communication confirms that a van was pulled over for having a mural on the side of it, depicting a plane flying into the World Trade Center. A remote-controlled one.
One of those remote-controlled planes filled with explosives. And find the message of the plane. He advised us real hot zone, Central. Get an updated plane. Central, I got a message on that plane. It's a big truck with a mural painted of an airplane diving into New York City and exploding. I don't know what's in the truck. The truck is in between 6th and 7th on King Street. All right, Central, I'll send the issue in the bomb squad there for West King. That's fine. With a mural painted, airplane diving into New York, blowing up. 2 men got out of the truck, ran away from it. We got those people under.
Reference to the mural van was also made in the February 2006 Norman Mineta report. The report was titled, Saving City Lifelines, Lessons Learned from the 9/11 Attacks. The report stated, there were continuing moments of alarm. A panel truck with a painting of a plane flying into the World Trade Center was stopped near the temporary command post. It proved to be rented to a group of ethnic Middle Eastern people who did not speak English. Fearing that it might be a truck bomb, the New York City Police Department immediately evacuated the area, called out the bomb squad, and detained the occupants until a thorough search was made. This might just be the oddest story of 9/11 that is credibly reported. Why are there so many reports of explosives or explosive devices found on 9/11, as well as sub-level explosions, among many other?
Kim White was stuck on the 74th floor of Tower 1.
The doors were locked.
Why?
I have no clue. We sat around for about almost 10 minutes trying to find a door or get somebody with a key.
On 9/11, I had the only master key that opened the doors that rescue people. This is the master key. They call it the key of hope. And basically, I was a janitor. Like I said, on that day, there was an explosion on the basement. And this is prior to the building got hit by the plane. And then the plane hit, and then there was a series of explosions afterwards. And a person comes running into the office saying, explosion, explosion, explosion.
The ladies that are with me were in the World Trade Center in the first building and escaped through the lobby where they report they believe there was a bomb in the lobby.
Our office was on the B1 level. As I was talking to a supervisor at 8:46, and all of a sudden we hear, boom! An explosion so hard that pushed us upwards. And it came from the basement between the B2 level and the B3 level. And when I went to verbalize, we hear, boom! The impact of the plane on the top.
And as we were coming out, we passed the lobby. There was no lobby. So I believe the bomb hit the lobby first. And a couple of seconds.
Right away, a guy from the Port Authority told him the damage was somewhere above the 78th floor. But all you had to do was look around. It was obvious. Something had happened right there in the lobby.
You just saw that all the windows were blown out. The lobby looked like the plane hit the lobby.
And a fireball emerged from the elevator lobby and was coming toward me.
On an elevator, the glass just flames exploded out the front of the World Trade Center. Glass flew everywhere.
I asked him what happened. What was amazing about his story was that he was in the lobby of World Trade Center 1 when the first plane hit. And when the debris started coming down, he went back to go into the building to protect himself and was in the revolving doors going back in off West Street when he looked up and a fireball came flying out, I guess from the elevator shafts, that's what he seemed to believe, and blew out all the windows and threw him back onto the street.
6th floor, and I was reviewing some work, and it was about 10 to 9, and the building shook. And I felt there was an earthquake, and it didn't bother me because I felt the building could sustain an earthquake. They were built for that. And then there was a huge explosion. The ceiling fell.
He went through the front door of the ground floor, and the lady who was about 3 seconds in front of him was hit by a terrific fireball, and she was horrifically injured. So we went to her assistance. I think he got some sort of tablecloth to put over her. As he was doing that, another explosion happened.
I was in the B4 level. I was assigned to the B3 level, but I had to do something in the B4 sheet metal shop. So I went in the sheet metal shop, do what I had to do, and on my way, I heard a bomb. So I says, probably the transformer again blew up. So I stepped back, finished what I had to finish, and I started towards the door again. And there come a big blast with a big ball of fire. And that's when I got hit. It hit me right back down on the ground, and I realized that my ankle was shattered.
We then were talking about the day's work and what needed to be done when we heard a massive explosion that was in the World Trade Center at about 8:46 a.m. in the morning. The explosion came from, I believe, at first we believed that it came from the mechanical room. And then we heard a series of other explosions that sounded up on the above levels of the building, to where we then realized that there was something wrong and there was a major problem.
What happened was I was down in the basement. All of a sudden we heard a loud bang.
We ran down the steps to the lobby. There was no lobby. Everything was torn up.
and even the turnstile was burnt and it was sticking up, and they just told us to run.
My boss ran out of the office. He said one thing, run. Everybody just ran. And we ran down the stairs. They told us to come back up the stairs. And we were like, come back up the stairs. Are you crazy? So we continued down the stairs. We came outside in the lobby. There was no lobby. The lobby was totally gone.
Did you see other people?
People. There was a woman there with her face blown off.
I just thought something, because I know that the loading dock is on B1. That's 3 floors above me. I just assumed that a car or something exploded on B1 or something got delivered and something big and heavy fell over. You just knew it was something big because, you know, I can't even imagine living in San Francisco or earthquakes, but when the floor is moving underneath you and everything is just happening and smoke, and as I ran into the parking lots, you know, I mean, everybody's screaming. I actually helped somebody get to a staircase that had a broken leg. There was a lot of smoke down there. There was a lot of people screaming. People came with us running up the ramps. We wanted to get help for the people that couldn't move down there. I mean, I know people that got killed in the basement. I know people that got broken legs in the basement. People that got reconstructive surgery because the walls hit them in the face. And I know
We have someone in the area who's seen some of this happen. George Shea is on the telephone. George, tell me what your vantage point is and what do you know about this place?
I'm on West Street, right out of the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, and I was driving in, and I heard an enormous explosion. Then I heard another enormous explosion.
If that, I don't doubt that. The planes were there. The plane hit the building. But before, and one of the experiences that I said, even when I was pulled from the rubble on 9/11, is that there was an initial explosion on the sub-level number 2, B2. There were 6 sub-levels in the building prior to the plane hitting the building. And I believe that was an explosion set up by explosive to actually weaken the foundation.
And nothing will ever change your mind that you think?
I was there. I saved people. I actually have the people available for the 9/11 commission. That was the commission that was created to investigate this. They were never called, not even once. They're still available 5 years after. And the government came out with an official story that went against our experience on that day.
So the building's on fire, and I'm noticing there's no police yet. There's no fire trucks, and it's been a couple minutes, and I'm not sure that they seem like really long minutes. So as I'm in traffic, and the traffic is kind of creeping up, and people are driving away, and people are getting out of their cars, I got to a point where I can't go forward anymore, so I had to make a left turn. Some people were turning around, but I was concerned because at that point, it wasn't a terrorist attack. It's a tragic accident. My friends are up there, people I work with, so I was just going with the flow, I guess, at that point. And I was between World Trade Center 7 and World Trade Center 6 on Vesey Street. And when the South Tower event happened, it happened from my blind side because I was on the north side of the South Tower. So what you see from my side is a big orange explosion and fire and debris raining down, and I've got the top down. And at the same time, that it's registering that that's not an accident from that. I see flashes going off in World Trade Center 6, which was, as you come to learn later, the U.S. Customs House and the Department of Labor, and that there's a big crater that goes through that all the way down into the subway. So anyway, that's Building 6.
Jamie Gangel, I just want to say that some of the descriptions coming from eyewitnesses in lower Manhattan of these explosions occurring are chilling. One man talked about getting off a PATH train, that's a subway train.
Just get out of the tunnel in the blue.
The subway tunnel?
Yeah.
These twin sisters, visiting from Alabama and Georgia, met in New York to share their 40th birthday. They were having coffee in the World Trade Center when the first plane struck.
And all of a sudden it sounded like, I don't know where the subway is, but it sounded like a subway collision, a bomb. And it was just pounding, boom, boom, boom. And I literally thought the subway had exploded. And
did you see what happened? What happened?
Well, I was in the PATH train, and there was a huge explosion sound. Everyone came out.
Tell us what you saw when you exited the subway station due to a lack of smoke. Eileen.
It was very smoky, and then we exited on Church Street out of the PATH train station.
At the time, I was actually in the subway heading towards the World Trade Center right around Franklin Street. And after the first explosion, the subway station started to fill with smoke. The subway cars started to fill with smoke, and the subways actually stopped.
If you wish to bring anybody who's ever watched a building being demolished on purpose knows that if you're going to do this, you have to get at the at the under infrastructure of a building and bring it down.
Peter?
Yes, Dan.
Reports that devices were found did make it to the airwaves on 9/11, and some original footage confirmed what many investigations uncovered, that some firemen began to pack up and leave just before the towers collapsed because of suspicious devices being found.
Anything else you know that you'd like to add?
Just as I was coming out of the building, I heard somebody sort of ushering people away, and they were saying, "You guys got to get out of here, it's a bomb."
Many thanks, Lindsey Grimm, who saw this occurring at least.
It was a bomb. Bomb in another building. That was a bomb.
There was a secondary explosion, probably a device either planted before.
NBC's Pat Dawson is close to the scene of that attack. Pat, moments ago, I spoke to the chief of safety for the New York City Fire Department. The chief, Albert Turry, told me that he received word of the possibility of a secondary device, that is another bomb going off. He tried to get his men out as quickly as he could, but he said that there was another explosion which took place. And then an hour after the first hit here, with the first crash that took place, he said, there was another explosion that took place in one of the towers here. So obviously, according to his theory, he thinks that there were actually devices that were planted in the building.
Bomb in the building, start clearing out. Sorry, you think the bomb? What'd you say? Bomb in the building, start clearing out. Got it.
First one and then the other, some say after secondary explosions.
And there may have been secondary explosions as well that were detonated in the building by these terrorists.
His comrade was a firefighter, was trapped about 500 feet in under some debris down West Street, and he turned around and said he saw a police officer walking with him carrying a 9mm pistol, and he asked him what he was doing, and he said that there were people in the area that were planting bombs after the planes had flown into the tower, that the bombs apparently, and this is just going on one firefighter told me, police believe that there were bombers that were in the area after the planes hit the towers, planting bombs, and that may have been what caused the further devastation. Are you still with me?
Yes, we're listening to you, Joe. It's just unbelievable what you're telling us.
Federal agencies that were down there do believe that there was some sort of explosive device somewhere else besides the planes hitting.
In fact, Rudy Giuliani received this warning, which is why they started to pack up and leave the area, moving their command post.
And several of them that I talked to 10 minutes, 12 minutes before they died. I was at the command post that the fire department had, and left them to go to the command post that we were establishing.
Did you go immediately to the Office of Emergency Management?
I went down to the scene, and we set up headquarters at 75 Barclay Street, which was right there with the police commissioner, the fire commissioner, the head of emergency management. And we were operating out of there when we were told that the World Trade Center was going to collapse.
Coming over our radio, get out of the area, the second tower is coming down.
They tell you the second tower is coming down?
Yes, it's about to collapse.
Mayor Rudolph Giuliani walked right past me here on Church Street and Duane Street, again about 4 blocks from that area, moving his entourage out of that region, and then just moments later was when the collapse happened.
So people should remain calm, they should remain where they are, except if they are in southern Manhattan. If you're below Canal Street, you should walk out southern Manhattan and walk north.
Then there was all the eyewitness testimony talking about the secondary explosions.
I mean, you had it on 9/11. There were numerous secondary explosions taking place in that building. There were continuous explosions.
when we got down to 6th floor, there was like another shake or another explosion. Everyone started panicking, but
there was another big explosion in the other tower. Flames coming out and this billowing grey smoke. People still not panicking. People not quite understanding what was going on. Then somebody said that they saw an airliner go into one of those towers. Then, an hour later than that, we had that big explosion from much lower. I don't know what on earth caused that.
We heard another explosion, and I'm assuming that's the one that came from the lower level, since there were two. And I said,
right, because it was like 18 minutes apart.
Well, this is the first explosion, and there was a second explosion in the same building. There were two explosions.
Okay.
But then there were other doors that were locked, so we were brought into another floor when there was another explosion, and they finally let us continue to go down.
At 10:30, I tried to leave the building, but as soon as I got outside, I heard a second explosion and another rumble and more smoke and more dust. I ran inside the buildings, the chandelier shook, and again, black smoke filled the air. Within another 5 minutes, we were covered again with more silt and more dust. And then a fire marshal came in and said we had to leave because if there was a third explosion, this building might not last.
3 large explosions were described right before and during the time the towers came down.
Work hours. At that time, maybe 45 minutes into the taping that we were doing, which was maybe a half hour after, it was an explosion. It was way up where the fire was.
Heard a big explosion before the building fell?
I saw it as it was happening, and it sounded as if you had 100 of those little black cat firecrackers and you lit them all off at once. That's what it sounded like. It sounded like the finale of the 4th of July over the East River.
I was about 5 blocks away when I heard explosions, 3 thuds, and turned around to see the building we just got out of. Antenna tip over and fall in on itself.
Trying to get some of the people out, then there's those secondary explosions and then the subsequent collapses.
All of a sudden, it was like bang, 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 like bullet shots. And then all of a sudden, 3 tremendous explosions. And everything started coming down.
One eyewitness was standing among a crowd of people on Church Street 2.5 blocks from the South Tower when he saw a number of brief light sources being emitted from inside the building between floors 10 and 15. He saw about 6 of these flashes accompanied by a crackling sound before the tower collapsed.
I got an eyewitness who said there was an explosion on floor 7-8. 7-8. We just had the other explosion on Warren Street because of the secondary explosion. We've got
Second tower. Just a little bit, you can see right at the bottom of the TV station, TV screen, billowing smoke from a bomb or explosion.
Firefighter Louis Caccioli told People Weekly, "I was taking firefighters up in the elevator to the 24th floor to get into position to evacuate workers. On the last trip up, a bomb went off. We think there were bombs set in the building."
Nobody knew what to do. There was no clear thinking. People were just reacting to kind of save themselves
And
the
this
people
is
around them.
subsequently, you're in the same location when the building comes down.
We made it at least 2 blocks, and we started running. Floor by floor, instead of popping out.
It was if they had detonated.
Yeah,
detonated. They were planned to take down a building. Boom, 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 boom.
Started running. Floor by floor, instead of popping out.
It was if they had detonated.
Yeah,
They were
detonated.
planned to take down a building. Boom, 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 boom.
As if a demolition team set off. When you see the old demolitions of these old buildings, it folded down on itself, and it is not there anymore.
Like it sounded like gunfire, bang, 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 and then all of a sudden 3 big explosions.
I don't think anybody was thinking the buildings might fall. We'd been told that these buildings were tested for 707 and all of that. I mean, good grief, of course we didn't think it was going to fall. The fire trucks and the cops were right under there. As that thing started to collapse,
It was, when it began to come down, as you've heard Commissioner Safer indicate, the bomb squad was in, fire personnel, ambulance personnel had entered. 15 minutes after they made their entry, we heard a boom. I don't know if that was the infrastructure that was going or another explosion, and we looked up, and it, I can't even describe it. It's not even like a movie. It was so surreal.
Sample on a police car turned out dangerous. Another sample a couple of blocks away, not dangerous. But most interesting, in the mix, they are looking, they think, at specks of steel that used to be beams and elevators, marble from the lobby floor and facings. So what were once the strongest architectural elements in the two towers were pulverized, large portions turned into clouds like this one.
You have two 110-story office buildings. You don't find a desk. You don't find a chair. You don't find a telephone, a computer. The biggest piece of a telephone I found was half of the keypad, and it was about this big. The building collapsed to dust.
What do you think this is?
I have no idea.
What your guess is? Pulverized cement? The concrete.
It's just, and you look, and you see, and there's no concrete. There's very little concrete. All you see is aluminum and steel.
What happened to the concrete?
The concrete was pulverized, and I was down here Tuesday, and it was like you were on a foreign planet. All of Lower Manhattan, not just this site, from river to river, there was dust, powder, 2-3 inches thick. The concrete was just pulverized.
What you're seeing are high shots. Now, here we're going to show you a videotape of the collapse itself.
Describe that.
Now we go to videotape, the collapse of this building.
It's amazing.
Amazing, incredible, pick your word. For the third time today, it's reminiscent of those pictures we've all seen too much on television before, when a building was deliberately destroyed by well-placed dynamite to knock it down.
Perhaps the most commonly heard conspiracy theory about 9/11 is the claim that bombs may have been in the buildings that helped to bring down the towers, as well as the planes which struck them. As wild as this conspiracy theory may sound, one building, World Trade Center Building Number 7, also known as the Solomon Brothers Building, hundreds of yards away from the Twin Towers, collapsed at 5:20 in the evening on 9/11 and received very little coverage. This building was a 47-story steel-reinforced concrete structure, which collapsed into its own footprint in 6.5 seconds, 7 hours after the Twin Towers collapsed. It became the third building in history to fall due to fires, next to the first two, which were the towers. However, it was never struck by a plane. It also was not significantly damaged by the falling towers, according to the FEMA and NIST reports. Dr. Stephen Jones is a professor of physics and has this to say about the tower.
I was amazed. It follows, and I'd looked now at dozens of demolitions just to see what they look like, what is the nature, is experiments on how you bring a building down symmetrically, straight down and rapidly. You knock out the core first, the core goes down, the sidewalls lean in a little bit, and the building comes down rapidly because you've knocked out the support. Well, that's exactly how Building 7 came down. The dramatic collapse of World Trade Center 7 is something everyone ought to see. I suspect that few have actually looked at it, something that needs to be explored very carefully, but the characteristics are there. So you look at the building, you see it dip in the middle first, and the sides bow in a little bit, and then you see it come down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, just like that. and right down onto its footprint. You see, that's the goal of controlled demolition. You don't want the building to tip over, which is much easier to do with explosives, actually. Just knock out the supports and let her tip. The trusses in the building made it very asymmetrical. There were 24 central columns, steel columns. For those to fail in such a way that that building would collapse in the center first and then come straight down, instead of toppling over, for instance, no.
After years of questioning and activism by the family members of victims of September 11th, thousands of government contractors, engineers, architects, and other credentialed experts have joined together and examined the collapse of the Twin Towers and have looked into Building 7. A group now calling themselves Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth combines all of these professionals and has received virtually no coverage by the mainstream media. Although media has been invited to their events, as well as over 50 different disclosure attempts set up by the family members, marches by the so-called 9/11 truthers, and press conferences, the media remains silent. A media blackout has been in effect for years, and the small reporting done on the movement has been disproportionate, misrepresentative, or condescending. Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth was started by Richard Gage, a 25-year professional architect of high-rise, steel-reinforced skyscrapers.
In order for the perimeter to fall perfectly and symmetrically, which it pretty much does at Building 7, all of those columns have to be removed within a tenth of a second of each other. Fire cannot do that.
Another structural engineer of the over 3,500 credentialed expert members that have joined his group says he can imagine one or two columns failing.
It is possible that you could have a local failure as a result of a connection failing. But the likelihood of that failure dragging the entire building in such a fashion that all the columns would fail at the same time is an impossibility.
The entire roofline cascades down neatly into its own footprint. At the same time, jets of debris can be seen shooting out of the walls and going up. NIST can simply declare, NIST has seen no evidence that the collapse of World Trade Center 7 was caused by bombs, missiles, or controlled demolition.
In the FEMA report, I think they were fairly honest. And it's interesting as you read what they said about Building 7. So, I'm reading with great interest. At the end, they say, well, our best hypothesis, now, this is the fire and damage hypothesis. That's the only hypothesis they looked at, seriously. Okay, so our best hypothesis, they said, has only a low probability of occurrence. And I'm saying, that's right. That's exactly right. Why don't you quantify that? But they didn't quantify it. But they did admit, it has only a low probability of occurrence, and that's to their credit. The 9/11 Commission didn't even mention Building 7 collapse,
The first column to collapse is column number 80, which was untouched by any structural damage. This is evident in the fall of the east penthouse, supported by column number 80. This precedes global collapse. But what happens next, several seconds later, is not so easily explained. Looking at photos of the building after its collapse, it is clear that the entire cage of interior columns failed. The structure piled into its own footprint. Shot at about 9 p.m. on September 11th. The U.S. Post Office is on the left. World Trade Center 7 stopped at the sidewalk along the post office. Building 7 was hundreds of yards away from the towers, across the street, while buildings 3 through 6 were in the immediate area under the falling debris. They received massive amounts of direct impact from the falling towers and maintained their integrity, and did not pancake. Objects do not increase momentum or inertia when they strike a force opposing them, but lose momentum and follow the path of least resistance, as is stated by the law of inertia. Building 7 housed the Office of Emergency Management, which was the office designed by Jerome Howard to deal with New York during a terrorist attack.
From hurricanes and heat waves to bioterrorism, New York City is gearing up for the worst.
We've got PD, fire, EMS.
The emergency exercise was staged with local, state, and federal officials on hand.
To help identify the source of the outbreak.
A hypothetical outbreak caused by a deadly biological agent had been released by unknown terrorists somewhere in New York City.
Tell them to expect notification from us. We may ask them to close the door.
It wasn't the first time New York City ran an exercise reacting to a potential crisis, but it was the first to be run out of the city's new $13 million high-tech emergency operations center.
The city is better prepared than it ever has been in its history.
The new facility is located in downtown Manhattan, across the street from the World Trade Center's Twin Towers. The command center on the 23rd floor is bulletproof and bomb-resistant, with its own air supply and generators. It's linked to city airports, the Coast Guard, and the Pentagon. Computers will soon have detailed blueprints of every major building in New York City, as well as evacuation routes. Hurricanes and heat waves would be handled here, as well as terrorist attacks.
Particularly when it comes to biological terrorism, no city is where we're at.
Shortly after the bombing of the World Trade Center, New York City scrapped its existing emergency plans and began writing new ones. A couple of years later, following the bombing of the federal building in Oklahoma City, Congress passed a law calling for 120 of the nation's largest cities to be prepared for terrorist attacks.
I think New York City is very ready, very prepared.
Though New York officials say their facility is not impenetrable, they're confident it could handle even the worst crisis imaginable.
Also in that building, the New York offices of the U.S. Secret Service.
And has confirmed reports that the CIA had an undercover office in 7 World Trade Center, one of the buildings destroyed along with the Twin Towers September the 11th. A U.S. official tells CNN the office was involved in counterterrorism and counterintelligence. The official says no CIA employees were killed in the collapse.
Number 7 World Trade Center was also the New York office of the Central Intelligence Agency. The CIA ordered the building surrounded by FBI agents shortly after it collapsed.
It housed the offices of the Securities and Exchange Commission, the joint FBI-CIA counterterrorism group that ironically tracked bin Laden. It was a spook house, filled with intelligence officials. The building was over-designed to withstand serious structural damage, for it was used by the city for emergency response purposes in a terror attack. The tower was standing for about 7 hours until it came down. And when it did come down, it happened in 6.5 seconds. Now remember, buildings 3 through 6 were in the immediate area and received massive trauma. The Oklahoma City bombing showed the Murrah building was barely standing with a few core columns after it had exploded. Building 7 did not appear to have any significant damage by comparison. The Wells Fargo Center in downtown Denver is 52 stories high, while the Quest building is 53 stories, and Denver's tallest skyscraper, the Republic Plaza, 56 stories. World Trade Center Building 7 was a 47-story steel-reinforced building. Next to the towers, it seemed quite small. However, it is taller than most buildings in most cities in the United States. It is roughly the size of the Quest building in the Denver skyline. News agencies quickly reported that the building fell due to fires. However, there was just one problem. CNN and the BBC reported the collapse of the building around 30 minutes before it actually happened.
The complex is on fire and has either collapsed or is collapsing, and you, to be honest, can see these pictures a little bit more clearly than I, but building number 7, one of the buildings in this very large complex of buildings that is the Trade Center, there were, and that is the right way to put it.
Now, more on the latest building collapse in New York. You might have heard a few moments ago, I was talking about the Salomon Brothers building collapsing. And indeed it has. Apparently that's only a few hundred yards away from where the World Trade Center towers were. And it seems that this was not a result of a new attack. It was because the building had been weakened during this morning's attacks. We'll probably find out more now about that from our correspondent, Jane Stanley. Jane, what more can you tell us about the Salomon Brothers building and its collapse?
Well, only really what you already know. Details are very, very sketchy. There's almost a sense...
As the building collapse is discussed for almost 20 minutes, the feed of Jane Stanley is cut seconds before the building actually does collapse.
Many of us, when we heard the news, perhaps on the radio earlier today, were completely flabbergasted by it and just couldn't comprehend it. I mean, it almost sounded too far-fetched. I was wondering what it's felt like for you being in Manhattan. Well, unfortunately, I think we've lost the line with Jane Stanley in Manhattan. Perhaps we can rejoin her and follow that up later.
And next thing you know, there's firemen grabbing all their equipment, and there was a whole bustle and shuffle of firemen going on. He goes over, he talks to the fireman, he comes back with his hand covered over the radio, and he's like, you know, just sit tight, calm down, calm down, you know, it's all right. He finally has this face that is like he was heartbroken. He's like, just run for your life.
Kevin McPadden is a paramedic who worked in rescue and recovery on 9/11. Here is what he has to say about the building collapse of World Trade Center 7.
He went over and he talked to one of the, through all the commotion, he goes over and he asked one of the Red Cross, or one of the firefighters, what was going on. I guess, I don't know if he got an answer or not. He came back over with his hand over the radio, and it sounded like a countdown. And at the last few seconds, he took his hand off, and you heard 3, 2, 1, and he was just saying, just run for your life, just run for your life. And then it was like another 2, 3 seconds, you heard explosions, like boom. It's like a distinct sound. It's not like when in compression, like boom, 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 like floors that were dropping and collapsing. This was boom, and like you felt a rumble in the ground, like almost like you wanted to grab onto something. That, to me, I knew that was an explosion. There was no doubt in my mind.
Only a few recordings caught the clear audio of Building 7 when it went down.
Yeah, here's one of the guys who can tell you I'm okay, all right? Here, you want to call your mother or something? I know that. All right. All right. Don't worry about me. You need to make calls right now. The 4-1 should have taken company that they don't even back to us. They were stuck on the tunnel. They were
Hours after the attack, many smaller explosions rumbled through downtown.
Danny Yawenko is a controlled demolitions expert. Here's what he says about the tower collapse.
Zijn reactie op de beelden die we laten zien is onbevangen.
Zie je vanaf boven gaan? Nee, je gaat vanaf onder.
Die gaat vanaf onder, ja.
Toch?
Ja.
Ze hebben gewoon kolommen weggeblazen. Er is nagesprongen.
Dit valt anders dan het World Trade Center.
Vind je niet dan?
Ja, je ziet het, de onderste verdiepingen gaan eerst.
Ja, en de rest zakt er gewoon in. Dus dit is controlled demolition.
Zeker weten.
Zeker weten. Er is nagesprongen. Dit is in opdracht gebeurd. Het heeft een team gedaan van experts.
Maar dit is ook op 11 september gebeurd.
Dezelfde dag?
Dezelfde dag.
Dezelfde dag? Weet je dat zeker?
Ja.
Was het zeker weten de 11e? Dat kan heel waar zijn.
7 uur nadat de World Trade Center naar beneden viel.
Ja? Hebben ze hard gewerkt.
Larry Silverstein, in an interview with PBS, claimed that the fires were unable to be controlled. So they made the decision to pull the building.
I remember getting a call from the fire department commander telling me that they were not sure they were going to be able to contain the fire. I said, you know, we've had such terrible loss of life. Maybe the smartest thing to do is pull it. And they made that decision to pull, and then we watched the building collapse.
Was he referring to the building or the firefighting efforts? Were there any firefighting efforts in Building 7? And who uses this to describe that scenario? CNN aired the footage of police officers saying that they were about to blow up the building and to get back.
Keep your eye on that building as they coming down. Building is about to blow up. Moving back. All right, guys.
We are looking back. There's a building about to blow up. All the flame, debris coming down.
Just in the last few seconds, another building, building number 7, one of the buildings in support of the World Trade Center towers, has collapsed. This is no small building, as you can see, at 47 stories. It would stand out in most American cities.
There was also footage of a foreign military unit on the scene of the World Trade Center.
To rehydrate so they can return to the parched canyon.
Building is going to collapse. Nothing information.
And it's always dangerous.
Building is going to collapse. Nothing information. Building is going to collapse. Nothing information.
No investigation was done into who this person was. Most of the steel at the World Trade Center was melted down and recycled before forensic analysts could determine what had happened in the structure to cause the failure. Why does the official story claim to this day that fires brought down this building? Those who have questioned the collapse are still called names or said to be conspiracy theorists, but many of them are not actually formulating theories, but asking legitimate questions. Many in the movement are saying that the building was blown up by explosives. Who would have wanted Building 7 to be blown up? And how did they get uninterrupted access to the towers to place these explosives? Controlled demolitions take several weeks and sometimes months to set up, especially of a building the size of 47 stories. A computer must help coordinate the structural weight, and engineers must collaborate it in advance and wire it in such a way that the building goes down correctly. The bridges in New York were closed off to travelers heading inward, so how did they bring in the explosives that day, if it is assumed that they blew it up on the day of 9/11, and that they placed those explosives the same day? There were upwards of 10,000 estimated people missing. Why would someone make the decision to pull a building 400 yards away from the towers, adding to the dust and toxicity, as well as the cleanup effort? Permits are required for such an undertaking, and how was it kept so secret, especially if no one admits to it? Someone would have needed advanced knowledge of the attacks to undertake this kind of operation, seeing as how the bombs would have been needed to have been placed in advance.
I want to tell you that we are getting word from New York right now that another building has collapsed. I understand that this is a 47-story building. Do we have pictures of it? I guess that's smoke now. Correct me if I'm wrong in the control room, please. But is that smoke coming from this third collapse? Okay, that is what we're understanding, which makes sense because it looks like the sun is going down. But the heavy black smoke once again.
Look at that.
Hopefully at this point that building was empty, but I have no way of knowing that. But I'm hoping that enough people have cleared out of downtown Manhattan so that perhaps it wasn't as full as it might be normally around 5:30 on a Tuesday.
That information, of course, take a look at that right-hand side of the screen.
It's going down right now.
There it is.
Yep.
It went down right there.
The television show, The X-Files, was based around a central theme about a secret group of men who control the world through international entities.
The spin-off show of The X-Files was called The Lone Gunman, which was centered around the 3 computer hacker conspiracy theorists who were the primary source of information about the secrets of these big conspiracies and controlling secret societies for the X-Files' lead characters, FBI agents Mulder and Scully.
Hold up. Something's funky here. You're telling us the government is behind this?
You're the government.
If you're anything like your father, I knew you'd want to know.
The pilot episode story was that a military wargame exercise, Scenario 12D, would be the hijacking of a commercial airliner by remote control and flying it into the World Trade Center to justify a global war on terror.
What the hell are you doing? Why can't you stay out of this? Leave me buried.
What is Scenario 12D? We know it's a war game scenario, that it has to do with airline counterterrorism. Why is that important enough to kill for?
Because it's no longer a game.
If some terrorist group wants to act out this scenario, why target you for assassination?
Depends on who your terrorists are.
The men who conceived of it in the first place. You're saying our government plans to commit a terrorist act against a domestic airline?
There you go. Indicting the entire government as usual. It's a faction. A small faction.
For what possible gain?
The Cold War's over, John. But with no clear enemy to stockpile against, the arms market's flat. But bring down a fully loaded 727 into the middle of New York City, and you'll find a dozen tin pot dictators all over the world just clamoring to take responsibility and begging to be smart-bombed.
I can't believe it. This is about increasing arms sales. Why didn't you tell the world this? Go to the press.
You think I'd still be drawing breath 30 minutes after I made that call? The press? Who's going to run this story?
We would.
This? It's a birdcage liner. Wild-eyed crap right up there with Elvis as an alien and 2-headed babies.
You obviously read it.
Don't be so damn naive.
In the episode, The Continuity of Government, which is a real-life Cold War network which is commonly referred to as the Shadow Government, would be responsible for executing this operation. The Continuity of Government was set up after World War II to keep the government running in the case of a nuclear holocaust or attack on Washington. Over the years, each presidential administration has expanded the powers of the Continuity of Government, whose members are permanent and not elected, through security threats and national events that have been, ironically, carried out by the network itself. For instance, the Iran-Contra scandal was carried out by members of the Continuity of Government and resulted in the expansion of the powers that they could utilize. On 9/11, the Continuity of Government was officially initiated, and many speculate it may have played a role in the attacks. Figures in the Continuity of Government include well-known politicians like Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, Porter Goss, and Joe Biden. The Continuity of Government is classified top secret, and the public and not even Congress is allowed to review it. It is, in effect, a completely secret government that operates at the highest levels of national security, intelligence, military, and industry, with full authority to do whatever it wants without accountability. Could the X-Files spin-off show have been correct about 9/11? Well, the problem with the episode of the show is that it was aired March 4th, 2001, 6 months before 9/11.
Find anything?
The luggage hole's clear if this thing can be trusted. What'd you do, make it with your erector set?
You're absolutely sure that this is the targeted flight?
This flight was chosen primarily for its visibility. It's scheduled to pass over Manhattan on its way to Boston.
You said they intend to bring this down in the middle of New York City? What if there is no bomb?
Well, how are they going to bring it down?
Same way a dead man can drive a car.
I'm in. We got ourselves a convoy.
What's your progress?
I've hacked into the flight control system output.
With a little bit of help.
It's what the brains of the plane is telling the little black box.
Course, heading, attitude, hold, yaw, axis stabilization. What the heck's that?
Is that what it looks like?
I think it is what it looks like.
What does what look like?
Modem protocols. Remote access. Somebody on the ground's flying your plane.
Bogey, sir. Keep your course.
Liars. Your flight's gonna make an unscheduled stop in exactly 22 minutes.
Corner of Liberty and Washington. Lower Manhattan.
World Trade Center. I'm going to crash the plane into the World Trade Center.
I'll tell the flight crew.
Dean Haglund, who played the role of Richard Ringo Langley in both series, appeared on The Alex Jones Show. Jones and Haglund talked about the Lone Gunman episode, and Haglund stated that after years of writing The X-Files, the FBI and NASA would approach Chris Carter with plots for stories. Haglund also stated that CIA agents were present at the writers' parties and often gave stories to the writers to work with. Officially, however, the writers of the episode and the series claim it was all just a coincidence.
As it said in the script, that this was to start an international war on terror. That this was, the Cold War's over, and that for the arms race to continue and keep the economy going, that they would start an international war on terror by flying a plane into the World Trade Center.
Before we do, we've got another check of the weather from Mr. Roker. Al, it is such a pretty morning, isn't it?
Perfect fall morning.
This is an NBC News special report. Here is Tom Brokaw.
September 11th, the year 2001, a day unlike any other in the long course of American history, a terrorist act of war against this country.
Your life is going to change, but more important, your son's life is going to change forever. America will never be the same after September 11th, 2001.
He's on almost everyone's list of the most likely suspects for today's attacks.
The alleged mastermind, America's most wanted terrorist, Osama bin Laden.
He has described the United States as the devil. This is the beast.
Meanwhile, Osama bin Laden is a name that we have been hearing all day long.
They now believe that bin Laden was responsible.
I'm told that Osama bin Laden likely deployed more than 50 terrorists.
They are now, and I'm quoting here, 90% certain
somebody provided the logistical support for this operation, and clearly the only person.
Bin Laden comes to mind right away, Mr. Bremer.
Indeed, he certainly does. Bin Laden.
This is his MO.
We have to look to the Middle East. We have to look to Osama bin Laden.
Osama bin Laden.
Osama bin Laden.
Bin Laden.
Osama bin Laden.
Osama bin Laden.
Remember, 24 hours ago, it was the Bush tax cut, the Bush budget, the Bush economy. You don't hear any of that tonight. It's America's enemy. America is under attack.
Within hours of the attacks on the Trade Center, there seemed to be one suspect, billionaire terrorist Osama bin Laden and his band of ragtag extremists Al-Qaeda were to blame. They successfully struck the #1 military power in the world in an unprecedented fashion. America would never be the same. The Patriot Acts, Homeland Security, domestic wiretapping and surveillance, the loss of civil liberties, all in order to fight terror and protect us here at home. Is Osama bin Laden really responsible for the attacks of September 11th? If so, why can't we apprehend him? Did you know the FBI does not list 9/11 as one of bin Laden's crimes? Why not? According to Rex Toom, Chief of Investigative Publicity for the FBI, it is because there is no hard evidence linking bin Laden to the attacks. If that is the case, how could the 9/11 Commission conclude it was the work of 19 radical Muslims from the Middle East under the direction of Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and Osama bin Laden? Bin Laden has been universally blamed for 9/11, but if one takes a closer look at the available evidence, it points to a much darker power. 7 years later, what evidence has been gathered? Let's begin with the hijackers. Many of them were actually trained within U.S. military bases. On September 15, 2001, Newsweek reported that U.S. military sources have given information that suggests 5 of the alleged hijackers received training at secure U.S. military installations in the 90s. Saeed al-Ghamdi, Ahmed al-Nami, and Ahmed al-Ghamdi listed their address on driver's licenses and car registrations as the Naval Air Station in Pensacola, Florida. Another indication of how the hijackers were tied to U.S. bases was reported on September 12th by Fox in D.C. They stated, congratulatory phone calls were made from a separate aeronautical school in Florida, which suggests inside help for the hijackers.
Now, here at Embry-Riddle School in Daytona Beach, investigators say that they did indeed intercept cell phone calls that originated out of here, calls that were congratulatory after yesterday's attacks, calls the feds say were made by terrorist sympathizers here in Daytona as well as in Broward County.
The New York Times would report that the Defense Department said that Atta had gone to the International Officer School at Maxwell Air Force Base in Alabama, Abdul Aziz Al-Amari to the Aerospace Medical School at Brooks Air Force Base in Texas, and Saeed al-Ghamdi to the Defense Language Institute at the Presidio in Monterey, California. The Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs at the Defense Language Institute, where al-Ghamdi trained, went public and said, Bush knew of the impending attacks on America. He did nothing to warn the American people because he needed this war on terrorism. He was quickly disciplined and threatened with court-martial. Even when neighbors called the CIA on hijacker Walid al-Shiari, nothing was done.
Now, you might think that some of the neighbors would be shocked to find out that a suspected terrorist lived right down the street from them, but at least one woman we spoke with was not surprised at all. Diane Albritton was so concerned about what was happening inside the home at 502 Orange Street, she called the CIA. Why was she suspicious?
The odd coming and going, the different rental cars, the odd-looking people that came and went.
At that time, she says the agency was not interested.
How could it be that the CIA wasn't interested in this woman's story? Other government officials would go public as well. J. Michael Springman, a former head of the Visa Department in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, would blow the whistle that the United States was taking part in covert programs as far back as 1987 to funnel in and protect Islamic terrorists.
Well, it began in Jeddah when I was repeatedly told to issue visas to unqualified applicants. This went on for quite some time during most of my tour there. Under the American immigration laws, you need to demonstrate that you're going to the United States for a specific purpose. And typically, in such a situation, you're going to sign a business deal, or you're going to go as a tourist to see the Grand Canyon, or you're going to the United States as a student to study a particular course of study. And these were people that had no job in one instance. He was a Sudanese who was unemployed in Saudi Arabia and a refugee from the Sudan. But he got a visa for national security purposes after it was taken out of my hands by the chief of the consular section.
At basis, though, I really think that these were more CIA assets, people that were recruited, like all of the folks I've been issuing visas to a couple of years previously. And these people were tools to be done for a job. Well, the visas issued to the hijackers in Jeddah came about as a result of it being a CIA consulate. It was the fifth largest visa issuing post in the Middle East. It was pretty much a closed system, and they simply brought them through there, knowing that they would be protected by the agency, that people would get their visas, or if they didn't get the visas, they could be made to be given visas.
Once I got back to the United States and was out of the Foreign Service, I ran across a couple of people with ties to the American government that told me another story, that the CIA was recruiting fighters for the Afghan war against the then Soviets, and that their asset, Osama bin Laden, was working with them.
In the early 1980s, bin Laden worked with operatives from U.S. intelligence, the Pakistani military, and Arab states. They ran a wide-ranging covert network that recruited and financed Muslim fighters to battle the Soviet army.
It is now known that Osama bin Laden was a CIA asset under the codename Tim Osman. Bin Laden would use this handle when he would visit the States.
The relationship between bin Laden and the CIA was essentially he was one of their assets, one of the people they could turn to for help if they had questions. If they wanted somebody recruited, if they wanted somebody sent somewhere, if they wanted information, if they wanted something done, they went to bin Laden.
Bin Laden isn't wanted by the FBI, and he was on a CIA payroll? Is he the brutal Islamic terrorist we have been led to believe, or a mere frontman?
My question was, is it not true that the United States government paid $300 million to the bin Laden family for the construction of the military camps? At that point, then the person who was testifying had no choice but to admit, yes, that the money had gone to the bin Laden family for the construction of those military training facilities in Afghanistan. However, he added that none of that money went to bin Laden himself. Of course, it was a joke.
Osama wasn't the only one working with U.S. intelligence. Hijackers also had ties to federal agencies. Alleged terrorists Khalid al-Mihdhar and Nawaf al-Zahami lived with and rented from an FBI informant. The New York Times stated on October 6, 2002, the Federal Bureau of Investigation had a confidential informer who rented rooms in California to 2 of the September 11th hijackers. But the Bureau is resisting a request from the Congressional Committee investigating the attacks to interview the informer and his FBI handler. Several members of the FBI had their investigations into terrorism impeded and shut down, especially when they got close to bin Laden. John O'Neill was the FBI counter-terror chief responsible for the investigation into Osama bin Laden. On August 22, 2001, after claims of a repeated obstruction of his investigations into Saudi funding, O'Neill left the FBI.
This document is marked secret and WF, which means it walked its way out of the Washington Bureau of the FBI. It indicates that before the attack of September 11th, agents had wanted to question 2 members of a very powerful family for their connections to a suspected terrorist organization, Omar and Abdullah bin Laden. But the agents weren't allowed to.
O'Neill went on to take a new post as head of World Trade Center security. He would move into his office days before 9/11 and be killed during the attacks.
Yeah. I have 4 children. I've lost friends that John, my friend from the FBI was killed.
John O'Neill? I lost
John
people
O'Neill,
too.
We lost a lot of family members.
What did John O'Neill do before he worked in the World Trade Center?
John was in
Head
the
of the
FBI.
FBI.
He was tracking down
Osama.
Why did
He was tracking down Osama.
because the government didn't listen to him. The government didn't listen to him. The FBI, hold on, we want to call a card a card? The FBI fucked up. They knew about the flight training.
Yes.
That was a fuck up for having these people in our country. We all agree on something. And the important thing is you have to understand, I feel what you feel. I've lost friends there. I feel what you feel. That was our World Trade Center. That was our people that fucking died that day.
At a time when bin Laden was the most wanted man in the world, why would intelligence agencies stop their own investigations, especially as they were closing in on him? Robert Wright and others within the FBI also had their investigations into terrorism stopped prior to 9/11.
Since August of 1999, I've been working to legally expose the very real and foreseeable Middle Eastern terrorist threats to American citizens at home and abroad. From 1993 to 1999, I was assigned to the Chicago Division's Counterterrorism Task Force. The successful investigation, which was codenamed Vulgar Betrayal, VULGAR Betrayal, led to the June 1998 seizure of $1.4 million of Middle Eastern terrorist funding. These funds were linked directly to Saudi businessman Yassin Qadi. On October 12, 2001, Yassin Qadi was designated by the United States government as a financial supporter of Osama bin Laden.
Larry Klayman of Judicial Watch initially tried to help get Wright's story to the proper authorities.
He wanted to come forward long before 9/11. We were taking those steps beginning last summer to do that. The FBI had 30 days to allow that to occur. They violated their own regulations. They covered it up. If you didn't hear me, I went specifically. I called the Attorney General's office just days after 9/11. I said, Dave Shippers and I represent a special agent of the FBI Chicago field office who has years of information about how the FBI did not do its job, did not in any way investigate in a meaningful way money laundering in the United States. You're now claiming you want to do this. I'd like to make them available to you, Attorney General Ashcroft. And I was met with a response by Michael Chertoff, head of the criminal division. We're tired of conspiracy theories.
Michael Chertoff will later become the head of Homeland Security, the department set up to fight the war on terror after 9/11. Wright was also restricted from telling any specifics about their investigation. Robert Wright was then prevented from working on terror investigations. So what happened to Wright?
He was demoted in and around the time period leading up to 9/11. He's working on innocuous, meaningless things. That's what he's doing. Yes. He's a paper pusher. It's because these monies were going through some very powerful U.S. banks with some very powerful interests in the United States. These banks knew or had reason to know that these monies were laundered by terrorists. And there are very significant potential conflicts of interest in both the Clinton and Bush administration, and in particular this Bush administration, who is as tight with Saudi Arabia as you can get. The president's father used to stay with the bin Laden family when he would go to Saudi Arabia.
Former President Bush spent the night in D.C. at the White House on September 10th.
We've also learned at NBC that there was a President Bush in the White House during the morning of these events. His father, former President Bush, was actually at the White House the morning of the attack.
The next day, elite financiers of the Carlyle Group would meet. This global private equity investment firm would profiteer enormously from the wars in the Middle East. At the table were both Bush Sr. and Osama's brother, Shafiq bin Laden. The Bush and bin Laden families had been members since the 90s and would reap the benefits of terrorism coming to America. After 9/11, the company would become public.
All I do agree with you is on one thing. Fucking Bush and Clinton with their relationship with Saudi fucking Arabia.
Yes.
I agree with you. They're kissing their asses like that. That's bullshit. Because they're sucked up, and that family that took off, that's a fucking crime.
The family Mr. Deedle is referring to is, of course, the bin Ladens. While all domestic flights were grounded, suspects closest to the supposed mastermind behind 9/11 were allowed to leave on chartered flights.
Let's show you some video that was taken exclusively by News Channel 2 8 days after 9/11. That man there is Osama bin Laden's younger brother, Khalil, who had been here vacationing with other family members there on an estate that they owned in West Orange County.
Now I guess we can safely say that there were people within the FBI and other agencies who actively protected and aided the alleged terrorists. With all the resources available to U.S. intelligence, You would think that someone within would have detected something. Well, one did. The Black Operation Program Able Danger identified the hijackers prior to 9/11, but the FBI wasn't interested. Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Schaefer, an intelligence officer inside Able Danger, tried to blow the whistle several times.
Was the commission that investigated the 9/11 attacks told that lead hijacker Mohammed Atta had been identified and as al-Qaeda operative more than a year before terrorists struck?
I'm told confidently by the person who did move the material over that the 9/11 Commission received 2 briefcase-size containers of documents. I can tell you for a fact that would not be 1/20th of the information that Able Danger consisted of during the time we spent.
Schaefer would also meet with Philip Zelikow, the executive director of the 9/11 Commission. What did Schaefer tell Zelikow?
And I'm quoting how I remember saying it. We found, as part of the data run, we found 2 of the 3 cells which conducted the 9/11 attacks to include Atta.
Schaefer says his unit linked Atta to al-Qaeda leaders, but would not provide any specifics. As to what he did with the information he had,
we attempted to, first off, use it operationally. The lawyer said you can't do that. They're considered U.S. persons. Therefore, at that point in time, we made a determination as a team that we should move this information to the FBI.
But he says beginning in September 2000, 3 meetings he set up with the FBI were each canceled by military lawyers.
Despite all of this, the 9/11 Commission would deny it any significance and not include it in the report.
Leaving a project targeting al-Qaeda as a global threat a year before we're attacked by al-Qaeda is equivalent to having an investigation of Pearl Harbor and leaving somehow out the Japanese.
Schaefer and his team tried to stop the hijackers prior to 9/11, but were blocked. Later, the military would begin a smear campaign against them in order to discredit their findings.
A Pennsylvania congressman says there's a smear campaign going on inside the Pentagon, and he wants the defense chief to get to the bottom of it. Republican Congressman Kurt Weldon says Pentagon officials are trying to ruin one of their own who's gone public about a top-secret military intel unit.
Lieutenant Colonel Tony Schaefer, who was the first member of Able Danger to go public, has now been told in writing by the Defense Intelligence Agency that he can't speak to members of Congress or their staff without prior approval. And now a security clearance, which allowed him to deal with classified information, has been pulled. The congressman says Schaefer has been gagged, punished for speaking up.
It's obvious to me this is a clear attempt to silence this guy, but now even more than to silence him, to ruin him as a person and a military officer. I've talked to all the Able Danger players, and they all agree. This is a witch hunt against Tony. It's wrong. It's un-American. It's unacceptable.
Pentagon reportedly does not want the public to hear next week's Senate testimony about the former secret intelligence unit known as Able Danger. 2 congressional sources have told Fox News that the military's pressuring senators to move the hearings behind closed doors.
When the Able Danger hearings were held, Schaefer and others were gagged. Eventually, Schaefer would be able to speak at a whistleblower's hearing.
Many of us take seriously our oath of office to support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Let me be up front here. I am no Boy Scout. I was not hired as an intelligence officer because I hung out at the Christian Science reading room. My job is to get information using tried and true intelligence methodologies. According to my legal counsel, until I disclosed the Able Danger information, I was a rock star. It was my work as a chief of DIA's Special Mission Task Force back in 1998 that I became involved with Able Danger. My officers and I were working at the cutting edge of technology and DoD black operations. Most of all of my operations and operational records remain classified.
With all this evidence, why did the 9/11 Commission and Pentagon suppress valuable information about the hijackers' activities leading up to the attacks? It was widely reported that men had been celebrating the attack after recording the first plane strike. They were not al-Qaeda, but they were detained.
I grabbed my binoculars and I could see the towers from my window. And this is where I'm looking. And all of a sudden, down there, I see this van park. And I see 3 guys on top of the van. And I could see that they were like happy. They didn't look shocked to me. They didn't look shocked.
There was a group of Israelis, some of whom later were revealed as Mossad assets,
who were arrested after cheering and high-fiving and videotaping the crash of the airplanes into the World Trade Towers.
Several other men were detained after a van full of explosives was stopped outside of Manhattan.
Earlier, we had heard that an FBI spokesperson said that there was a report on the George Washington Bridge, which is another facility which you folks are responsible for policing, a report that there had been a van stopped there that had explosives.
Asked this week about another sprawling investigation and the detention of 60 Israelis since September 11th, the Bush administration treated the questions like hot potatoes.
I would just refer you to the Department of Justice with it. I'm not familiar with the report.
I'm aware that some Israeli citizens have been detained. With respect to why they are being detained and the other aspects of your question, whether it's because they are in intelligence services or what they were doing, I will defer to the Department of Justice and the FBI to answer that.
On March 6, 2002, a draft report from the DEA said it may well be an organized intelligence gathering activity. Despite all of this, all the Israelis were let go without any espionage charges being filed. Fox News anchors Britt Hume and Carl Cameron would do a 4-part investigation into these allegations in December of 2001 and yield stunning results.
It has been more than 16 years since a civilian working for the Navy was charged with passing secrets to Israel. Jonathan Pollard pled guilty to conspiracy to commit espionage and is serving a life sentence. At first, Israeli leaders claimed Pollard was part of a rogue operation, but later took responsibility for his work. Now, Fox News has learned some U.S. investigators believe that there are Israelis again very much engaged in spying in and on the U.S.
Since September 11th, more than 60 Israelis have been arrested or detained, either under the new Patriot anti-terrorism law or for immigration violations. A handful of active Israeli military were among those detained, according to investigators, who say some of the detainees also failed polygraph questions when asked about alleged surveillance activities against and in the United States. Investigators suspect that the Israelis may have gathered intelligence about the attacks in advance and not shared it. A highly placed investigator said there are, quote, tie-ins. But when asked for details, he flatly refused to describe them, saying, quote, evidence linking these Israelis to 911 is classified. I cannot tell you about evidence that has been gathered. It's classified information.
Now, when the FBI investigated, it quickly unraveled to be the largest foreign spy ring ever uncovered inside the United States, the largest. Even the Soviet Union had not been spying on the United States as much as Israel has been doing. So the FBI started to round up these spies. They started to arrest them very quietly. And they were about halfway through this process of rounding up this spy ring when 9/11 happened.
Numerous classified documents obtained by Fox News indicate that even prior to September 11th, as many as 140 other Israelis had been detained or arrested in a secretive and sprawling investigation into suspected espionage by Israelis in the United States. Investigators from numerous government agencies are part of a working group that's been compiling evidence since the mid-90s. These documents detail hundreds of incidents in cities and towns across the country that investigators say, quote, may well be an organized intelligence gathering activity. The first part of the investigation focuses on Israelis who say they are art students from the University of Jerusalem and Bezalel Academy. Documents say they, quote, targeted and penetrated military bases, the DEA, FBI, and dozens of other government facilities, and even secret offices and unlisted private homes of law enforcement and intelligence personnel. The majority of those questioned, quote, stated they served in military intelligence, electronic surveillance intercept, and or explosive ordnance units. Why would Israelis spy in and on the U.S.? A General Accounting Office investigation referred to Israel as Country A and said, quote, according to a U.S. intelligence agency, the government of Country A conducts the most aggressive espionage operation against the U.S. of any U.S. ally. The document concludes, quote, Israel possesses the resources and technical capability to achieve its collection objectives.
What about this question of advanced knowledge of what was going to happen on 9/11? How clear are investigators that some Israeli agents may have known something?
Well, it's very explosive information, obviously, and there's a great deal of evidence that they say they have collected, none of it necessarily conclusive. It's more when they put it all together. A bigger question, they say, is how could they not have known? Almost a direct quote, Brett.
It is now apparent that this intelligence ring was inside the U.S., had prior knowledge of 9/11, and had a classified role in 9/11, which officials refused to discuss. It was also able to penetrate U.S. intelligence agencies and secret offices, yet all were released. The men who were detained due to the report they were taping the first plane crash and then celebrating and joking about it actually went on television and admitted it was their job to record the attack.
And at that point, we were taken for another round of questioning, this time related to our allegedly being members of Mossad. The fact of the matter is, we are coming from a country that experiences terror daily. Our purpose was to document the event.
How could they have known about the attack? And who sent them to document it? The evidence points to a large intelligence network inside the United States that had teams on the ground, such as the ones recording the attack, and electronic surveillance teams gathering information. Another team who was involved that day detonated explosives on the ground.
Yeah, both suspects under K. We have the suspect who drove in the van exploded. Yeah, I just want to make sure you and your guys are all right over there, K, that's all. You know, we have both Trans driven that exploded. What location? King Street between 6 and 7. Shooting is on the scene on King 6 and 7. What unit are you?
How would these teams obtain their information?
The investigation on our side basically tracked back to two companies. The first one was called Amdocs. This is an Israeli-owned company which does the billing for 90% of the telephone companies inside the United States.
Fox News has learned that some American terrorism investigators fear certain suspects in the September 11th attacks may have managed to stay ahead of them by knowing who and when investigators are calling on the telephone. How? By obtaining and analyzing data that's generated every time someone in the U.S. makes a phone call.
What's it again today, please?
Here's how the system works. Most directory assistance calls and virtually all call records and billing in the U.S. are done for the phone companies by Amdocs Limited, an Israeli-based private telecommunications company. Amdocs has contracts with the 25 biggest phone companies in America and more worldwide. It is virtually impossible to make a call on normal phones without generating an Amdocs record of it. In recent years, the FBI and other government agencies have investigated Amdocs more than once. Sources tell Fox News that in 1999, the super-secret National Security Agency, headquartered in Northern Maryland, issued what's called a top-secret Sensitive Compartmentalized Information Report, TSSCI, warning that records of calls in the United States were getting into foreign hands, in Israel in particular. Fox News has learned that the NSA has held numerous classified conferences to warn the FBI and CIA how Amdocs records could be used.
So if you know the name of a police officer, or even if you know the name just of an informant, you can follow that network of who's talking to who and basically determine that whole association of names and contacts that represent that unit of operation.
Fox News has documents of a 1997 drug trafficking case in Los Angeles in which telephone information, the types that Amdocs collects, was used to, quote, completely compromise the communications of the FBI, the Secret Service, the DEA, and the LAPD.
Amdocs would not be the only company with ties to the Israeli government. Israel was also gathering information from a separate business, Comverse Infosys, who was also listening in.
This company inside the United States installs and maintains the phone tapping equipment that law enforcement and the government use to eavesdrop on your phone calls.
The company is Comverse Infosys, a subsidiary of an Israeli-run private telecommunications firm with offices throughout the U.S. It provides wiretapping equipment for law enforcement. Here's how wiretapping works in the U.S. Every time you make a call, it passes through the nation's elaborate network of switchers and routers run by the phone companies. Custom computers and software made by companies like Comverse are tied into that network to intercept, record, and store the wiretapped calls, and at the same time transmit them to investigators.
We know we just had this FISA bill go through that granted immunity to the telecom companies. It was Comverse Infosystem that was setting up all these special rooms and all the switching centers where the law enforcement or the government or whoever could simply push a button and listen to your phone call. Gone are the days of the little alligator clips and wires needed to eavesdrop on a phone call. They can sit in a room anywhere in America, touch a few buttons, and listen to your phone call.
But the complaint about this system is that the wiretap computer programs made by Converse have, in effect, a back door through which wiretaps themselves can be intercepted by unauthorized parties. Adding to the suspicions is the fact that in Israel, Converse works closely with the Israeli government and under special programs gets reimbursed for up to 50% of its research and development costs by the Israeli Ministry of Industry and Trade. But investigators within the DEA, INS, and FBI have all told Fox News that to pursue or even suggest Israeli spying through Converse is considered career suicide. And sources say that while various FBI inquiries into Converse have been conducted over the years, they've been halted before the actual equipment has ever been thoroughly tested for leaks.
More to the point, agents within the U.S. government have been told point blank that to even suggest Israeli spying or an Israel link to 9/11 is career suicide. It's been described as the third rail of American politics. If you touch it, you die. You never get to come back again. It's all over. It's the black pit where you can never go.
But there is a bitter turf war internally at FBI. It is the FBI's office in Quantico, Virginia, that has jurisdiction over awarding contracts and buying intercept equipment. And for years, they've thrown much of the business to Converse. A handful of former U.S. law enforcement officials involved in awarding Converse government contracts over the years now work for the company. Numerous sources say some of those individuals were asked to leave government service under what knowledgeable sources call troublesome circumstances that remain under administrative review within the Justice Department. And what troubles investigators most, particularly in New York in the counterterrorism investigation of the World Trade Center attack, is that on a number of cases, suspects that they had sought to wiretap and surveil immediately changed their telecommunications processes. They started acting much differently as soon as those supposedly secret wiretaps went into place.
Somehow, suspected terrorists who were being surveilled by these very Israelis were able to change their behavior to elude the FBI. Israel's former prime minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, would boldly state that we are benefiting from one thing, and that is the attack on the Twin Towers and Pentagon.
The United States has wholeheartedly supported essentially state-sponsored terrorism, both domestically in Israel and as part of Israel's foreign policy. The American relationship with Israel is the root cause of most of the problems the United States is facing around the world today.
Well, I would say this, that there's one big elephant in the living room. It's never asked about. People don't like to put it on any video or anything like that. But it is the relationship between the United States of America and the State of Israel. It's the fly in the ointment. It's gotten us into a peck of trouble in the Middle East.
Confirmation of these allegations against Israel would finally come in January of 2008, when the Times Online would tell FBI whistleblower Sibel Edmonds' story. This Turkish translator for the FBI found an international spy ring that included Israel, Turkey, and Pakistan working with household names within the United States. She was gagged and to this day has been unable to tell her entire account. Edmonds stated that one high-level official was aiding foreign operatives against U.S. interests by passing them highly classified information, not only from the State Department, but also from the Pentagon, in exchange for money, position, and political objectives. The article stated that the Turks and Israelis had planted moles in military and academic institutions which handled nuclear technology. The Pakistani operation was led by General Mahmoud Ahmed, then the ISI chief. Intelligence analysts say that the members of the ISI were close to al-Qaeda before and after 9/11. Ahmed was accused of sanctioning a $100,000 wire payment to Mohammed Atta, one of the 9/11 hijackers, immediately before the attacks. Oddly enough, General Ahmed would be in Washington, D.C., meeting with George Tenet, the current director of the CIA, and others, in the weeks before the attacks. In fact, on the morning of 9/11 itself, he would be having breakfast with Senator Bob Graham and Porter Goss. These two men would co-chair the initial congressional investigation. and Goss would later become the head of the CIA.
I was trying to make the point that Ahmed didn't hide the fact, when we met with him in Pakistan and when he was in Washington, that he was close to the Taliban, that was his job, to be close to the Taliban.
Graham would go on PBS and have this to say.
I was surprised at the evidence that there were foreign governments involved in facilitating the activities of at least some of the terrorists in the United States. I am stunned that we have not done a better job of pursuing that to determine if other terrorists received similar support, and even more important, if the infrastructure of a foreign government assisting terrorists still exists. Most of that information is classified, I think overly classified. I believe the American people should know the extent of the challenge that we face in terms of foreign government involvement.
In that report, 27 pages would be completely redacted.
And do you think that will ever become public? Which countries are talking about?
It'll become public at some point when it's turned over to the archives, but that's 20 or 30 years from now. We need to have this information now.
Are you suggesting that you are convinced that there was a state sponsor behind 9/11?
I think there is very compelling evidence that at least some of the terrorists were assisted, not just in financing, although that was part of it, by a sovereign foreign government.
The day after the attacks, it was apparent that some people within the government were aware of the Pakistani funding of Al-Qaeda.
Secretary Powell, one country you didn't mention was Pakistan, and I understand that your deputy has spoken with the ambassador to Pakistan.
Deputy Secretary Armitage did meet with Pakistani officials today. It would be useful to point out to the Pakistani leadership at every level how helpful they might be if we find a basis to act upon that information.
Senator Joe Biden, who had also met with the head of the Pakistani ISI, would have harsh words on the Senate floor.
And the word should go out to those who pretend that they wish to be our friends, that they're going to have to make some very difficult choices. Pakistan in particular is going to have to make a very difficult choice very soon. Words will not be sufficient. Actions will be demanded.
When Biden was confronted, he confirmed his meeting with Ahmed, saying Pakistani intelligence was indeed funding the Taliban.
Sir, other question. In the days following 9/11, you met with the head of Pakistani ISI, General Muhammad Ahmed. It has since come to light that he ordered Saeed Sheikh to wire $100,000 to Muhammad Atta. Why was he allowed to go back to Pakistan, and why was he questioned, and why were you meeting with him?
I met with him to deliver a message that if he didn't stop supporting the Taliban, we would take him out.
Why did we let him go? We let him fly freely. We never investigated him. We never even looked into him.
Look, there's a thing called diplomatic passports. We did not arrest Khrushchev when he came.
But he financed the hijackers, and you let him go, and he's free. He hijacked the hijackers.
No one knew he financed the hijackers.
It's wise.
As they
It's
say, get a life.
He would later state that the information was indeed classified.
How did you know the ISI was helping the Taliban, sir? How did you know they're helping them? Is it classified?
Pakistan was set up as the silent funding arm of the hijackers. They were used as a launching base for the occupation of Afghanistan. To review, we have just learned that many of the hijackers had ties to U.S. military installations, the FBI, and the CIA. That both Israel and Pakistan have classified roles in 9/11 to this day, and the man who co-chaired the initial investigation into 9/11 stated this information would be classified for at least 20 to 30 years. Virtually none of this information was in the 9/11 Commission report. Instead, you are expected to believe that Osama bin Laden carried out the attacks alone. Yet 2 wars and 7 years later, he's still on the loose. The bipartisan commission was full of insiders who whitewashed the events of that day to the point it was comical.
5 years after the horrors of 9/11, there's a new way to look at those unforgettable images. Through color, caricature, and captions, comic book veterans Ernie Colon and Sid Jacobson have brought to life the 9/11 Commission report. It took a year and a half to distill 600 pages down to less than 150.
When you hear about the idea of the 9/11 Commission report as essentially a comic book, your first reaction is, what are you, crazy?
It's accurate. I mean, the graphic version is accurate. That's what happened.
Thomas Keane was the co-chair of the commission with Lee Hamilton. They would write a book together called Without Precedent. In it, he would claim that NORAD and the Pentagon did not tell the truth and that indictments were considered. If the report itself wasn't accurate, how could the comic book be? Thomas Keane is now traveling the country in order to instruct teachers on how to teach 9/11 to their young, impressionable minds. The 9/11 Commission was such a cover-up that Max Cleland, an appointed member, went off on Wolf Blitzer.
A deal announced yesterday between the White House and the commission investigating the September 11th attacks is proving to be rather controversial. Under the agreement, only certain members of the commission will be allowed to review classified documents from the White House, and their notes will be subject to administration review. Today, some relatives of people who were killed in the attacks criticized the agreement, and our next guest, who's a member of the commission, claimed the deal is disgusting. Former Georgia Senator Max Cleland, a Democrat, joins me here.
Well, you've used the word deal 3 times. I don't think the 9/11 Commission ought to be making deals with our own government under the responsibility we have from the Congress and our responsibility to the American people to get all the facts about all the commissioners. Look at those facts. Now, we've had to subpoena the FAA for those documents. We've had to subpoena NORAD for those documents. I'm in favor of subpoenaing the White House for the documents we need so that all the commissioners can get to see all the documents that we need. That's the only way we can face the American people and the families and say we have done a thorough investigation independently of the White House and the entire executive branch. The president has said only a minority of the commission can see a minority of the documents, and then they have to clear what they're going to say to the rest of the commission with the White House.
If you're one of those 4 that gets to see these documents, would that change your opinion?
No, they don't want any more eyeballs to see their documents than they can possibly get away with. It's a scam. It's absolutely disgusting.
Cleland would later resign.
Well, they have something to cover up, and the 9/11 Commission, of course, was a master cover-up. We know that. Question is what it was covering up.
I don't believe the reports on September 11th put out by the 9/11 Commission or by Congress. I've seen one put out by the 9/11 Commission, and it was basically hundreds of pages of nothing. It was very generic. It was very indirect, indistinct, devoid of facts, devoid of hard positions. It was things like mistakes were made. We need to improve human intelligence. This is nothing. I mean, it's like, yes, I stand for truth, justice, and the American way. But it was vapid. It was a waste of time and money, but gives the impression that, oh, yes, the government is doing something. The government is studying the issue.
Well, what makes me really disappointed, and that's an understatement, is that Congress's role is oversight. And Congress, even today, you'll see members of Congress saying, well, we haven't implemented everything that the 9/11 Commission recommended. And the 9/11 commissioners have said that the administration obstructed them, lied to them.
The staff statements were described by various commissioners to be an indictment of the FBI in particular, but also an indictment of the CIA.
I don't think the chairman and I have ever characterized the staff statements as an indictment. It's possible others have done that. We have not. And Tom and I have heard repeated praises from people in your business, in the media business, thanking us for the quality of those statements.
I would second that. And by the way, I never, ever would correct the vice chairman, but I'm afraid I did characterize one of those statements as an indictment.
So how can you start with a document that you know is false and take that to the American people as a document by which Congress's accomplishments should be measured?
Dennis Kucinich would present 35 articles of impeachment against the Bush administration in June of 2008. He would stand before the House for almost 3 hours before reading the last few articles, which were regarding 9/11. He alleged that the administration had not acted on specific warnings prior to 9/11, that they had attempted to cover this information up, and they had tried to stop any commission from being organized in regards to investigating the attack.
Article 33. Repeatedly ignored and failed to respond to high-level intelligence warnings of planned terrorist attacks in the United States prior to 9/11. In his conduct while President of the United States, George W. Bush, in violation of his constitutional oath to faithfully execute the office of President of the United States, and to the best of his ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional duty under Article 2, Section 3 of the Constitution, to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, has both personally and acting through his agents and subordinates, together with the Vice President, failed in his constitutional duties to take proper steps to protect the nation prior to September 11th, 2001.
So the congressional report was redacted, and the 9/11 Commission is a cover-up. Yet our supposed leaders continue to propagate fear of the boogeyman and his disciples.
I do believe that Al-Qaeda has now made it part of their global effort to destroy everything we stand for and we believe in. I'm running for President of the United States because I believe the greatest challenge of the 21st century is that of radical Islamic extremism. I believe it's there. I believe it's all over the world. I believe it's a fight, a struggle between good and evil, everything we value and believe in versus everything that is evil that wants to destroy everything America stands for and leads. And I believe
it was an Osama bin Laden job with 19 people from Saudi Arabia.
Even bin Laden himself warned us 3 weeks earlier.
Osama bin Laden warned 3 weeks ago that he would attack American interest in an unprecedented attack, a very big one.
There was a report, you'll recall, that the Mossad, the Israeli intelligence agency, did indeed send representatives to the U.S. to warn just before 9/11 that a major terrorist attack was imminent.
Prior to 9/11, it was widely reported that hijacked planes could be used as weapons.
By Yusuf's group and bin Laden's group to undertake a suicide mission. Murad narrated to us about a plan by the Ramsey cell in the continental U.S. to hijack a commercial plane and ram it to the CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, and also the Pentagon.
And they found more evidence pointing to other targets, evidence the Philippine government says it passed on to the U.S.
The targets they listed were CIA headquarters, Pentagon, Transamerica, Sears, and the World Trade Center.
President Bush even received the Phoenix memo, stating bin Laden was determined to strike in the U.S. in August, right before the attacks.
The president was aware that bin Laden, of course, as previous administrations has been well known, that bin Laden was determined to strike the United States. In fact, the label on the president's, the PDB was bin Laden determined to strike the United States.
On August 6, 2001, President Bush was presented a President's Daily Brief article titled, "Bin Laden Determined to Strike in U.S." The lead sentence of that President's Daily Brief indicated that bin Laden and his followers wanted to follow the example of World Trade Center bomber Ramzi Yousef and bring the fighting to America. The article cited a more sensational threat reporting that bin Laden wanted to hijack a U.S. aircraft. The president's daily brief item included information from the FBI indicating patterns of suspicious activity in this country, consistent with preparations for hijackings.
The president broke his silence today about the revelations earlier this week that he had been briefed before September 11th about a possible al-Qaeda hijacking plot. The comments took place in the White House South Lawn setting where the press could not ask questions. While he was honoring the Air Force football team, his comments diverted to what has become topic A in Washington.
You know what's interesting about Washington? It's a town, unfortunately, it's the kind of place where second guessing has become second nature.
What I want to say to my Democratic friends in the Congress is that they need to be very cautious not to seek political advantage by making incendiary suggestions, as were made by some today, that the White House had advance information that would have prevented the tragic attacks of 9/11.
Clark confirms that in June, July, and August 2001, the Central Intelligence Agency warned the president in daily briefings of unprecedented indications that a major al-Qaeda attack was going to happen against the United States.
It was so well known that the United States had done several drills with this exact scenario prior to 9/11.
We're going to take a closer look tonight at another example of where, despite the conventional wisdom, there were people in the United States who actually were preparing to defend against the kind of attacks which occurred here on 9/11. The North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD for short, has been defending the skies over the U.S. and Canada for almost 50 years, 46 to be precise. USA Today reports that in the 2 years before the attacks on September the 11th, NORAD conducted exercises using hijacked airliners as weapons. And one target was the World Trade Center. Here's ABC's Brian Ross.
President Bush has said again and again that no one could have imagined what Osama bin Laden ordered for September 11th.
We knew he hated us. But there was nobody in our government, at least, and I don't think the prior government, that could envision flying airplanes into buildings on such a massive scale.
But that turns out not to be true. U.S. military planners did envision and practice those very scenarios. As reported by USA Today, the North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD, conducted exercises with fighter jets, simulating hijacked planes flown into the World Trade Center in the 2 years before the attacks. Pentagon planners also envisioned the attack on the Pentagon 5 months before it happened.
One of these drills was run on June 1st and 2nd of 2001. Amalgam Virgo was an exercise where multiple attack scenarios would be occurring simultaneously, including attacks from cruise missiles, unmanned aerial vehicles, and hijacked aircraft. The scenario also envisioned a hijacker taking control of a commercial aircraft and slamming it into the nation's capital. The exercises would constantly be monitored by military satellites and planes. Osama bin Laden was the poster boy for this plot, appearing on the cover.
Isn't it a fact, sir, that prior to September 11, 2001, NORAD had already in the works plans to simulate in an exercise a simultaneous hijacking of 2 planes in the United States?
Colonel Scott, do you have any data on that? I'm not aware of that, sir. I was not present at the time.
That was Operation Amalgam Virgo.
Yes, sir.
So what did happen on 9/11? The truth is, there was a lot more going on that day than we are being told. There were several war games and exercises being run simultaneously, involving multiple government agencies. John Fulton and a team from the CIA would be conducting a drill at 8:45 a.m. out of the National Reconnaissance Office in Chantilly, Virginia, in which a plane is crashed into a building. Other drills would literally cripple our defensive and investigative abilities on that morning.
But this very interesting information, Katie, Matt, and Tom, from the FBI, they have been operating a massive exercise from their hostage rescue unit. All of their top teams, about 50 personnel, helicopters, equipment, were in Monterey, California for the last 2 days, scheduled to fly back today commercially. So all of those people are out of place. It's fair to say, according to sources that we've talked to here at NBC, that the FBI rescue operations and other FBI operations are really in chaos right now because they can't reach their officials in New York. All of their phone lines are down. And now you've got all of their special experts on this stuck in Monterey, California, trying to get a military flight back because there are no longer commercial flights. So they are seriously out of pocket. And there is a real breakdown of the FBI anti-terror coordination team, which is, of course, the principal team that would lead any effort.
I actually found myself in Montana with 50 state emergency managers, the director of FEMA, his top staff at the National Emergency Management Association conference. Number of emergency managers from New York State, from Pennsylvania, from Virginia, Maryland, the district, most in New England, made the flight on a C-130 last night. It was one of the only flights across the country, a military aircraft.
Northern Vigilance would redirect fighter jets out of the northeastern sector to patrol Canada and Alaska. Vigilant Guardian and Vigilant Warrior were exercises involving hijacked aircraft that would go in and out of radar. These would appear real to those involved.
We fought many phantoms that day. We got many aircraft calls inbound that morning that turned out to be phantoms.
During that time frame, we had multiple aircraft called hijacked all over the country.
These exercises would not cease until after United 93 was brought down and the attacks were over.
Open line.
Savannah, Sergeant Richmond.
Sergeant Richmond, Sergeant Light from Cheyenne Mountain Test Control. How are you?
I'm doing fine.
Okay, I need you to terminate all exercise inputs coming to Cheyenne Mountain at this time.
Copy.
And stay on loop until I verify that where the connectivity is disconnected on the exercise side only. Okay, no, do not do any more inputs on the exercise side and stand by.
I got Cheyenne Mountain on the line. Terminating all exercise inputs.
So, Grover, in case you didn't know, that the exercise.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, more hijackings were thought to be taking place.
On the radar scope, and it's not just a video game. It's actually people's lives that you're trying to keep from running into each other.
Other planes were thought to have been hijacked but almost shot down.
An aircraft inbound to Whitehorse from Alaskan airspace was a hijacked aircraft, and that the military flight crews were aware of this, and they were en route to intercept the aircraft.
Some of these war games and their details remain classified to this day. So is it any wonder that Donald Rumsfeld gave these warnings to military personnel the day after the attacks?
Finally, I'd like to say a word or two to the men and women in the defense establishment, most of whom deal with classified information. When people deal with intelligence information and make it available to people who are not cleared for that classified information, the effect is to reduce the chances that the United States government has to track down and deal with the people who have perpetrated the attacks on the United States and killed so many Americans.
Later in the day, weapons are found planted on several other planes. A U.S. official says of the hijackings, these look like inside jobs. Sources tell Time that U.S. officials are investigating whether the hijackers had accomplices deep inside the airport's secure areas. And then there's the story of Flight 23.
As bad as things were on Tuesday, there is a possibility that they could have been even worse.
There was some kind of an altercation involving three men described by a Port Authority of New York and New Jersey police source as Middle Eastern in appearance. They attracted the suspicions of the gate staff boarding that flight.
They had already gotten on the plane.
They're asked to leave the aircraft. They refuse to get off. The airline, following its normal procedures, according to this police source, calls the police, which immediately dispatch an emergency service team. So now you have a squad of heavily armed officers that are coming toward the airplane. And when they get there, the men have vanished. The gate staff can't find them.
It matches with the type of flights, the transcontinental flights that were hijacked in the other 4 instances. Another disturbing fact, if indeed there was an altercation and these men felt they had a case to make and were being treated unfairly, you can't imagine they would have disappeared from the airport. They would have stayed around and pled their case with the police.
It is extraordinarily unusual to have an airline, after it has boarded passengers, be so suspicious that it's going to ask these customers to get off the airplane. We got a phone call from a law enforcement officer who was on vacation, was in the United Airlines terminal at the time. As soon as he approached, they walked out of the terminal, and he looked over. He described them as Middle Eastern in both appearance and dress. Not sure what that means, but that was his description. He said when they left the terminal through the glass doors, he saw them meet a third man, and they then left.
Inside the bags, officials found Al-Qaeda instruction sheets, but false identification prevented investigators from ever locating the bag's true owners.
Coincidentally, the hijacker's identification would be found the exact same way.
There have also been reports of luggage that did not make the plane connection that appears to be tied to one of the alleged perpetrators, and this is being reported by the Boston Globe, and contained within the luggage were supposed to be Arabic language flight training manuals as well as videotapes pertaining to operating an aircraft.
Then we have that mysterious suitcase with all of the hijackers' names and all of this incriminating evidence that is supposedly taken by one of the hijackers to the airport. Why, if they are planning on a suicide attack, would they even bother to pack a suitcase? Or if they're just packing a suitcase to look like they're checking luggage, just throw clothes in there. Why put a Koran? Why put flight manuals? Why put all this incriminating information if it's supposedly going to get burned up? And then magically, amazingly enough, this one suitcase doesn't make it onto the connecting flight to New York. And it's just there in baggage handling, waiting to be discovered and found.
If the passengers on Flight 23 used false identification, why wouldn't the other hijackers?
Based on my personal belief and based on the events of that morning, the decision to halt airplanes, in all likelihood, probably precluded other attacks.
Atta and 3 others would do dry runs of the attacks before 9/11. Actor James Woods and others on the plane even filed separate reports to the FAA. Again, nothing was done.
I was on a flight. Without going into the details of what made me suspicious of these 4 men, although it would have been blatantly obvious to the most casual observer, I took it upon myself to go to the flight attendant and ask to speak to the pilot of the plane. The first officer came out. I reported to him that I felt that the 4 men, and I said, can you look over my shoulder and see who I'm talking about? And he said, yeah. I said, I think they're going to hijack this plane. I mean, everything they're doing, and I explained to him these details, which I've been asked to keep private until whatever jurisdiction, whatever trials may take place. Their behavior was such that I felt they were going to hijack the plane. I found out later that not only did he make a report, but the flight attendant also made a report of my suspicions to the FAA. My friend Scott said to me, remember that flight you took in August? I said, yeah, I've been thinking about it all day. He said, well, maybe you should call the FBI. And I said, I'm sure they're being inundated, but I thought it over and I called the local office. 6:45 the next morning, I get a phone call that actually wakes me up. And they said, we want to talk to you about the flight that you took in August. I said, oh, did the manifest match of any of the flights yesterday and my flight? He said, well, we can't tell you that. I said, well, look, I'll get ready and I'll come down to the federal building. He said, we're outside your house. We'll just wait for you. Wow, 7:15. So this was 6:45 in the morning. I said, and this is the only funny part of any of this. I said, how did you know where I lived? And there was a pause. He said, we're the FBI. We're the FBI. Thank you. So they came in and I said, look, I'm dying to know, were these the guys? And he said, well, we've had 36,000 tips in one day. And there's 2 of us, and we're going to be at your house all this morning, so you can do the math, but we can't tell you, So since then, I have identified for sure 2 of them as 2 of the terrorists, who actually were not on Flight 11, but one was on Flight 175 and one was on Flight 77. And I've been told unofficially, not by the FBI, but by someone else in actually a higher level of government, believe it or not, just through a coincidence, through a mutual friend, that all 4 of them were terrorists involved. As I explained to the FBI, they said, what was your first instinct? And aside from certain things like 4 guys getting on a transcontinental flight without any hand luggage, they said to me, what did you think these guys were? I said, well, I thought they were either 4 law enforcement officers or 4 terrorists, in that they had that thing that guys who are undercover or on a mission have between each other.
Just more evidence that the hijackers had intelligence ties. There were almost certainly other targets. Maryland's governor on the morning of 9/11 stated that his police department had received threats prior to the attacks, not only against the targets that had been hit, but others.
That came in today? Pardon? You mentioned threats on Maryland facilities. Are these threats that came in today?
Yes, the head of our state police, Dave Mitchell, received a list of 11 sites across the country that were targets. Supposedly, this list had been distributed prior to the explosions. Several of those sites were ones that were under attack.
Another target on that morning was Air Force One. Although it is never discussed, the perpetrators of the attack somehow got top-secret codes that morning.
Brian, what is the credible evidence that Air Force One could have been a target? These planes were some distance from Air Force One after all.
The excuse was that, quote, we do not discuss, we do not discuss intelligence information. Air Force One has been said to be a target in the past during President Clinton's trip to Bosnia during his first term, where they stopped in Aviano and switched out into 3 transport planes. Similarly, they were escorted by fighter jets, as they have in the past, while it is not routine. The White House insisting that the evidence was, and thus the zigzag flight path from Florida to Louisiana. The Air Force is insisting that the evidence is provable and credible that the aircraft and the White House were targets.
Ari Fleischer, the White House press secretary, would be pressed on this issue.
If you have a threat to Air Force One, it seems as though you're raising an additional threat that perhaps we don't know about.
I'm sorry, raising an additional threat?
Involving one of those planes, one of those 4 planes, Ari, is that where the credible threat, or can you say, are we talking about something totally different?
You're asking me, in essence, what the source of information is. And I think the American people...
No, how have we accounted for those 4 planes and what their targets were? Is there, which by deduction, you would assume there is something else that we're talking about targeting Air Force One.
There
Make
was...
that assumption?
I'm not going to lead you any further as to speculating about what was the nature of the threat to Air Force One. But as I indicated, and I'll say it again, it was real, it was credible.
Planes that we have accounted for.
I'm just not going to speculate about the nature of it.
On September 20th, 2001, WorldNet Daily would report much more regarding the threat. The terrorist message threatening Air Force One was transmitted in that day's top-secret White House code words. As the clock ticked away, the Secret Service reached a frightening conclusion. The terrorists had obtained the White House code and a whole set of top-secret signals. This made it possible for a hostile force to pinpoint the exact position of Air Force One, its destination, and its classified procedures. In fact, the hijackers were picking up and deciphering the presidential plane's incoming and outgoing transmissions. In the week after the attacks in New York and Washington, more hair-raising facts emerged. The terrorists had also obtained the code groups of the National Security Agency and were able to penetrate the NSA's state-of-the-art electronic surveillance system. They seemed to have at their disposal an electronic capability that was more sophisticated than the NSA. They also believe that the terrorists are in possession of all or part of the codes used by the Drug Enforcement Agency, the National Reconnaissance Office, Air Force Intelligence, Army Intelligence, Naval Intelligence, Marine Corps Intelligence, and the intelligence offices of the State Department and Department of Energy. Since no single individual has access to every top-level code at any given time, a single mole would not answer the case. It would have to be a large, widely spread number. U.S. experts do not believe bin Laden was capable of infiltrating double agents into the heart of the U.S. administration on a large scale. It shouldn't come as a surprise that Global Guardian, a mass Armageddon drill, was in full swing. The drill would pose all sorts of threats, and even mobilize command centers known as doomsday planes that housed top military personnel. Although originally scheduled for late October, it was moved up unexpectedly. One of these doomsday planes was on the scene of the Pentagon strike.
Now to one of the eeriest moments amid the carnage of 9/11, a mysterious plane was seen flying right over the president's residence. Even some CNN staffers saw it. To this day, it has never been officially explained. Tonight, Chief National Correspondent John King has new details about this great 9/11 mystery.
Today, 6 years after 9/11, the mystery endures about just what happened in the skies over the White House that terrible day. A plane flew right over it. But why? And what was it? It appeared overhead just before 10 a.m., a four-engine jet banking slowly in the nation's most off-limits airspace.
About 10 minutes ago, there was a white jet circling overhead. Now, you generally don't see planes in the area over the White House. That is restricted airspace.
Two government sources familiar with the incident tell CNN it was a military aircraft and say the details are classified. This comparison of the CNN video and an official Air Force photo suggests the mystery plane is among the military's most sensitive aircraft, an Air Force E-4B. Note the flag on the tail, the stripe around the fuselage, and the telltale bubble just behind the 747 cockpit area. The E-4B is a state-of-the-art flying command post, built and equipped for one reason: keep the government running no matter what, even in the event of a nuclear war. The reason it was nicknamed the Doomsday Plane during the Cold War.
They exercise this type of thing all of the time, and they simply don't talk about it. So it doesn't surprise me that they are very closed-mouthed about it.
Ask the Pentagon, and it insists this is not a military aircraft, and there is no mention of it in the official report of the 9/11 Commission. But 6 years later, the Pentagon, the Secret Service, and the FAA all say they, at least for public consumption, have no explanation of the giant plane over the president's house, just as the smoke began to rise across the river at the Pentagon.
There is also footage of another white mystery plane in the restricted airspace over New York City before the second attack. And as the second plane strikes the World Trade Center. There were 5 E-4Bs in the air on 9/11. They are part of the continuity of government plans in case of an emergency. This program was launched in the early 80s, headed by none other than George Herbert Walker Bush.
Was being made to consolidate continuity of government programs across several major departments of the government under one office, which turned out later to be called the National Program Office. As I understood it, this office fell under the jurisdiction of the Office of the Vice President.
Then Vice President George Bush was the first in charge.
On 9/11, this program was put into effect.
This next one happens a lot these days. It seems like a story that is both reassuring and scary at the same time. This morning, we learned that the vice president wasn't the only one sent to an undisclosed location on September 11th, that an entire backup government was and is still there and may be there for as long as anyone now at least can imagine.
Traveling in Iowa, the president for the first time discussed a secret ongoing operation designed to keep the federal government running if Washington is paralyzed by a terrorist strike.
I still take the threats that we receive from al-Qaeda killers and terrorists very seriously.
The operation was first reported by the Washington Post and confirmed to CNN by several administration officials. The shadow or bunker government involves roughly 100 senior staffers from every cabinet department and major government agency. Operates primarily out of 2 secret bunkers in the eastern United States, and is charged with running the executive branch if communication with Washington is severed. The secret plan took shape in the minutes and hours after the September 11th strikes, as Mr. Bush took a cautious route back to Washington.
And now, nearly 6 months later, administration officials are scrambling to get more telephone lines and high-tech computers into these secret bunkers. And at least one member of the Bush cabinet is being kept out of Washington at all times, under heavy security, just in case this so-called shadow government is activated and needs a leader.
Despite it being on television and in numerous papers, most people continue to deny that a shadow government even exists. Now, what if I told you that Dick Cheney was the reported head of this group on the day of 9/11? President Bush cracked jokes about it at a prime rib dinner. The vice president has been moving among secret locations to provide continuity of government A year ago, Dick was running the country, Bush said. Today, he lives out of a little suitcase. Cheney has been part of the succession program since its inception.
To reduce the possibility of decapitation, the National Program Office was directed to create a new program to assure the continuity of government. It was known as the Presidential Successor Support System, or PSQ. Dick Cheney, Edwin Meese, Chip O'Neill, and Dick Thornburgh all have been in the line of succession by virtue of their offices. But our sources say the NPO gave them additional responsibilities under the new system.
Cheney would arrive at the emergency center before the Pentagon was attacked.
Shortly after 9:30 a.m., the president's national security team is in the Situation Room, a secure communications center in the basement of the West Wing. Vice President Dick Cheney is there, along with National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice.
I arrived at the PIOC at about 9:20 a.m. I was made aware of it during the time that the airplane coming in to the Pentagon. There was a young man who would come in and say to the vice president, the plane is 50 miles out. The plane is 30 miles out. And when it got down to the plane is 10 miles out, the young man also said to the vice president, do the orders still stand? And the vice president turned and whipped his neck around and said, of course the orders still stand. Have you heard anything to the contrary? The flight that came into the Pentagon.
Yeah. When you arrived at 9:20, how much longer was it before you overheard the conversation between the young man and the vice president saying, does the order still stand?
It's probably about 5 or 6 minutes.
So about 9:25 or 9:26.
The 9/11 Commission would cover this up by saying Cheney did not arrive in the emergency operating center until more than 15 minutes after the Pentagon strike. Many of the same people involved in the shadow government benefited the most from the war on terror. A key hub for intelligence was the Salomon Brothers building, also known as World Trade Center 7. This was a massive 47-story skyscraper that would have dominated most city skylines. At 5:20 in the afternoon, it would collapse into its own footprint. It also happened to be New York City's #1 spook house and operational center. It housed the Department of Defense, the Internal Revenue Services, the Security and Exchange Commission, the largest Secret Service office in the world, the largest CIA office outside of Virginia, and New York's Office of Emergency Management, or OEM.
Beyond the haunting presence of those still missing in the rubble, Ground Zero is filled with guns, drugs, and secrets. Number 7 World Trade Center was also the New York office of the Central Intelligence Agency. The CIA ordered the building surrounded by FBI agents shortly after it collapsed. Since then, they have been searching for computers and a safe filled with classified documents. Government agents watch the construction workers through binoculars as they search.
The OEM was where local government would rally in the case of an emergency, such as a terrorist attack or natural disaster.
The command center on the 23rd floor is bulletproof and bomb resistant, with its own air supply and generators. It's linked to city airports, the Coast Guard, and the Pentagon. Computers will soon have detailed blueprints of every major building in New York City.
Surprisingly, it would be deserted when city officials Barry Jennings and Michael Hess arrived.
When the Office of Emergency Management did an activation, they always included our locale. I received the call shortly after the first plane hit. I got there, I had to be inside on the 23rd floor when the second plane hit. Upon arriving into the OEM EOC, we noticed that everybody was gone. I saw coffee that was on the desk. Still, the smoke was still coming off the coffee. I saw half-eaten sandwiches. And only me, Mr. Hess, was up there. After I called several individuals, one individual told me that to leave and leave right away.
Both would go on network television on 9/11 and make the claim they experienced explosions inside the building as they tried to evacuate.
I'll give you a live picture down Church Street. Fire crews now walking back toward the scene. We have seen them all morning trying to walk away, because what happens is every time a little piece of the building comes down, a huge black cloud comes at us, making it almost impossible to breathe or see anything in front of them. But now, at least for the past couple of minutes, it has been clear from this space back on Chambers in that area. So now they're walking back toward the World Trade Center. And as we keep letting you hear the personal stories, the survivor stories of exactly what happened inside the World Trade Center when that first plane went in, and of course the collapses since then, we're going to bring more of those to you now. Barry Jennings, you're on the 8th floor. You work for the City Housing Department. Explain to me the moment of impact.
Well, me and Mr. Hesh, Corporation Counsel, were on the 23rd floor. I told him we got to get out of here. We started walking down the stairs. We made it to the 8th floor. Big explosion. Blew us back into the 8th floor. And I turned to Hesh. I said, "This is it. We're dead. We're not going to make it out of here." I took a fire extinguisher and I bust the window out. That's when this gentleman here heard my cries for help. This gentleman right here, and he kept saying, "Stand by. Somebody's coming to get you." They couldn't get to us for an hour because they couldn't find us.
You thought that was it?
I thought we're dead. I thought that was it.
We have Frank Uciardo back on the phone with us, Brenda, with some New York City officials. Frank, go ahead.
That's right. I'm standing here right now just off Broadway by City Hall with Michael Hess, who is the city's corporation counsel. Mr. Hess, you were trapped in, I believe, 7 World Trade Center. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I was. I was up in the emergency management center on the 23rd floor, and when all the power went out in the building, another gentleman and I walked down to the 8th floor where there was an explosion, and we've been trapped on the 8th floor with smoke, thick smoke all around us for about an hour and a half. But the New York Fire Department, as terrific as they are, just came and got us out.
When I made it to the 6th floor, and there was an explosion. The explosion was beneath me. Keep in mind now, it's pitch black in there. All the lights went out. So when the explosion happened, it blew us back. I'm thinking I'm standing on the landing. I'm actually holding on to a pole above us. Really? And I had to climb back up because Hess is yelling, "What do we do now?" I said, "There's only one thing we can do, and it's go back up." Both buildings were still standing. Keep in mind, I told you the fire department came and ran. They came twice. Why? Because building Tower 1 fell, then Tower 2 fell. And then when they came back with all concern now, like, to get me the hell out of there. I was trapped in there for several hours. I was trapped in there when both buildings came down. All this time, I'm hearing all type of explosions. All this time, I'm hearing explosions. When they finally got to us, and they took us down to what they called the lobby, because I asked them, I said, when we got down there, I said, "Where are we?" He said, "This was the lobby." And I said, "You got to be kidding me." It was total ruins. Total ruins. Now, keep in mind, when I came in there, the lobby had nice escalators. It was a huge lobby. And for me to see what I saw was unbelievable. And the firefighter that took us down kept saying, "Do not look down." And I kept saying, "Why?" He said, "Do not look down." And we were stepping over people. And you know, you can feel when you're stepping over people.
This building would fall into its own footprint at 5:20 in the afternoon at nearly free-fall speed. Almost 7 years later, there has still been no official reason given, but some have given the false impression that damage caused by the collapse of the Twin Towers brought 7 down. Despite the fact that no other surrounding buildings acted in this manner. Dr. S. Shyam Sunder would make the claim on behalf of the National Institute of Standards and Technology that on about a third of the face, to the center and to the bottom, approximately 10 stories, about 25% of the depth of the building, was scooped out. Here is the south face of World Trade Center 7. Does it look like 1/4 of the building is gone? Perhaps we should take a look inside. It appears it is not scooped out after all. Members of the media were reporting that the building had collapsed due to structural damage and fire, more than 20 minutes prior to it going down.
Now, more on the latest building collapse in New York. You might have heard a few moments ago, I was talking about the Salomon Brothers building collapsing. And indeed it has. Apparently that's only a few hundred yards away from where the World Trade Center towers were. And it seems that this was not a result of a new attack. It was because the building had been weakened during this morning's attacks. We'll probably find out more now about that from our correspondent, Jane Stanley. Jane, what more can you tell us about the Salomon Brothers building and its collapse?
The building can clearly be seen in the background as Jane Stanley reports its demise.
Jane, I think many of us, when we heard the news, perhaps on the radio earlier today, were...
The feed would be cut before the building collapsed.
And just couldn't comprehend it. I mean, it almost sounded too far-fetched. I was wondering what it felt like for you being in Manhattan. Well, unfortunately, I think we've lost the line with Jane Stanley.
They called me down. I think it was part of the 9/11 Commission. They asked me the same questions that you guys are asking me. And at that point, they said, okay, thank you. They sent me on my way.
And yeah, you told them pretty much everything you just told us.
Yes.
You were in the building, got rocked by an explosion,
Yes.
all that.
Yes.
And you know that they didn't mention Building 7 once in the commission report.
I told them that's where I was. It was very, to tell you, it was very scary because they looked like very important people.
Yeah.
They were questioning me about certain things. I don't know if they liked the answers I gave. I could care less. I gave my account of it, the truth, and that was it. That day I'll never forget. And the explanations that were given to me is totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. I'm just confused about one thing and one thing only. Why World Trade Center 7 went down in the first place. I'm very confused about that. I know what I heard. I heard explosions. The explanation I got was it was the fuel oil tank. I'm an old boiler guy. If it was a fuel oil tank, it would have been one side of the building.
After 9/11, a climate of fear was created in order to shut down any opposition to the Bush administration's new agenda. A week after 9/11, anthrax began appearing in the mail. The letters were made to look as though they were the work of Muslim extremists, claiming "Death to America" and "Allah is great."
Now, if you remember, these anthrax letters, they were written to appear to be from semi-literate Muslims, very crude handwriting, all of this, all of that. They really do look more like movie prop letters than real letters.
The targets were government buildings, media outlets such as CBS, NBC, the New York Post, and politicians such as Senator Daschle and Leahy, two members of the opposition party. When the FBI tested the anthrax, it was highly refined and weaponized. Colin Powell would go on CNN and deny these allegations.
I think we've had a lot of stories over the past 4 or 5 days. First, it was weaponized anthrax, then it was highly refined, and then when it was analyzed, it was discovered it was none of the above.
The anthrax used in the attacks was identical to that of the AIM strain, which led the investigation of Fort Detrick.
An analysis of the anthrax that was sent to Senator Daschle's office shows that this anthrax has a sophistication that leads people to know that it can only be produced by a PhD microbiologist, and it would have to have been done in a small, well-equipped microbiology lab.
This appears to be the so-called Ames strain. That was a strain of anthrax that was first isolated almost 50 years ago at a U.S. Department of Agriculture diagnostic lab in Ames, Iowa. What's uncommon about this is that it has been engineered in such a way to be, as they say, readily aerosolized. That means, in effect, that what somebody has done is taken the anthrax spores, added to them some kind of a chemical to get in the way of a normal electrostatic process that causes the spores to clump together. Chemicals been added to declump them, in effect. That makes them very fine. They are able then to be dispersed very readily into the air.
The Washington Post would report, genetic fingerprinting studies indicate that the anthrax spores mailed to Capitol Hill are identical to stocks of the deadly bacteria maintained by the U.S. Army since 1980. Those labs can trace back their samples to a single military source, the U.S. Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases at Fort Detrick, Maryland. It's been made quite clear that Al-Qaeda wasn't behind this. It is a specialized biological weapon only produced by our military in one facility. High-level FBI and CIA officials said none of the 60 to 80 daily threat reports from intelligence sources contain evidence linking the anthrax attacks to Osama bin Laden's terrorist network. This did not stop the mainstream press from trying to blame Al-Qaeda.
As investigators race to find answers to the recent wave of anthrax terror, we'll look at what investigators are targeting now.
Since September 11th, Americans have been put on alert.
This is so terrible. Investigators are trying to ward off more attacks by dissecting the terrorist plan for September 11th, looking for patterns, methods, associates that could reveal what else terrorists had in mind.
It was not something smuggled in from Iraq. It was not something smuggled in from any Middle Eastern country. It was U.S. government ultrafine granulated weaponized anthrax spores. There was another story that the media absolutely would not touch, the story of Dr. Philip Zach. And it goes back to the U.S. government lab where the anthrax was stored. It was reported that official U.S. government documents in the anthrax investigation showed that Dr. Zach had entered the laboratory where the anthrax used in the letters was kept without proper authorization after having lost his job.
Somehow the Bush administration would have the foresight to be on Cipro 6 weeks prior to the attacks. How convenient. An attack traced back to U.S. government facilities, and the president and his staff happen to be taking the antidote before it's even in the mail. Judicial Watch would file suit against the administration for its actions.
Well, this is another good example of how certain people consider themselves to be above the rest of us. On September 11th, I think it'll come as a shock to a lot of people, but it's been reported by the New York Times and other major news organizations and confirmed by the White House. The president's office and vice president's office went on Cipro, the antibiotic that was used to combat anthrax. The White House went on Cipro. It must have known that either an attack was underway or was imminent. It shows you that some people in this country are less than equal and are not treated like the political elites.
"9/11 was an international intelligence operation that included role players within our own government, as well as in the governments of Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, and Israel. Each played a compartmentalized role in order to create a climate of fear and confusion. This, combined with the evacuation of government offices, kept any type of dissent off the radar. It was a time when Americans felt they needed to rally around their leaders, and they did.
I can hear you. And the people who knock these buildings down will hear all of us soon. God bless America! USA!
power structure used that unity to pass nightmarish legislation, beginning with the Patriot Act, which was written before 9/11. Homeland Security was in place prior to 9/11 as well.
Another piece of this, which is something that has been well known to you all, is that the creation of the Office of Homeland Security was something that was planned even before September 11th.
The Bush administration had even written up the plans to invade Afghanistan the week before 9/11.
And as a result of a process that involved the CIA, the Department of Defense, the Department of State, the National Security Council, a national security presidential directive was developed and prepared throughout 2001 that was approved by what's called the Principals Committee, which is essentially cabinet-level officers involved in national security, on September 4th, 2001. That document was then finalized on September 10th. I think it was focused on al-Qaeda from the various earlier days.
We fight a fabled enemy, the likes of which that can never be defeated.
The terrorists attacked us and killed 3,000 of our citizens before we started the freedom agenda in the Middle East. They were... What did Iraq have to do with what?
The attack on the World Trade Center.
Nothing.
While an international intelligence cartel wages psychological warfare against we the people on behalf of the global elite.
And remember, this is a government that over the years has proven that it can be trusted with these powers.
You'd hope, as you mentioned before, that people don't complain about these extra inconveniences because they are simply being put into effect to protect all of us.
They masquerade as our saviors, while the media glorifies and indemnifies them.
Either you are with us or you are with the terrorists.
Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Certainly not a disingenuous filmmaker who would have us believe
The time has come not for a revolution, but a restoration of our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, but most of all, our morality as a people. The question is, will we be able to put our consumerist obsessions aside long enough to make a difference? Can we put down the remote control and hold these tyrants accountable? It's up to us. No more excuses.
Thank you.
This is wild.
Through the night with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies to the ocean.
Can't be doing no pictures. Okay, it's NBC News. You understand? It's NBC News. I don't care who it is.
Don't chase me, bro. Don't chase me. I can't do it. My home, sweet home.
What happened in the skies on the morning of September 11th, 2001? Why did America's air defense seem to be ineffective?
The American 11 boss just gave us a heads up and said that he was heading towards Washington.
Now, where are you getting this information from, on American 11?
You know what? Get rid of this goddamn snip. Turn your switch. Hey, turn the sim switches off. Get rid of that crap.
According to the 9/11 Commission report, 4 aircraft departed America's airports on a gorgeous September morning in the Northeast corridor of the United States. 2 from Boston Logan, 1 from Newark, New Jersey, and another from Washington Dulles in Virginia. The aircraft alleged to have attacked the World Trade Center are reported to have departed Boston's Logan International Airport. The first aircraft, claimed to be American 11, tail number N334AA, is reported to have departed Logan at approximately 0800 a.m. United 175, tail number N612UA, a few minutes thereafter. Both climbing out to their cruising altitude, it is alleged the aircraft were hijacked by Muslim extremists armed with box cutters. Located at Hill Air Force Base in Utah, the 84th Radar Evaluation Squadron, also known as RADIES, provided software and files through the Freedom of Information Act of the reported radar tracks on the morning of September 11, 2001. We will be analyzing these files throughout this presentation. NORAD provided audio recordings from the morning of September 11, 2001 of their Northeast Defense Command, also known as NEADS, the sector responsible for defending the northeastern United States. The FAA also made available their audio recordings from Boston and Washington. Please keep in mind when viewing this presentation that pilots for 9/11 Truth do not claim data provided by government sources is authentic, yet it must be analyzed. Pilots for 9/11 Truth have analyzed a growing mountain of information and data provided by government agencies, much of which conflicts with the government narrative of events. How can government agencies draw a conclusion when even their own data does not support their hypothesis? Government sources and the 9/11 Commission must be held accountable for such conflicts. Yet they refuse to comment. Even if data were altered by their very sources, it is a crime to fabricate data provided through the Freedom of Information Act, and someone must be held accountable. These are the radar tracks of the various aircraft and their relative positions on the morning of 9/11 during a little over the 2-hour period from 8 a.m. till approximately 10:15, according to the 84th Radar Evaluation Squadron. Included is the fighter response. Irreverent air traffic and clutter have been filtered for clarity. According to the tapes, at approximately 08:15, American 11 was given a turn 20 degrees to the right to avoid traffic.
11 turn 20 degrees right.
The crew read back the instructions and made the turn.
Right, American 11.
Roughly 15 seconds later, American 11 was given an instruction by ATC to climb and maintain 35,000 feet.
American 11, climb maintain level 350.
There was no reply. Boston Center made continued attempts to contact American 11 without success.
American 11, climb maintain level 350. American 11, Boston.
United 175 checks in on the frequency after departing Boston Logan.
Boston 1, United 175 out of 19, 230. United 175, Boston, Center, Roger.
The next time American 11 is heard from was the widely publicized infamous call from Mohammed Atta, supposedly at the controls, in which he is alleged to mistakenly have transmitted over the air a demand meant for the cabin.
Is that American 11 trying to call?
Buddy, we have some planes. Just stay quiet and you'll be okay. We're turning to the airport.
This roughly 10 minutes after the last call from the crew.
And who's trying to call me here?
It is important to keep in mind, this transmission could have been broadcast from anywhere. Those who make excuses for the government story claim this transmission was from American 11, because that's what the government told them.
American 11, are you trying to call?
Nobody move. Everything will be okay. If you try to make any move, you'll danger yourself and the airplane. Just stay quiet.
Roughly 25 minutes after departure, 0825, the alleged American 11 changes course according to the Rady's radar. The target turns south and heads for New York City. United 175 then gets handed off to the next sector.
United 175, contact the Boston Center on 133.42.
33342, United 175, go on.
In this sector, UA 175 gets a visual on an aircraft described as American 11.
United 175, Boston.
175, go ahead, sir.
Roger, you have traffic. Look at your 12 to 1 o'clock at about 10 miles southbound. See if you can see an American 767 out there, please.
They were looking, negative contact, United 175.
UCF 583, can you see it?
583, we still don't have him yet, sir. We're looking.
Okay, United 175, you have him at your 12 o'clock now, 10 miles.
Affirmative, we have him. He looks about 20, about 28,000.
Okay, thank you.
UA 175 is given a vector to pass behind that aircraft and then to head direct to its next fix, which is Sparta VOR.
United 175, clear direct Sparta.
Sparta, United 175.
UA 175 is then handed off to New York Center at roughly 5 minutes before the alleged American Airlines 11 impacts the North Tower.
United 175, contact New York Center 127.17.
2717, United 175.
At approximately 0830, the first call was made by the Boston Traffic Management Unit, also known as Boston TMU, to notify the command center of the hijack of American 11.
Command Center, it's Tony.
Hi, Tony. Good morning, Boston Center. I got a situation here with American 11, American 11, Boston departure to LAX. We believe it's a possible hijack situation.
Okay, tell me more.
Okay, he departed Boston. We lost radio communications with him. Then we lost his transponder, and they believe that they heard in the background something, a threat. And right now,
What, a threat, you said?
a threat. And right now, the aircraft is just west of Albany, going southbound.
Okay, I see him.
And he's
Nobody's talking to him, right?
nobody's talking to him at this time, correct?
Okay. Anything I can do to help you right now?
And no, I mean, just in the right, we have no idea where this aircraft is going. Maybe a hit up to New York Center.
The command center recommends to notify all surrounding centers, especially New York and Cleveland.
Okay, well, probably the precaution might be good if we call up Cleveland and New York and at least let them know, just in case this guy starts heading there where they'll have a heads up on it. Okay, let's do that.
Cleveland. Hi, Cleveland, New York, Boston. I got a little situation with American 11, American 11. He is a 767 departed Boston going to LAX. We don't know where the aircraft is going. He is supposedly going to LAX. Was going westbound. We lost his frequency. Then we lost his transponder, and now the aircraft is just west of Albany, heading due south.
Oh, my goodness.
Do we have the data block on it? Yeah, we have. It's a primary target presently, and it's just heading southwestbound.
Okay.
No altitude encoded right now.
I'll advise the area.
The last altitude observed was flight level 290.
29.
Heading southwestbound. He's like towards Hancock, Right around there. He's southwest of Albany by 1.5 miles.
You have no idea where he's going?
No idea, sir.
All right.
You can tag him on the TSD. I did pick him up.
Primary only?
Primary only.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
At approximately 0835, a call to scramble fighters is made by Boston Center directly to Cape Approach, trying to get in touch with Otis Air Force Base.
Cape Drake on Cape on Team Unit 41.
Cape Drake on?
Yeah, hi, are you able to talk to Otis on this line?
I'm not sure, but if you need to get in touch with them, I can, I think they're on the 7 line.
I have a situation with the American 11.
What?
I have a situation with American 11.
You want to talk to Otis Power?
I want to talk to Otis Drake. I need to scramble some fighters.
All right, well, hold on a second. Let me get you the soup. Pick up the 41. Something about a scramble. I don't know.
Cape Approach. Hey, Cape. Dan Buenicon from Boston Center.
Yes.
I have a situation with American 11, a possible hijack.
American 11?
Yes, sir. Departed Boston going to LAX. Right now he's south of Albany. He'd like to scramble some fighters to go tail him.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll talk to Otis here.
Okay, and just put if he wants, just depart, and we'll put a flight plan in for him.
At 0840, 5 minutes later, Boston calls the command center to speak with New York TRACON Direct, letting them know the hijack is confirmed.
Command Center Ace, Tony.
Hi, Tony. Command Center here. Boston Center here. Could I get New York TRACON?
You bet. Oh, nothing with the...
Yes, with American 11.
Say it again?
Oh, a reference to American 11.
Have you had any contact with him yet?
No contact. It is confirmed hijack, though. Hey, TRACON. Hi, Boston Center. Good morning. American 11. 767, possible hijack.
American 11, 75, and
76.
Where's he landing?
Right now, we don't have any idea, but he was to the northwest of Albany, and now he's down by Sparta, losing speed very rapidly. We believe he's a primary only, and we believe he's on the descent. That's why he's slowing down.
I'm just trying to, and he's around the Sparta area now, you say?
Yeah, he's around the Sparta area right now.
Wow, I just don't see anything.
Yeah, it's a primary target right now.
Yeah, I'm looking pretty hard for any kind of primary target. We still should be able to see it. I don't see...
I do have something on the TSD if that gives you an idea of which way he's heading.
Yeah, well, I'm just looking at the real raw radar here, and I just don't see... anything out there. I'll let the area know to start looking for it.
We just don't have any idea what out. Last altitude we had this fellow 290, but his speed has diminished quite a bit.
Okay.
So we believe it might be a descent.
Okay. Alrighty. I'll pass along to the sector.
All right, just be careful.
Understand.
Check.
Hey, Boston?
Yes.
You said you confirmed the hijack. How'd you...
Well, what has happened, the pilot has kept the mic keyed while the person's in the cockpit, the flight deck.
Okay, and what are you hearing?
The threat, I don't really know what they're hearing, but that the suit came down and confirmed that it is the hijack.
Okay, if you learn anything else, please give us a call so we can help you out as best we can. Does New York know about this guy?
New York knows, Cleveland knows, maybe Washington will be next. We're going to scramble some fighters to tail him.
Okay, coming out of Otis?
Yes.
Okay, I'll take care of the coordination with Washington Center. I will advise them of what's going on.
Thank you.
According to the command center, Washington was also being advised at this time to keep an eye out for suspicious aircraft. This was an hour prior to the attack on the Pentagon. At 0845, 1 minute prior to the North Tower impact, Cape calls Boston and advises them they would need to get authorization from the Northeast Defense Sector, also known as NEEDS, to launch fighters. Cape gives Boston the flight ID of the fighters as Panta 45 and 46.
Do me a favor. Samuel? Yeah, it's Cape Trincon here. Is Dan there? That's me. Hey, I just talked to Otis here, and they said they needed a NEADS authorization. We're working with NEADS to see if they should be calling you. Okay, just to let you know, we got a call on a Panta, P-A-N-T-A, off on November 10, go off of 4-5. Yeah. And 4-6, flight of 2. They'll be airborne soon. Great, thank you. All right, TJ.
It is interesting to note that American 11 and United 175 both have the same departure and destination, Boston to LAX, but were given different routing. American 11 was cleared along the preferred Great Circle route to LAX, which directs flights over Syracuse, New York. This is the most direct route to Los Angeles International Airport. United 175 was given a more southern route, used mainly by departures out of Newark. Due to the cleared southern route of the alleged UA-175, the aircraft was closer to the World Trade Center after the first tower strike. Had this aircraft been given the preferred route to LAX, it would have taken more time to reach its target, and perhaps given enough time for fighters to intercept the aircraft before reaching its target. Also, due to this change of route, United 175 crossed American 11 within miles of each other. At this time, UA-93 departed EWR. UA-93 and UA-175 used the same exact path, also within miles of each other. This brings to mind Operation Northwoods. Operation Northwoods was a mission developed by Joint Chiefs of Staff Lemnitzer. The operation dictated swapping commercial aircraft once airborne for drones and shooting them out of the sky. This action was to be blamed on Cuba in order to justify an invasion, a classic false flag mission. Stage an attack and blame it on your enemy to gain public and, most importantly, congressional support for war. There are many tracks which seemingly go out of their way to converge with the alleged 9/11 targets and then split off. Was a swap occurring at these points? A sort of revised and updated form of Operation Northwoods? Of course, a simple explanation will be offered by government agencies and those who make excuses. But the coincidences cannot be ignored. At 8:52 a.m., fighters are launched from Otis Air Force Base. Needs repeatedly wants the fighters to go direct to the Z point, to New York City, and demand the FAA ATC clear a route.
I don't know where I'm scrambling these guys to. I need a direction, destination. Okay, I'm going to give you the Z point. It's just north of New York City. I got this lat long 4115, 7436, or 7346. Head them in that direction. Copy that.
Then a report comes in that the hijacked aircraft just struck the World Trade Center.
How's your fighting son doing? May I help you? Yeah, it's 1st Air Force Sergeant Tibbetts. We just confirmed from down here that was one of the same, the hijack and the plane hitting the building.
1st Air Force confirmation, one in the same, American Airlines and into the World Trade Center. Copy? Is that what you said, sir?
That's copy, yes.
Another report is circulated through the system that the last known position was 15 miles east of JFK.
Last position I got from Boston was 15 miles east of JFK.
Instead of the fighters being scrambled directly to New York City, Needs changes their route to hold in W105, a warning area off the southern coast of Long Island, based on the last known position that was never verified. Here they are instructed to hold as a radar track accelerates to more than 150 knots over the max operating speed of a 767 with its target in sight, the World Trade Center South Tower. We analyzed the speeds for the South Tower aircraft thoroughly in our presentation 9/11 World Trade Center attack. We have found, based on precedent, data, and aerodynamics, that a standard 767 would be impossible to control at such excessive speeds over its max operating. Was this aircraft modified so it could beat Otis fighters to its target, the South Tower of the World Trade Center? If it was, the modifications would have to be instructed by individuals who know our air defense response time. Just like there has never been a steel skyscraper to collapse from fire prior to 9/11, there has never been an aircraft positively identified to exceed its max operating speed by more than 150 knots, its maneuvering speed by 220 knots, pulled G's, was controllable and survived before 9/11 or after. After the second impact, Otis fighters were instructed to set up combat air patrol over New York City. Tankers were called in for fueling operations and remained loitering. Almost 35 minutes after American 11 went silent, also known as Nordo, and changed course, American 77 was lost to Indianapolis Center.
Indianapolis Center was working this guy.
What guy?
American 77.
Okay.
At flight level 350. However, they lost radar with him, they lost contact with him, they lost everything, and they don't have any idea where he is or what happened. So what we've done at the surrounding centers here is to tell everyone to look out for limited codes, primary targets, or whatever the case may be.
Okay.
Indianapolis contacted American Airlines 3 times to notify them of another missing aircraft. At 9:08 a.m., Langley was also notified and ordered to battle stations, an order in which pilots are sitting in their cockpits, ready for flight. Yet Langley fighters didn't get airborne till almost 20 minutes later.
Tell Foxy to scramble Langley, send them in the same location. Battle stations or scramble? Battle stations only, Langley.
And were given instruction to head out over the Atlantic instead of directly to protect Washington.
Say again where you want him?
We want him in the Whiskey 386 area.
All right.
Yeah, thanks, brother.
As soon as the Pentagon was attacked, Langley fighters turned towards Washington. There are many other bases closer to Washington and New York City that offer defense. Otis and Langley were selected due to the fact many fighters from other bases were out on training exercises. Several training exercises were in effect on the morning of 9/11.
I hope they cancel the exercise because this is ridiculous.
You guys watching the news? Yeah, they got it on in the battle cab right now. Yeah. I wasn't sure. I've been watching it for about 10 minutes, and I said, I wonder if they suspend the exercising? Not at this time, no. I've never seen so much real-world stuff happen during an exercise.
Andrews Air Force Base is within 10 miles of Washington, D.C. The fighters were sent to North Carolina. Atlantic City F-16s are much closer to New York City than Otis Air Force Base F-15s. Atlantic City fighters were training out over the Atlantic. In fact, Otis also had fighters out on training missions. He had 2 fighters on alert. Needs was also in training mode when the attacks occurred. Needs had simulated tracks on their radar screens and didn't remove them till almost 9:30 a.m., well after the second tower impact. According to Captain Jeff Lottis, a former F-15 fighter pilot with 2 tours of duty in Iraq, false inputs on radar screens is unprecedented, except on 9/11. You can hear the confusion when Needs is attempting to locate their tankers. Call sign Team 23.
No, Team 21 and 107. Thank you, David. This is Team 23. That's Team 23. Yeah, I just told Jeremy I want him down in 386 and we would have over. Okay. You know what? Get rid of this goddamn sim. Turn your switch. Hey, turn the sim switches off. Get rid of that crap.
Our defenses just seemed behind the 8 ball every step of the way. Was this all by design? How would the hijackers know to strike on such a chaotic day with the U.S. under minimal defense? It seems the hijackers were extremely lucky all morning on 9/11. That is, if what we've been told by the 9/11 Commission is true. Yet, even the 9/11 Commission admits they haven't been told the truth. The Pentagon, our nation's military headquarters. How could an aircraft get so close to the Pentagon after America has been attacked almost an hour prior? The Pentagon in Washington, D.C. is well defended, according to former Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger.
The city is ringed with Air Force bases and Navy bases, and the ability to get the defensive planes in the air is very, very high. And at the same time, you would do what is being done, and that is closing off the entire airspace so that you, in effect, the whole Washington area is a no-fly zone, so that any planes that can't identify themselves that get into that are to be shot down.
Does the Pentagon also have anti-aircraft defense? Certainly the general public would not know of such installations, as our enemies would obtain the same information. If the Pentagon did have such a defense, it would certainly be classified. April Gallup is a survivor of the Pentagon attack. She crawled through the hole in the Pentagon holding her son. April says that she did not see any evidence of an aircraft crash and didn't even know an airplane was reported to have caused the damage till she got to the hospital. April is extremely puzzled by the fact that there were no warnings or defense of the Pentagon attack, especially when everyone in the world knew America was being attacked after the World Trade Center strikes. When discussing airspace surrounding our nation's capital, often the restricted airspace referred to is the prohibited areas around the Capitol building and the White House. We have to look further out. This is known as Class Bravo airspace. It is a highly controlled airspace in which you need a clearance to enter, including two-way radio communication and a working Mode C transponder that reports your altitude. New York and Washington, D.C. both have Class Bravo airspace surrounding their hub airports. New York covers JFK, Newark, and LaGuardia, while Washington covers Baltimore, Reagan National in the middle, and west to Dulles. American 77 was lost from radar when its transponder was shut off at 8:56 a.m. This is 10 minutes after the first tower strike, and 16 minutes after Washington was notified to keep an eye out for suspicious aircraft. Danielle O'Brien at Washington TRACON observed a fast-moving target penetrating Washington Class Bravo. She wasn't notified of the events in New York, yet Washington Center was advised. Why was this information seemingly intercepted from getting to TRACON controllers in Washington? Had Miss O'Brien and her colleagues been advised of the events in New York, would she have been more alert to have the target penetrating Washington Class Bravo intercepted? Would the word have gone out to the Langley fighters, who were now heading out over the Atlantic? If the unidentified target reached Washington, D.C., certainly Pentagon aircraft defense could have played a role, if April Gallup is correct. Some have argued that the Pentagon would not have such a defense because Reagan National is so close, an aircraft departing and arriving could inadvertently be shot down. Those who make such arguments aren't familiar with how the national airspace system works. Most aircraft arriving into Reagan National are well known of their intentions prior to even departing their origin airport. Those that aren't are well known of their intentions prior to entering Washington Class Bravo, 30 miles from Reagan National. Those who don't communicate and perhaps have their transponders off, that is your target. Aside from the fact we already know it's impossible for an aircraft to have caused the physical damage at the Pentagon based on witnesses filmed on location and data provided by government agencies, an unidentified aircraft should not have been anywhere close to the Pentagon. It appears the interceptors were intercepted. Always one step behind the curve until the objectives were accomplished. The confusion caused throughout the system on 9/11 seems to be the contributing factor of why the perpetrators were so successful in carrying out their missions.
Hey, turn the swim switches off.
When an unidentified target was approaching Washington, D.C. from the west, a message was sent out in the system that American 11 was still airborne.
Scoggins Military, Boston Center. Just had a report that American 11 is still in the air and it's on its way heading towards Washington.
Okay, American 11 is still in the air on its way towards Washington?
There was definitely another aircraft that hit the tower. That's the latest report we have.
Okay.
I'm going to try to confirm an ID for you, but I would assume he's somewhere over either New Jersey or somewhere further south.
Okay, so American 11 isn't the hijack at all then, right?
No, he is a hijack.
American 11 is a hijack.
Yes.
And he's going into Washington?
It could be a third aircraft.
It could be a third aircraft going on to Washington. Do you have a Mode 3 on him, sir?
With no Mode 3, we're trying to get a radio to me if I can. This is a report I had from Washington Center. You might want to get someone on another phone talking to Washington Center, see if they have him tracked up.
Copy that.
And then get maybe a DC guard or somebody up there on the aircraft.
Okay, do you have a red one right now on it?
I will try to get one.
Okay, copy. Thanks.
All eyes then focused on a target coming from the northeast and not the west. Also, this message was sent out that the aircraft was headed towards Washington before it would have even gotten to Philly. Why was the rumor started that an aircraft from the northeast is inbound to Washington and not Philly? Was it to lead interceptors toward a phantom target and away from the real threat inbound from the west? The ultimate source for this confusion is still unknown.
Hello.
Hi, this is Huntress ID.
Huntress, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sir. We have fighters on battle stations and airborne also. We're trying to figure out the lat long for the American 11. Boss just gave us a heads up and said that he was heading towards Washington.
Now, where are you getting this information from on American 11?
Boston military.
Who?
Boston military?
Boston?
Yes.
Military desk.
And they said that they were getting updates through Washington.
So not Washington Center, I'm sure, because American 11 is the airplane that we're under the premise that has already crashed into the Trade Center.
Right.
Again, someone intercepted the interceptors by providing false information. Washington TRACON was isolated due to the fact that they weren't advised of the events in New York. The rest of the system was virtually isolated from Washington TRACON because TRACON didn't feel the unidentified target may be a threat until it was too late. Again, due to the fact the information seemed to have been intercepted from getting to Washington TRACON.
Have any information you may need on this flight?
Okay, if you could do me a favor and have them call us, we cannot call out for some reason.
By this time, many are aware of the infamous Norman Mineta testimony given to the 9/11 Commission. The aircraft was 50 miles out, 30 miles out, 10 miles out. Do the orders still stand?
The plane is 10 miles out. The young man also said to the vice president, do the orders still stand? And the vice president turned and whipped his neck around and said, of course the orders still stand. Have you heard anything to the contrary? Well, at the time I didn't know what all that meant. And
the flight you're referring to is the
flight that came into the Pentagon.
Yeah.
To this day, there has been much controversy over what exactly those orders were. Were they to stand down in order to let the Pentagon attack occur? Were they a shoot-down order? Mineta's testimony has been among the most damaging because those who make excuses for the government story are having a very difficult time trying to explain such a conversation with the vice president.
Some young man came in and said to the vice president, there's a plane 50 miles out coming towards DC. So I said to Monty Felger, who's the number 2 at FAA, I said, Monty, what do you have on radar on this plane coming in? So, well, the transponder's been turned off, so we don't know who it is, and we don't know the altitude or speed. And so I said, well, where is it? He said, well, it's somewhere beyond Great Falls right now. And so then the young man came in and said, it's 20 miles away. And so I'd say, well, Monty, where is this plane in relationship to the ground? And radar, it's hard to associate with a ground point, but they'd be able to tell you roughly the distance from wherever you are. But he couldn't tell you speed or altitude. And then all of a sudden, as I was talking to him, he said, "Oh, I lost the bogey, lost the target." I said, "Well, where is it?" He said, "Well, somewhere between Roslyn and National Airport." And about that time, someone broke into the conversation. Said, "Mr. Secretary, we just had a confirmation from a Arlington County police officer saying that he saw an American Airlines plane go into the Pentagon."
Some have argued that the aircraft which was being discussed was United Airlines 93 coming down from Pennsylvania, and that Mineta had his timeline inaccurate. This can't be the case, as United 93 never got close to the Pentagon. Some have argued it was American Airlines 11, but same thing. American Airlines 11 never got close to the Pentagon. Even in what is called coast track mode, when a radar track of an aircraft continues on its present course based on the last data received, the aircraft still would not have been close to the Pentagon. The aircraft target being discussed by Vice President Cheney and overheard by Mineta could only be the target inbound from the west, which penetrated Washington-class Bravo airspace. Combine that with the fact that the Langley fighters were headed out over the Atlantic during this time and turned inbound only after the target drops off radar near the Pentagon, it seems pretty obvious what the orders were. An airborne command center, a military version of a 747, was airborne when the unidentified target approached from the west. According to Rady's data, this aircraft did a dozy-do with the unidentified target as the F-16s were headed out over the Atlantic. Again, at the moment the target disappears at the Pentagon, the F-16s are then turned towards Washington. Operation Northwoods proposed swapping aircraft for drones and using them in a false flag attack to blame on Cuba. There is evidence of the original aircraft still airborne after their supposed crash. Unlike the false rumors floated through the system in an apparent attempt to intercept the interceptors, there is data which does show UA-93 still airborne after its alleged crash, as well as N612UA, the aircraft which supposedly hit the South Tower. ATC transcripts show UA-93 still airborne at a location just south of the impact crater. ACARS data, a device used for communicating with aircraft, show UA-175 still airborne in western Pennsylvania, almost 20 minutes after its reported crash. This ACARS data reports the closest station transmitting to and from an aircraft. The official flight path of the alleged UA-175 shows that if the aircraft were to receive an ACARS message, it should have come from these transmitting locations. This is the map of the ACARS facility surrounding the New York City area. However, ACARS stations were reported to have transmitted from Harrisburg and Pittsburgh, PA, after the alleged impact at the South Tower. According to radar specialist and electrical engineer Dennis Cimino, this is impossible if N612UA crashed into the World Trade Center. War games, simulated radar tracks, routing clearances other than preferred, enabling the second aircraft threat to be closer to the World Trade Center after the first impact. Aircraft exceeding their max operating limits by more than 130 to 150 knots. Inaccurate aircraft position reports, false aircraft target reports, aircraft converging, flying virtually in formation with, and then diverging from reported 9/11 aircraft. Fighters launched in the wrong directions, aircraft seemingly still airborne after the alleged attacks, poor communications, phones not working.
We cannot call out for some reason.
All right, let me have your number.
Is it any surprise that our defenses were always one step behind, while the perpetrators of 9/11 were able to successfully accomplish their mission with military precision? Are we supposed to believe Al-Qaeda was running all this interference so the supposed hijackers could complete their mission? Bin Laden isn't even listed as a suspect for 9/11, yet we went into Afghanistan to smoke him out. These are real questions. The cold hard facts added to the growing mountain of information and data, which does not add up to what we have been told by our government. Write your Congress representatives, your senators, demand a full and thorough investigation before we write more law giving up our freedoms in the name of security. They who give up essential liberty to obtain a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. Benjamin Franklin, February 17th, 1775. Thank you for taking the time to inform yourself.
Play music, man. You're a ticket for an airplane. You ain't got time, say no facts train. Lonely days are gone, no coming home. Guess you're up in that time. I don't care, but I gotta spill. Find my way, where that home again.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Andy Steele, the operations manager here at AE 911 Truth, and we are bringing you another great webinars. Of course, this is a continuing series we're doing all the time with the volunteers of Project Due Diligence, which is bringing presentations like these to the engineering community, to the branches of professional organizations all over the country. And we got a very exciting one here today. Something that is long overdue. It involves a video that NIST put out in 2009. Well, this guest, this presenter, is going to be sinking his teeth into it and debunking it left and right. His name is Gene Johnson. He is a Project Due Diligence volunteer. He has a BSME and 30-plus years experience as a construction and mining engineer, designing and working with heavy machinery and open pit mining where explosives are used. He's a signatory to AE 911 Truth's petition, of course, calling for a new investigation into the destruction of the 3 towers that fell in New York on September 11th. And he's going to be going over that 2009 video. Like I said before, it's long overdue. So let me go ahead and put him in here. But before I do that, actually, let me just remind everybody that we will take your questions, as always, at the end of this presentation. Easiest way to have me see your question, because there's a lot of other stuff that gets put in these boxes, is to just write question before you write what the actual question is and type it into the YouTube chat for this broadcast, or you can put it in the Facebook comments as well. And then I'll see it and we'll ask Gene about it and give you a good answer. Put them in. Gene, you are on the air and the show is all yours. Take it away.
Thanks, Andy. The architects and engineers were established in 2006 by Richard Gage, an architect. And today we have over 3,600 degree certified architects and engineers from all over the world demanding a new independent investigation into the collapse of the 3 World Trade Center buildings, the Twin Towers and Building 7. NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, was given the responsibility to determine the cause of failure for those buildings. NIST is a part of the Commerce and Executive Branch. NIST came out with a 10,000-page report in 2005 on the collapse of the Twin Towers and a 1,000-page report in 2008 on Building 7. Neither of those reports have ever been properly peer-reviewed until now. The A&E engineers have studied those reports and have found serious errors and omissions. They've put that information into a PowerPoint slide format, and that's being shown to engineering societies all over the world with A&E volunteers. It's called Project Due Diligence. After NIST published their report in 2008, they produced a short video. It was titled, "Why the Building World Trade Center 7 Fell." It was put on YouTube in early 2009, and it's had over 2.3 million views. So we're going to go through that today because there's some really interesting things to talk about. But before we do that, I want to spend some time on Building 7. I'm pretty sure you've all seen this this layout of where 7 was. It's in the little blue box up at the top. It's part of the 7 building complex of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. 7 sits about 350 feet north of 1, which is the North Tower. And down at the bottom, we have Building 2, which is the South Tower. Here's a better layout showing the Twin Towers in relation to Building 7. And Building 7 looks small because it's up against 110 stories. But 7 is a huge building by itself. It's got a footprint about the size of a football field. The footprint on the Twin Towers is about an acre. They're 200 by 200 approximately. The Building 7 is shaped like a trapezoid. The short side of the trapezoid is facing the North Tower. The South Tower was hit at 8:45. The North Tower was hit at 9:05. The South Tower collapsed at 9:58. The North Tower collapsed at 10:28. So they both collapsed within about 80 or 90 minutes of being hit. Now those towers were over a quarter of a mile tall, 1,300 feet or more. Now the interesting thing about all 3 of the buildings is they came straight down. They were all unique in the fact that they collapsed in about the same way. Had those Twin Towers tipped over, you'd have considerable more collateral damage surrounding the area in Lower Manhattan. Our Building 7 never collapsed until 5:20 in the afternoon. Approximately 7 hours after the fall of the towers, Building 7, not hit by a plane, collapsed and turned into this 5-story rubble pile in 7 seconds. It was in free fall for 2.3 seconds. Now that free fall and the 7 seconds, we're going to talk about that after this introduction video.
For the 3rd time today, it's reminiscent of those pictures we've all seen too much of before, when the building was deliberately destroyed by hope and it's dying to knock down.
Did they actually use the word brought down, and who was that was telling you this?
The fire department, and they did use the word. We're gonna have to bring it down.
We heard this sound that sounded like clap of thunder. It looked like there was a shock wave ripping through the building, and the windows all busted out. About a second later, the boss forward caved out. We followed after that, and saw the building crash away to the ground.
And it turned in time to see what looked like a scraper implosion. Looked like it had been done by a demolition crew. The whole thing just collapsed down on itself.
It just pancaked.
Interesting thing that happened at the site. This is Lower Manhattan, and BBC reporter is being filmed reporting that the Building 7 has already collapsed, and the camera has the Building 7 in the background over her left shoulder. So she's saying it's collapsed, and they can see on the screen that it hasn't collapsed yet. So that means that people knew ahead of time that building was going to collapse, and no building has ever collapsed before because of fire. The interesting thing about this is the BBC was sued for false reporting by a local citizen, and they lost the case. I mentioned earlier that it collapsed in 7 seconds, and it was in free fall for a little over 2 seconds. And I want to show you what that means, because this is what the building looked like and the amount of structural steel that was inside it. And I want you, when we look through these pictures, just think about what had to happen to get it to fall in 7 seconds. There's a worker right here to give you an idea of the scale. The building, like I say, was a trapezoid that has an outer series of columns and an inner series of columns. You actually have a box, an inner box, inside of an outer box. And this shows you the huge amount of area available for office space per floor. It was over an acre office space per floor. But there are 58 columns on the perimeter and 24 on the center, and we're going to talk about those columns in a little bit. But here's a picture showing them laying floor. It goes up floor by floor, and you see the outer columns and the inner columns. And again, once again, here's one of the workers, give you an idea of the scale. We're back to columns now. There's 82 columns, and these columns, what you're looking at here is the fireproofing that's sprayed over the top of the columns, and all of the structural steel inside the building had been sprayed with this fireproofing. But these columns weigh 730 pounds a foot, and the building's 610 feet tall, and there's 82 of them. So if you just take the number of columns times 730 pounds a foot times 610 feet, you got 36.5 million pounds of just columns. And that all has to get taken away so it falls in 7 seconds. And in addition to the standard column, you have some columns that are reinforced with 2-inch plate. 2-inch plate that's welded to the side of the flanges of the column, 26 inches wide, so that it overlaps the 22-inch column, 22-inch I-beam, and that's on each side. So when you add these plates to this column, the weight per foot is over 1,000 pounds. So you cut a section of 1 foot off of this column, you put it in your half-ton pickup, and you've overloaded that pickup with just 1 foot of this column. And I'm just stressing the massiveness of the building to show how unbelievable it is that it collapsed in 7 seconds. Very side of the building, you can see the different columns. These are the standard columns, and here's a box column and another box column. And the boxes, the fabricated reinforced columns were used in areas of high load areas. So yeah, they decided they needed a little bit of extra safety factor in some areas, so they reinforced those columns. once again, just the massiveness of the structure. And this is the size of a football field, 610 feet tall. I get a little better picture of this guy right here. Just look how massive that piece of steel is. There it is again. Just enormous. Here's a picture of the floor looking from the east to the west. And it's from the northeast corner. And we're going to get back to the northeast corner because that's when we start talking about what the NIST what NIST says the failure, how the failure occurred. We're going to be focusing on the northeast corner, but in this way you can see the floor space. It's a 47,000 square foot of rentable floor space, more than 1 acre, and you've got the concrete on this is 4 inches of poured concrete. And looking at the ceiling, you can see the concrete is poured on this steel pan, 4 inches of it. And there's 47 floors, and 4 inches every floor, you've got over 15 feet of concrete. So just think of a football field with a 15-foot fence around it, and just fill that up to the top of the fence, and you have the amount of concrete that's in this building. And when we get a little farther into the conversation about what NIST says happened, we're going to be looking at these floor beams connected to this girder. Now, early in 2009, NIST posted a video saying why the building World Trade Center 7 failed. And like I said, it had over 2.3 million views. And I'm going to play this video, then we're going to go through it and talk about it.
Gene, I'm just going to jump in and let you know that we're not hearing the audio on it. So maybe you want to turn up the speaker and start it over again.
Okay.
No, we're still not hearing the audio. Perhaps on the speaker that's feeding, that's attached to your computer, feeding into the microphone. Maybe you could tune that one up.
No, I just have the sound off of the video. I'm not sure how to make that louder.
All right. Do you have a speaker that's feeding that plays audio for you on your computer?
No, it's just the computer itself, the audio.
All right. Is there any way to turn up the volume on the computer?
No, I got it all. Well, let me see. Maybe I can. There. All right.
All right. While he's doing that, that is live television, folks. So we're going to have some glitches, and we are. I heard that. I got these earbuds in, and it goes right through my brain here.
Let's try it again. I've got it all the way to the top now.
I never thought I'd be trying to hear Shyam Sunder speak. No, I'm still not hearing any audio off of that. So unfortunately, it seems like we're having problems with playing the particular video, or at least not playing it, but actually hearing it. It is a 3-minute video. If we can't get the audio to come up, perhaps you can give our audience a general gist of what they are talking about and what you'll be addressing later on in the presentation.
Yeah, let's do that. I don't really need the video because I take sections out of the video and I've narrated it. So let's just avoid the let's not go with the video. Sorry about that. All right, I want to introduce you to Dr. Shyam Sunder because he's the key person in this video. He's the NIST World Trade Center lead investigator for the buildings. And here's what he says in the video. He says the NIST team found no evidence that explosives were involved in the collapse. Our analysis showed that even the smallest explosive charge that was capable of bringing down the critical column in the building, had it occurred, we would have seen sound levels of 120 to 130 decibels about a half a mile away. That would have been an incredibly loud sound, and that sound was not picked up by any of the videos or witnesses that we have talked to. So what did he just say? He said NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, concluded there weren't explosives because nobody heard sound levels of 120. So is Dr. Sunder ignoring the scientific method of research? That method doesn't draw conclusions based on hearsay. The scientific method is a process of objectively establishing facts through testing and experimentation. The basic process involves making an observation, forming a hypothesis, making a prediction, conducting an experiment, and finally analyzing the results. It involves more than asking people if they heard sound levels of 120 decibels. NIST was asked by A&E if they investigated for explosives in the World Trade Center buildings, and they said that they did not. Now, in regard to his comment that nobody heard explosives, Barry Jennings, who was a New York City employee, was in Building 7 the morning of 9/11. And here are 3 excerpts from his interview. He said there was an explosion and the landing gave way. I was there hanging and I had to climb back up and I had to walk back up to the 8th floor. All this time, I'm hearing all kinds of explosions. And then he said, and the firefighter who took us down kept saying, do not look down. I kept saying, why? We were stepping over people. And you know when you can feel when you are stepping over people. And then he said, this huge police officer came over to me and said, you have to run. I said, I can't. My knees are swollen. He said, you have to get on your knees and crawl because we have reports of more explosions. An early ABC 7 interview said that I want to translate to you a story that another man told me. He was near the building, Building 7. He was on the lobby level near the shopping area. When the elevator door blew open, and when the door opened, there was a man on fire inside. That's the kind of tragedy we're talking about here. And here was somebody that was interviewed on the street. He said, he's talking about the building, the South Tower now, which collapsed first. He said a big explosion happened. There's people jumping out of windows. I've seen at least 14 people jumping out of windows. And then he said about 10 minutes later, the second building went off. He's talking about the North Tower. And whoever was interviewing him said, "Did you see it?" He said, "Yes, I saw it. It just blew up, a big explosion. People started running and there was chaos, people jumping out. You could tell they were still alive because they were flailing around. It's just horrible." Now, one of the things that the A&E group did is that they collected 36 reports made by reporters from the different networks, and this is their first response in regard to what they were seeing on that day. And each one of these names has a link to the person's report. And you can go to the A&E website, and if you really want to get a flavor of what was going on that day, just listen to these various reports. I'll play a couple here. I'm not sure if we'll be able to hear it, though. And it, because we have a also. Did you get the audio?
I did hear it for a moment, so go ahead and let it play. It seems to be frozen. Well, now I'm not hearing it.
The year 1995. We were doing a film on Reichstag, 95, 2 years before the World Trade Center had been attacked. We had a little bit of private conversation about who did the first World Trade Center bombing.
The FBI had an informant in among the terrorist group on the World Trade Center car bombing, February 26, 1993. And Salam, a former Egyptian officer, 43 years old, was commissioned by the terrorists, he was one of the terrorists, to put the bomb together for the bombing of the World Trade Center. And he went to his FBI superiors. He said, "We're going to use a dummy bomb, aren't we?" And they said, "No, we're going to use a real bomb."
Well, Ted, wasn't this guy a terrorist hired by the United States government, hired by the FBI? In fact, did they not, in fact, give him monies to buy the bomb which went into the World Trade Center?
He was an informant for the FBI against the terrorists, and he wore a body mic on their instructions when he met with the terrorists. And unknown to the FBI, he wore a body mic when he met with the FBI. And fortunately for him, otherwise he probably would have been prosecuted himself. This came out during the trial, and it appeared in the October 23, 1993 New York Times. This information I'm telling you right now. And so he was told to put the bomb together by the terrorists. The FBI told him, "No, we're going to use a real bomb. We're not going to use a dummy bomb." And the FBI not only furnished the ingredients for the done and knew in advance that they were going to bomb the World Trade Center car bombing with the car bomb, they furnished the ingredients for the bomb.
Well, this was a sting operation, wasn't it?
Sting operation, yes. But nevertheless, sting operations can go down without using real bombs. There were 6 people died in that bombing. I think 1,000 people were injured and $500,000 in damage.
$500 million.
$500 million?
$500 million.
And there's just absolutely no excuse for this. But that's all part of the ploy by the government, this covert government criminal enterprise. I call it rogue government criminal enterprise. It's all part of the ploy by them
After that, of course, the car bombing of '93, Oklahoma City bombing, and then 9/11, and then all these terrorist acts were designed in order to set up Homeland Security, pass the Patriot Act, and take away many of our constitutional rights and civil liberties.
Now, the Homeland Security Act was put together on the same line of thought as was done in Nazi Germany after Hitler's people burnt down the Reichstag. So they passed the Enabling Act, and our Homeland Security Act is, in fact, the Enabling Act. In fact, they're even using some of the same words. So we're talking about setups. This year, from the FBI, you know how some of these guys work now. So are you telling them that this is an inside job, and these the whole terrorist operation happened when Sheikh Omar Abdul Rahman's terrorists were literally given passes, visas, to come into the United States? The State Department they give out the visas, don't they? So if they give out the visas and they're known terrorists, and then they infiltrate the terrorist operation with Ahmad Salem, a former Egyptian army officer, this whole damn thing was by design.
Absolutely. The whole terrorist movement is by design. As I said, the whole terrorist movement is by design to set up Homeland Security, pass the Patriot Act, take away our constitutional rights. It's all on the drawing board. It was on the drawing board. The car bombing of '93 was just the first step. There weren't enough people killed in order to pass it. So then they had to come along and have Oklahoma City. I think there were, 168 people died.
Yeah, children too.
In Oklahoma City. And at Dayton Nursery there, the ATF agents' children were not in the nursery that day. And Oklahoma City bombing was not by a fertilizer bomb. That's ridiculous. Fertilizer bombs are used to blow up stumps in the back of the farmer's yard. This was by a bomb known as electro-hydrodynamic gaseous fuel device, otherwise known as a barometric bomb. The barometric bomb was a highly classified bomb by the government, designed by a CIA scientist named Michael Riconosciuto, and manufactured by Hercules Manufacturing, Silicon Valley, California.
We're talking about a daisy bomb?
Well,
is that what they call it?
Yes, I'd say you can see a daisy bomb. I think that's one of the words for it, but I call it a barometric bomb. And this is so powerful, and was tested in 1982. One of the scientists, one of the technicians died, another one was seriously injured. The barometric bomb was used in Oklahoma City. Now I gained access to the contract number of the barometric bomb through a science magazine, and I wrote to Picatinny Arsenal in New Jersey, where they keep the contracts, which are public source information, and asked for that contract of that bomb, and they came back and said there's no such contract. Yet I had the contract number available to me, and I've since written them again, and they still claim there's no such bomb available. But there was such a bomb, because I personally know Michael Riconosciuto, who developed it, and I have personal knowledge and visited the Hercules manufacturer in Silicon Valley. So that was all part of the master plan.
And Lee Harvey McVeigh.
Lee Harvey McVeigh. Lee Harvey Oswald.
He was a government agent.
Lee Harvey McVeigh, actually Timothy McVeigh, wrote a letter to his sister when he was in prison, and told his sister he'd been recruited by the CIA to work on the assassination squad for the CIA, and also to work on the CIA drug operation.
Now, the CIA, of course, is the enforcement arm of the CFR. I'm taking a look at the death dumps that are flying over here. In fact, we did a thing right in the park here in Los Angeles. And in the background, there were death dumps. There are death dumps over us today.
Just like the air of Auschwitz.
This is Easter Sunday. They don't let up. This is the day that Christians, like myself, celebrate for the birth of Christ, the rebirth of Christ. And these people are trying to kill maim, destroy, sicken the people of the planet, right?
That's right, absolutely right. It's all part of the master plan. And then, of course, after Oklahoma City, we had 911. And by the way, going back to Oklahoma City, Terry Nichols, who's co-defendant with McVeigh, has filed an affidavit in the U.S. District Court in Salt Lake City claiming that Larry Potts, number 2 man in the FBI, was the person who orchestrated Oklahoma City. Larry Potts.
Number 2 man in the FBI. I call it the FBI, my friend. We've been friends for 35 years, and when I first met him, I said, my mother introduced me. I said,
I was in the FBI at the time.
He was head of the FBI at the time. In 1995, Ted and I were talking across from each other in front of the camera, saying that I don't want to put words in your mouth. What did you say?
We're going to have another terrorist attack.
Tell them.
I said I predicted another terrorist attack because the Patriot Act did not pass after Oklahoma City, and therefore they needed another terrorist act in order to get it passed, which they did, and which occurred, 911. And then we have the Homeland Security and the Patriot Act passed by Congress. By the way, the Patriot Act was originally written under the George Bush Senior administration, and one of the women authors, the Department of Justice attorney, said that people would have to be killed before this passes. Well, what happened, as you know, 911 people were finally killed, enough people killed that it passed. Now, the original bill had been reviewed by the Judiciary Committee in Congress and approved, and at 3:45 a.m. the morning that it was to be voted on by Congress, George Bush Jr., Baby Bush I call him, came in and slipped in the current bill that was passed, which was not read by the Judiciary Committee. So what that means is that the members of the Congress passed the bill without even reading it, thinking that the Judiciary Committee had approved it.
Well, there was a Vietnamese communist.
Vietnamese communist wrote the bill.
That's what was supposed to protect you, right?
He was
bill.
He was a Department of Justice attorney.
This is Hitler's law, the Enabling Act, to transfer it into English. Of course, there were some minor changes, but essentially the same thing. Not to protect the people, but to enslave the people. Not to give them more rights or to protect their rights or your right or anything, but to take it away. And we were having this discussion in 1995. And we were saying, I agreed with him. I said, this thing is coming. Damn, they're going to do it again. And then I was on September 11th. I got a phone call from you. And you said, they've done it. They've done it. We were expecting it for 6 years. They did it. And then I said, I'm on it. I'm in the studio. We're editing it now. I said, what do you mean editing? I said, I was picking out clips and we're editing that night. That night, we did Illuminati 911. Oh, is this Illuminati-like? Absolutely. Reichstag was burnt down.
They blamed it on the communists, right?
And then they took on the German people. That made Hitler the Führer, right? He gave them what this government and the FBI is giving you. Are they screwing us?
Let's put it this way. They're taking all the steps necessary in order to take over our country. I understand that recently there's a bill that's been introduced in Congress that anybody says that 911 is an inside job could be prosecuted. What about the First Amendment to the Constitution, freedom of speech? What's going on here? I mean, any congressman that would even think of introducing that bill, got to be a traitor to our country and a traitor to the Constitution. That's just part of the bill. That's just part of what's going on. This whole thing is orchestrated. The New World Order has orchestrated the destruction of the middle class. That's the backbone of America, the middle class. That's the strength of our country. And they have destroyed it. And they're working overtime to destroy it. Going back to 1996, when they established GATT and NAFTA, companies moved out of the United States, allowed traffic to come into this country from Mexico, allowed drugs to come in, Drugs are being poured across the border by the truckload right now because of gas and NAFTA. These Mexican semi-trailers are coming in loaded with the drugs. And our government allowing it to happen, destroying our country, a great country that we had, the greatest country in history, and they're destroying it.
Welcome to Tales from the Rabbit Hole. I'm your host, Mick West. My guest today is Jeremy Riss, who goes by the name Alien Scientist on Twitter and YouTube, and on his website, alienscientist.com. And he also has a couple of other new websites in process. And we're going to talk about our kind of areas of mutual interest. I looked at his website, and it's got a big section on conspiracy, and it's got a section on debunking called the Debunk Bin, and a bunch of other stuff about technology and aliens, all stuff that I'm very interested in. So I'm sure we'll have lots to talk about. So Jeremy, welcome to Tales from the Rabbit Hole.
Hey, thanks for having me on, Mick.
So yeah, I was fascinated by your website, and of course we've kind of like chatted very briefly on Twitter about these types of things. You describe yourself as, well, your name is Alien Scientist, and that kind of, I guess, covers some of your areas of interest. Can you describe kind of how that name came about and what it really means?
Oh, well, I think I was starting, getting into a lot of this stuff back in 2002, maybe 2003, and started researching a lot of stuff. I was actually more interested in physics. I was a freshman in college when 9/11 happened, and that kind of opened me up to thinking about things a little bit differently after, but not right away, but years later. And I started looking at, I didn't really find Disclosure Project till probably like 2004, 2005, even though that had come out in 2001. And I dug a lot. I remember digging a lot through Disclosure Project, way back in the day, and a lot of those witnesses when that all first came out. And I wanted to put together a website and a name to sort of, embody kind of this idea. And I come up with this Alien Scientist name, and that's sort of been the channel I created. And I eventually got a website, and I'm redoing the website now to, upgrade it and stuff, because I haven't done any updates in quite a while. And, as you do a lot more research on these things over the years, your views sometimes change on certain things. So I want to talk about that a little bit. I want to talk about some of the things that we maybe agree on, some of the things that we maybe disagree on, because there's a lot of overlap, and we study a lot of things of similar interests, with a different eye of skepticism and interest as well.
So I guess why don't we start with something that we agree on? In your debunk bin, you have a section on chemtrails. And you've got a variety of kind of a long page kind of discussing like how you debunk chemtrails. What kind of led you to actually write about that?
Well, I kept seeing it. A lot of these, I feel like it's weird, because I have my own theory about a lot of these people on and how they're influenced on social media with the bots and that sort of thing. But I kept seeing a lot of this stuff reappear on my feed about chemtrails and all these other conspiracies. I remember back when Sandy Hook was a thing that was a real popular one that was going around a lot, and as well as the Boston bombing, the marathon bombing, which happened right here in Boston. And I'm from Boston. I lived there for a couple of years. So I did my own investigation right here locally, like right after that had happened, and went to try to.
You guys, I just can't even watch Mick West right now. I'm just going to give me this is just bother. I don't know. This whole thing really, the main thing I take away from this is that Mick said there's no slag in the World Trade Center steel, but turns out there is, and we'll get back into that. We'll get back to that. All it's just a bunch of. I want to play this one. This one's good, and then I'm going to wrap it up for the night.
And there had been no bodies to recover.
back from that building before what you're about to see again here on videotape, knowing
There's a handful of things that you really can't make YouTube videos on. This is one of them.
since shortly after 9 o'clock.
For some reason, some people consider the September 11th terrorist attacks to be a sensitive subject. They generally find it to be in poor taste to make bizarre claims and speculation. Yeah, the towers were actually holograms. The real buildings were in an airfield somewhere in Ohio, about an event that led to the deaths of nearly 3,000 people, and like 1 million Iraqis. So I'm not going to be doing that. I'm not going to be speculating about anything directly involving deaths of real-life people with real loved ones. In fact, I'm not going to be presenting or putting forth any theories at all. We're not going to be diving into the what or how, A, because I'm absolutely not allowed to, and B, because that has all been explained to death thousands of times over the past quarter century. So we're going to be sticking to the party line regarding what happened that day. My goal is merely to give some context towards the financial and historical side of things in the hopes that you might notice a pretty compelling why. This is the story you may not know about how a couple hours after the 9/11 attacks, a third completely evacuated building suddenly collapsed, destroying the evidence for basically every single financial crime of the 1990s. If you can't tell, this is a video about the unbelievably incriminating financial ties of Building 7, the other building that collapsed that day. Now let's begin with the government's explanation of what happened, courtesy of the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST for those who hate acronyms. On September 11th, 2001, WTC-7, a 47-story steel-framed building, collapsed at 5:20 p.m. due to fires ignited by debris from the Twin Towers collapse. These fires, fueled by office furnishings, staplers and post-it notes, caused thermal expansion in floor beams, dislodging a girder from column 79, leading to a progressive collapse. Man, demolitions engineers are like scamming the hell out of us if that's all it takes to make a building do that. For the sake of this video, that is what happened. There are no alternate explanations or theories. For example, the kind of thing that, were it to exist, might have been done by the Structural Engineering Department at the University of Alaska, Fairbanks. University of Alaska, what would they know about secret government crap? This is a good thing, because in this hypothetical scenario, websites like YouTube or Wikipedia would probably not allow people to talk about this purely fictional, hypothetical 125-page paper called A Structural Reevaluation of the Collapse of World Trade Center 7, and that would make this very frustrating to talk about. But because there's no $314,000 four-year investigative study and associated 125-page paper called A Structural Reevaluation of the Collapse of World Trade Center 7 by Professor J. Leroy Hulsey, PhD, PESE, the best explanation is the NIST report. So we're going to move on. Enter Larry Silverstein, aka Lucky Larry, a New York real estate mogul with a rabbit's foot surgically attached to his soul. In July 2001, 6 weeks before 9/11, he leased the entire World Trade Center complex for a $13 million down payment. $13 million for a 10 million square foot property in Lower Manhattan? It's kind of like buying a Ferrari for the price of a Happy Meal. But here's the catch. The WTC was a financial black hole. Why? Well, remember, it was built in the 70s. It had a lot of asbestos in it. Like, a lot. Yeah, as in, the estimated cost of removing said asbestos was projected to be a minimum of $1 billion. A lot. This asbestos had to be removed by the end of the year, which sort of made the property a bit of a money pit, to put it lightly, until, that wasn't really a concern anymore. Furthermore, right before 9/11, Larry took out insurance policies on the WTC worth $3.55 billion, specifically covering terrorist attacks. When the towers and WTC-7 go down, Larry's lawyers pull a galaxy brain move and argue that each plane was a separate event. The insurers cried foul, but after a legal battle, Larry walked away with $4.55 billion. That is a 34,000% return on his $13 million in under 2 years. Fun fact, Larry's payout included $861 million just for WTC-7 alone, despite it being just a fraction of the complex's size. Someone hit the jackpot at the Tragedy Casino. Oh, but wait, there's more. Silverstein had extensive ties to the Carlyle Group, a private equity firm that's really evil. We'll get to them shortly. So, WTC-7 had what could be conservatively described as an interesting tenant list, which we will now go through. First off, the Secret Service, okay. Next, the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, i.e. the people who investigate stock market shenanigans. They're going to be important as this goes on, which you may have guessed by the number of strings. La CIA, the company, the United States Central Intelligence Agency. Presumably, you are familiar. This was their New York field office. The New York City Office of Emergency Management. Well, at least they were close by. Everyone's favorite place to get a letter from, the IRS. The Department of Defense, from war. The NAIC, the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. Federal Home Loan Bank, the Standard Chartered Bank, American Express. Provident Bank, now known as PNC. Sorry, there's a bit of a lull in the middle, but back to the good stuff. ITT Hartford, also known as Hartford Insurance. This is one of the companies with whom Larry Silverstein took out a multi-billion-dollar terrorism insurance policy on the WTC complex. Finally, the anchor tenant, occupying more than half the building, Evil Investment Bank Hall of Famer, basis for Michael Lewis's excellent book Liar's Poker, Salomon Brothers. To rewind briefly back to the SEC, at the time of the collapse, they had a whole lot of spicy stuff in the office. Investigation files into Citigroup's cooked books, Enron's Ponzi scheme, as well as the big one, all the records of the massive short selling of airline stocks right before 9/11. Oh, did you not know about that? Yeah, in the 3 days leading up to 9/11, a statistically extremely anomalous number of airline industry shorts were placed, like hundreds of millions of dollars of shorts on American and United Airlines. The exact ones hit. Those shorts netted billions. But after WTC7's collapse, 90% of the SEC's files exploded, so we'll never know who cashed out. Convenient. Back to Salomon Brothers. They merged with Travelers, one of the other companies with whom the WTC complex was insured in July, to form Citigroup in '98. Speaking of Citigroup, let's take a look at a different group to whom they were closely tied. Let's talk Carlyle Group. Carlyle is a private equity titan with investments in defense, aerospace, and oil. The stuff that booms after a forever war kicks off. One of their top dogs, David Rubenstein, was good friends with Larry Silverstein. Let's split a bottle of 82 Chateau Lafite and swap secrets. Good friends. But that's burying the lead on the real story, which is that Carlyle had extensive business ties to the Bin Laden family. Of the Bin Ladens? Yes. He was a Nepo baby? Carlyle's roster reads like a deep state yearbook. Former President George H.W. Bush was a senior advisor. Former CIA Director Frank Carlucci was a board member. When 9/11 triggered a global war and defense stocks skyrocketed, Carlyle's portfolio got fat. Their ties to Silverstein and the Bin Ladens don't really necessarily prove anything on their own yet, but this web is stickier than a casting couch, and I have a feeling that we'll be seeing these guys again. As Carlyle's investments thrived post 9/11, while Larry rebuilt the World Trade Center complex with his billions, the Carlyle Group was playing sixth degrees of Bin Laden while cashing war profiteering checks. So there's plenty of shady connections throughout this. Carlyle Group is connected to the Department of Defense, World Trade Center 7 tenant, via, amongst other things, the Bradley contract of their subsidiary, United Defense LP. The Carlyle Group is connected to Saudi Arabia via managing the money of the Bin Laden family. Carlyle Group is connected to Larry Silverstein via his close and long-standing relationship with David Rubenstein. Travelers Group was one of the 22 companies that insured the WTC complex. In the late 90s, they acquired Salomon Brothers, the anchor tenant of WTC7. Speaking of those 22 companies, it's hard to find a list of what these are, so here you go. This is pulled from, financial records. Salomon Brothers wound up having their files relating to the WorldCom scandal destroyed, and the successor, Travelers Group, got away scot-free because they weren't destroyed on purpose. Travelers Group also merged with Citibank to form Citigroup, a company whose name recurs throughout this, and who were believed to be one of the most culpable parties for the dot-com bubble. Enron. It's Enron. So let's say hypothetically you had a property owner who, okay, I'm going to choose my words carefully here. Let's say you had a property owner who was able to find a silver lining, say a $4.55 billion insurance payout. Then let's say you had a financial sector who was also able to find a silver lining, a chance to dispose of a whole lot of extremely incriminating records relating to looming prosecution following the dot-com bubble. Okay. Now, let's combine those two things with the explicit, factual, and officially acknowledged statement that we had extensive advanced knowledge that an attack was going to occur. We'll get to how all this connects in a minute. Bear with me. But first, I need to explain something that gets kind of complicated. So by this point, basically everyone is aware that we had foreknowledge of the attacks. There's the famous quote about the alarms flashing red since 1999. In fact, the failure of the FBI and CIA to play nice with each other and cooperate regarding sharing intelligence is actually kinda indirectly how we got Palantir. But something else that is officially acknowledged, albeit quietly, public information is that 2 of the hijackers were, during the 90s, perhaps slightly, a little bit, definitely CIA recruits. So I'm going to break this down as simply as I can. In 2021, a court document was declassified about concerns relating to a suppressed and ignored investigation following 9/11 into 2 of the hijackers potentially having been on CIA payroll via Saudi Arabia as an intermediary. It would work like this. Basically, money went from DC to the Saudi embassy. It's then wired out of the country from the Saudi embassy to mainland Saudi Arabia, where it is then dispersed to a man named Omar al-Bayoumi via a no-show, no-work job he held at a Saudi government contracting company called Erkan. He then brings the money back into the US to give to al-Hazmi and al-Midhar, the hijackers, to cover their rent and lifestyle. In exchange, they were attempted to be recruited as CIA assets embedded in al-Qaeda. Now, this raises the question, how did 2 known al-Qaeda members get into the US? Well, we let them in. Yo, these guys are in al-Qaeda. Shut up, baby, don't worry about it. Do you know these guys? No. So why were the Saudis involved? Well, this was a joint US-Saudi intelligence operation involving Alex Station, a CIA station within Saudi Arabia. Beyond that, though, the Central Intelligence Agency is officially forbidden from conducting any operations domestically, which required them to use Saudi intelligence agents as proxies within the US. This arrangement dated back to the 1970s with the creation of the so-called Safari Club, which is a whole other can of worms that is far too deep to cover here and would definitely get this video taken down if covered, because of the fact that one of the countries who was a member of the Safari Club was, you know, the one you're thinking about. Now, I'd like to make a note here. Sometimes with this channel, I am forced to make tough decisions about whether to include everything and instantly have the video taken down, or to truthfully mention as much stuff as I am capable of mentioning without getting completely deplatformed. Anyone who feels that I'm leaving some stuff out is more than welcome to make their own video covering what they feel I missed. So, what do we have here so far? We have a property owner who stands to make a pretty penny, or more specifically 455 billion pretty pennies, who is directly connected to an evacuated building holding a whole lot of remarkably flammable and remarkably incriminating documents. We also have a US-Saudi intelligence operation deeply embedded into al-Qaeda with advanced knowledge of an attack. But what bridges the gap between these? Well, remember our friend and Larry Silverstein's very close friend, Presidential Medal of Freedom recipient David Rubenstein. When did he get that? Under the Reagan administration? This year. If you recall, he was a bigwig at the Carlyle Group. You know, the incredibly shady private equity firm with as many intelligence community ties as they had oil and defense investments. Recall, if you will, one of their major asset management clients was the ultra-wealthy bin Laden family. Ironically, the same bin Laden family with whom David Rubenstein was meeting the morning of 9/11. Hopefully, this has been a helpful primer under the sort of state of the world and historical backdrop and context of 9/11. Now, one thing I would like to emphasize here. It's important to not let things like this lead you to get lost in the sauce of conspiracy theories. As we all know, it is ludicrous to imply that every floor of this building collapsed simultaneously due to anything other than the obvious blazing inferno.
I remember getting a call from the fire department commander telling me that they were not sure they were going to be able to contain the fire. I said, you know, we've had such terrible loss of life. Maybe the smartest thing to do is pull it. And they made that decision to pull, and then we watched the building collapse.
So let's just start to propose some answers that might better meet the evidence. So on the tenants article,
you're listening to the Corbett Report. thecorbettreport.com.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another edition of the Corbett Report. I'll be your host and guide for the next hour, James Corbett of CorbettReport.com, podcasting to you, as always, from the sunny climes of Western Japan, here on the 25th day of June, 2012. This week, I would like to once again direct your attention to an interview that was conducted by another media outlet with yours truly, James Corbett. This time, legalize-freedom.com, which conducted an interview with me about the Fukushima situation and the nuclear industry in general. An interesting hour-long conversation, and the show notes for today's episode will contain the link to that conversation for you to check out at your leisure, and I hope you will do so. And secondly, today, the other point that I'd like to bring up, I would like to once again call on the support of listeners. It's been certainly a long time since we've done anything like this, but in the past, we have used and rallied your support into getting and securing certain guests for the website. Well, this time I would like to ask people's support in a different manner. If you happen to be on Twitter, I am about to send out a tweet. In fact, by the time you're listening to this, it will probably already have been tweeted out, basically asking people to retweet if they're interested in seeing Billy Corgan of the Smashing Pumpkins on the Corbett Report. It has come to that time when Billy is doing his media appearances for his new album and is doing some touring. The Smashing Pumpkins will be coming to Asia later on this summer, so if the possibility is there to schedule some sort of interview, I would certainly be interested in that. And anyone who has, for example, listened to his very interesting interview with Steve Jones of the Sex Pistols from a couple of years ago, where they talked quite openly about chemtrails and genetically modified foods and the various ways that we're under biochemical attack, will know that this is not only a way to tap into the mainstream zeitgeist, as it were, and to access a lot of people who would not otherwise be listening to something like the Corbett Report, it also promises to be a very interesting conversation in and of itself. So if you are interested in this project, please help me by retweeting that tweet. If you happen to be on Twitter, just go to twitter.com/Corbett Report and you can find that tweet and retweet it, and hopefully it might get someone's attention and might help to secure that interview. But on that note, let's leave that there and let's turn to today's podcast, because we have a ton of information to get to today. Welcome, my friends, to episode 232 of the Corbett Report, AIG Exposed. If you are anything like me or many, many others standing on this side of the precipice that was the global economic collapse of September 2008, you probably received a, no pun intended, crash course in American International Group, aka AIG, in the wake of that crisis.
Even by today's standards, AIG's losses are breathtaking. The insurance giant blew through nearly $189,000 a minute last year. That's despite the $150 billion taxpayers invested to prop it up.
By the time this is said and done, the cost of AIG to the taxpayers is about $200 billion, or about $2,000 for each household.
If it's such a money drain, why keep AIG afloat at all? Because AIG is at the hub of the global financial system, insuring pensions, money markets, banks, and insurance companies against losses in 130 different countries. If AIG fails, the whole wheel could deflate.
The president understands that he will take the steps necessary to ensure that there is not a catastrophic failure to our economic system.
Today's $30 billion aid package is meant to buy time as the government, which now has an 80% stake in AIG, tries to sell off parts of the company at the highest possible price.
Let's say you're a small property investor, you own 3 houses. Would you like to have to sell them in the next month, or would you like to be able to hold on to at least a part of them to sell them over the next 3 years?
Will Americans ever get their tax dollars back? The government-appointed CEO of AIG seems confident they will.
The underlying insurance companies that represent AIG, they are rock solid. They're performing well. They generate earnings. They generate cash. We'll be able to take either that cash or the value of those assets, give it to the Federal Reserve in satisfaction of the debt.
The CEO predicts it will take 15 to 18 months to stabilize the company. But analysts say if the economy continues to deteriorate, this may not be the last time taxpayers have to open their wallets to help AIG.
This is the story of American International Group, aka AIG, that most people out there probably know by now, namely the downgrading of their credit rating in the wake of the Lehman Brothers collapse in September 2008 that caused a liquidity crisis that it in turn caused the markets to go into a tizzy and caused really ultimately the formation of a new paradigm, the bailout paradigm that we're still laboring under today, whereby the US Federal Reserve steps in and does whatever it has to do in terms of printing funny money and raining it down on Wall Street as helicopter Ben Bernanke promised before becoming chairman of the Fed. Well, that's exactly what happened in this crisis, and this is exactly what has transpired with, as that report indicates, not the $182.5 billion bailout, the largest bailout in history, number that was thrown around at the time, but in fact a bailout that climbed upwards of $200 billion over the course of the proceeding several months. So something of just unthinkable scale, scope, and size, something that truly was unthinkable just a few months before. And what better sign that we're living in a new paradigm than the unthinkable suddenly becomes banal reality. And so on this side of the disaster, sitting here in 2012, we may have taken all of this, well, somewhat in stride. We may have forgotten just how large a seismic event in the economy that was, and even what its ramifications continue to be. And it looks like the prevailing narrative about all of this is that, well, it's time to sweep the AIG story under the rug and really forget about the nationalization of the largest insurance company in the world and the 29th largest corporation in the world. Let's just sweep that back into the memory hole because it's no longer important, because we have stories like this one from ToledoBlade.com from just earlier this month. Fed reports repayment by AIG of $53.1 billion loan. Quote, the Federal Reserve Board reported Thursday that American International Group has repaid all of its $53.1 billion in bailout loans from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, plus interest. The government stepped in with a $182.5 billion package to rescue New York-based AIG from collapse in 2008. The bailout was the largest in history. End quote. And that is the entirety of that article, a grand total of 3 sentences devoted to the largest bailout in history and the subsequent denouement of that bailout. And with that, I guess we're supposed to just basically shove that in the collective memory hole and forget all about AIG, where it came from, and what it's doing now. But it's not as easy as that, as you may have imagined. So there have been very few people, but there have been some brave people out there exposing AIG, what it's really been doing, and what the ramifications of all of this are. So today we're going to be digging up those skeletons and putting them on display for all to see. Now, in order to understand any of the context of this story, why it's important, or where it's heading from here, we will have to, as always, start rolling up our sleeves and exploring the real history of American International Group, what it is, how it was formed, and what its real history is. And in order to do that, well, why don't we turn to the horse's mouth itself and take a look in there and see what we can find? And by that, I mean, why don't we listen to a speech given by none other than former AIG CEO and the person who really built AIG into the company that we know it as today, former CEO Hammerin Hank Greenberg, whose actual name is the much less interesting and much more prosaic Maurice R. Greenberg. And he gave a speech outlining some of that history of AIG and how he came on board with the company. So let's listen to him talking about this.
Good morning. Let me start really picking up where the professor. I enlisted in the Army when I was 17. I hadn't finished high school. World War II was on. I felt I wanted to do something, and I was bored. So I was able to fix a birth certificate so it said I was 18. And they had no problem taking me because they weren't looking too closely. I went to Europe, went to England first. I got there in 1943, a year before the invasion. Spent a year training. Left England, went to the continent, obviously on D-Day. I went all the way through Europe, linked up with the Russians in Linz, Austria. The war was then over. Came back. I had to finish high school, which was a chore. Coming back and after being in a war and going back to high school was one of the toughest times of my life, actually. But I did. Went on to college and law school. Finished law school, and the Korean War broke out. I was a reserve officer. I'd gotten commissioned toward the end of the war. Spent a year in Korea, separated as a captain. Came close to staying in the military because I was fairly young and had moved up pretty well in rank, and was offered trying to incentivize me to stay in the military, but I didn't. But I finished law school and came back. I was married by then, married a girl that I met in college, and I had to get a job. I didn't feel like practicing law. I didn't think I even had a law degree. I didn't think I wanted to do that. So I was visiting. I came back from Korea, and the next day went down to visit some of my friends who went to law school with, and it convinced me that I didn't want to practice law. And as I left their office, I went by an insurance company, a Continental Casualty Company. And I thought I'd see if they had a job opening. So I went up to the personnel director, and he was kind of nasty. Now, I had just come back from Korea, and I came back, I had orders to fly back, so I was really very untamed at that moment. Just only about 4 days before that, I still almost had mud on my boots. And so I went down to the main floor, looked around the directory, and there was a resident vice president by the name of Bob Reed. I just walked into his office and said, the word I used was not the one I use now. You don't have a very good personnel director. And I was a little more excited than that. And I wound up getting a job. And I started as a junior underwriter in the insurance business. So what is a junior underwriter? You analyze risks and decide whether the company wants to write those risks or not. And I had to get a job because I said I was married and had responsibilities. And I kind of liked it. I was working in what they call the special risk division, which was different kinds of risks almost every day. Some were sports risks, some was accidental death thing for executives. It was a whole range of different risks you had to analyze. I found it interesting. I became the youngest vice president in the history of that company. I moved to Chicago, where its head office was, and about a couple of years later, it's a longer story, so I won't take you through. I met Starr, C.V. Starr, who was the founder of the company that I chair today. Starr started his company in China in 1919, long time. And obviously during World War II, he had to leave, came back to the United States. And he had a series of small insurance companies. And I was intrigued with his business because it operated outside the United States by and large. He had one company in the United States called the American Home, which really was a failure. It was not doing well. And he was embarrassed by that fact that a company that was not doing well, that he owned, his other business, he represented American companies in doing business overseas. It was called the AIU, American International Underwriters. It was one of a kind, and it operated mostly in Asia, one or two European countries, but by and large, its background was really Asian, having started in China, as I said, in 1919. So anyway, I joined Star and took over the American home in New York, which I said was not doing well. It was a failure. Now, what was wrong with it? It did business through agents, and depending upon the skill of a company, would determine the quality of the agents that it had. And while it was an old company, it had a very poor agency organization. And so the quality of its business was very, very, very poor. So it was losing money year in and year out. And the job I had was to turn it around. To cut that short, I got rid of all the agents and went into what they call the brokerage business. Instead of writing small businesses, we began writing large commercial risks. And we needed a lot of reinsurance. I went to London, got Lloyd's to back that strategy. Up to then, most of the large risks were being written in London at Lloyd's. Very few American companies had the skills to underwrite large, complicated risks, whether it was large property risk or casualty or marine, aviation, very difficult risks. And we assembled a group of quality underwriters, and we started doing that. We ultimately became the largest brokerage underwriting company in the United States.
Sorry about that. I must have dozed off there. Yes, well, so far, so perfectly bland, as you would expect from the completely monotonous and boring details of a bland financial institution like AIG and its perfectly snooze-inducing history, spoken in bland monotones by a particularly uninteresting storyteller. Blah, blah, blah. Greenberg came in, turned American Home around, started to look for other insurance companies, turned them around, put a holding company on top of it. AIG was born, became CEO, took over CV Star & Company in 67. CV Star died in 68. Greenberg became the kingpin of this big financial empire, blah, 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 etc., etc. You can go and listen to the whole story for yourself in its entirety by following the link to that audio on the show notes for today's episode at CorbettReport.com. But why don't we cut to the chase? Because in amongst all of this bland history, there are some very interesting nuggets.
We did a much better job in both developing our business and managing the business in a more efficient way than others would do. And obviously, you have to have an organization. You got to surround yourself with people who share the same values, the same aspirations that you do. You have to have a team that works hand in glove, and we did. The senior management of AIG was like a band of brothers. We saw things alike. We worked well together. There wasn't ever a palace revolution, anything like that. It was a great organization. We added more diversification because that became, clearly diversification was essential. But in order to do business in many countries, you had to open the market. Markets didn't, welcome you in many countries. Take Japan, for example. It was a very closed market. Japanese were very reluctant to open their market to foreign insurers. So we had to force the market open, and we did. We used the U.S. government was very much on our side, and if the Japanese didn't open their market to us, we worked hard to keep some of their own companies, whether it was insurance or otherwise, or other things, from doing business in the United States. We didn't hesitate to use the U.S. government to support our desire to open markets around the world.
didn't hesitate to use the US government to open markets around the world for AIG. Well, that must have been quite the band of brothers that Greenberg was able to amass around himself in the upper ranks of AIG. One wonders what kind of connections they would have had to the US government to enable them to wield so much power in the interests of their own private profit.
Moreover, I went to the Soviet Union in 1964 during the height of the Cold War and began a reinsurance relationship with them. And that lasted throughout the years. Even during the height of the Cold War, we had a relationship going on. It wasn't easy. They thought I was in the CIA most of the time. It was a difficult thing, but we persisted. And when the Iron Curtain came down, we had a head start against anybody else.
Well, being a CIA agent certainly would actually make sense in a lot of different ways, especially the connections to government that enabled Maurice Greenberg and his band of brothers to wield the government like a stick for the use of their own private profit at AIG. But the way Greenberg tells it, it just sounds like sour grapes from jealous competitors and suspicious foreign governments. So is there anything to this? Can we dig up anything about AIG, about Greenberg, about the past of this insurance company that would make such ridiculous, outlandish accusations actually seem not so outlandish? Well, the answer is a resounding yes, but you're going to have to bear with me and buckle down because we've got some reading to do. In fact, quite a bit of it. There are some absolutely incredible articles that I want to draw your attention to that will help to connect some of the many, many, many dots in this greater AIG picture. But as I say, there's a lot of reading to be done here. So we'll put on the record what we can. The rest of it you'll be able to garner from the show notes for today's episode. Once again, the link to the articles so that you can get them and save them to your hard drive so they don't mysteriously vanish into the internet memory hole will be there for your reading pleasure. And until then, let's start going down this rabbit trail and see how far down the hole we can get with stories like this one from that bastion of conspiracy mongers and paranoid theorists, the LA Times, which back in September 22nd, 2000, published a very interesting article about a piece of history that had up until then been classified, and basically the public had not been worthy of knowing it, according to the US government. It goes under the headline, "The Secret Insurance Agent Men." Quote, "They knew which factories to burn, which bridges to blow up, which cargo ships could be sunk in good conscience. They had pothole counts for roads used for invasion and head counts for city blocks marked for incineration. They weren't just secret agents, they were secret insurance agents. These undercover underwriters gave their World War II spy masters access to a global industry that both bankrolled and ultimately helped bring down Adolf Hitler's Third Reich. Newly declassified U.S. intelligence files tells the remarkable story of the ultra-secret Insurance Intelligence Unit, a component of the Office of Strategic Services, a forerunner of the CIA, and its elite counterintelligence branch X2. Though rarely numbering more than half a dozen agents, the unit gathered intelligence on the enemy's insurance industry, Nazi insurance titans, and suspected collaborators in the insurance business. But more significantly, the unit mined standard insurance records for blueprints of bomb plants, timetables of tide changes, and thousands of other details about targets, from a brewery in Bangkok to a candy company in Bergdorf. They used insurance information as a weapon of war, said Greg Bradsher, a historian and National Archives expert on the declassified records. The OSS Insurance Unit was launched in early 1943, long after it had become alarmingly clear that the Nazis were using their insurance industry not only to help finance the war, but also to gather strategic data. American insurance companies had been competing furiously for overseas business even after the United States entered the war, and the OSS files suggest that details about U.S. factories and cities were falling into enemy hands because of the interlocking international relationships among insurance companies. Germany had 45% of the worldwide wholesale insurance industry before the war began and managed to actually expand its business as it conquered continental Europe. As wholesalers, or reinsurers, These companies covered other insurers against a catastrophic loss that could wipe out a single company. In the process, the wholesaler learned everything about the lives and property they were reinsuring. The motives of the OSS unit's founders were both pragmatic and patriotic. This story is incredible because the unit begins as part of the desire of American insurance interests to contribute to the war effort and exploit it for future economic gain, said historian Timothy Naftali, a consultant to the Nazi war criminals interagency working group that was created by Congress last year. The men behind the insurance unit were OSS head William Wild Bill Donovan and California-born insurance magnate Cornelius V. Starr. Starr had started out selling insurance to Chinese in Shanghai in 1919 and, over the next 50 years, would build what is now American International Group, one of the biggest insurance companies in the world. He was forced to move his operation to New York in 1939 when Japan invaded China. End quote. Well, if you're anything like me, not only will that story have cleared up any questions there may be about any linkages between the proto-AIG and the proto-CIA back in the day, and not only will that have cleared up why it is that intelligence agencies in general would be interested in making use of insurance companies, it should also have been a very interesting piece of history. And if that is the case, then I would suggest you go and read the whole fascinating story for yourself. Once again, the entire article linked up in the show notes at corbettreport.com. But wait, it doesn't stop there. In fact, things get deeper and weirder because although that is an interesting piece of history, and it does definitively tie the, I guess, proto-AIG head C.V. Starr to the proto-CIA and the OSS led by Wild Bill Donovan, it doesn't necessarily implicate Maurice Greenberg, who was the person we were listening to and who really pulled together AIG as we know it today in the 1960s, 70s, 80s. So the question, I guess, is still a fair one. Well, what does this have to do with Maurice Greenberg? Can we definitively prove anything about him? Well, there's a number of things that we can say about Maurice Greenberg and the actual AIG and its involvement in some very strange dealings. So for more on that, I'm going to direct your attention to an unusually thorough and well-researched article from the Ozark Gazette. And I believe this was actually originally published in 1995. It has been preserved thanks to the internet. And you can go and follow the link from the show notes to find this very, very fascinating article that goes into some great depth about a very interesting case involving the Arkansas Development and Finance Authority. So let's start reading this. It starts under the headline Gray Money, and it reads, quote, activists seeking documentation that would support claims that the state of Arkansas was involved with money laundering on a massive scale may have found the missing link in their 3-year search. Documents obtained by the Arkansas Committee show that the Arkansas Development and Finance Authority, a Bill Clinton signature project, was involved in a highly questionable and possibly illegal $60 million deal in which ADFA borrowed $5 million from a Japanese bank in order to buy stock in a Barbados insurance company. The stock was not registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission. The state of Arkansas was the lead investor in a deal which poured $60 million through a Barbados company, Coral Reinsurance, which is currently under investigation by insurance regulators in New York, Pennsylvania, and Delaware, as well as by Manhattan District Attorney Robert Morgenthau, lead prosecutor in the BCCI scandal. Additionally, the Ozark Gazette has recently been told that as a result of the release of the Coral documents, the independent counsel, Kenneth Starr, is also investigating the deal. Persons involved in the deal, which began in 1987 and ended in 1991, include Bob Nash, then president of ADFA and now personal director of the White House, Robert Rubin, then president of Goldman Sachs Investment Bank and now secretary of the Treasury, and Maurice Greenberg, president of American International Group and a candidate in 1995 to be director of Central Intelligence. The American International Group is a $100 billion multinational insurance company which founded Coral Reinsurance Company in 1987. The fact that AIG founded Coral was hidden from insurance regulators for at least 3 years and was only recently proven by the reluctant release by ADFA of the original stock placement memorandum. Maurice Greenberg, as president of AIG, is a very well-connected businessman and a player in international politics. He serves as the chairman of the U.S.-China Business Council and lobbied hard and successfully for the Clinton administration to sever the link between China's human rights record and renewal of China's most favored nation trade status. Members of the board of directors of AIG include Martin Feldstein, Harvard University economics professor and former chairman of the President's Council of Economic Advisors, and Carla Hills, former U.S. trade representative. AIG's International Advisory Board is headed by Henry A. Kissinger. The original deal was pitched to ADFA by Goldman Sachs, a New York-based securities firm which played an important role in the transaction. Goldman Sachs had pledged to sell the stock for Coral, and in addition, pledged to buy the stock if for any reason the other investors could not hold it and were forced to sell. Goldman's president at the time was Robert Rubin, later appointed by the Clinton administration to succeed Lloyd Benson as the Secretary of the Treasury. End quote. Well, I don't know what to say other than to say that this story goes on and on and on and on and gets more and more bizarre as you get into it, and involves all sorts of figures whose names should be ringing a bell in one way or another. But suffice it to say, even in that first section of the article, just those first few paragraphs, I think we could have it fruitfully take a look at any one of those linkages and probably make an entire episode out of each one. And just as an example, we could take a look at the independent counsel who is investigating the deal, Coral Reinsurance, and the various people involved in this deal. Well, who was that independent counsel? Oh, Kenneth Starr, Starr. Oh, yes, the great nephew of Cornelius V. Starr, the founder of what became AIG, and AIG being the owner of Coral Re, the entire locus of which this independent counsel was allegedly investigating. And Kenneth Starr, of course, being the prosecutor who went on to uncover the big scandal of the Clinton years, Monica Lewinsky. So all of the Whitewater stuff, all of the ADFA stuff, all of the Mena, Arkansas drug running that we've talked about in previous episodes of this podcast gets completely swept under the rug, and Monica Lewinsky becomes the reason for the impeachment of Bill Clinton and basically forcing him to start the bombing in Yugoslavia. But that, again, is a completely other topic for another episode, but that's a pretty interesting linkage right there and goes to show what a farce the supposedly independent investigation into this Coral Re deal is. And, of course, we can also note the appearance of Goldman Sachs and Henry Kissinger and others in these first few paragraphs. But why don't we dwell for a moment on the Arkansas Development and Finance Authority, which came into existence under Governor Bill Clinton, then Governor Bill Clinton of Arkansas, back in the 1980s. Well, what is the ADFA and what was it involved in?
I first met Bill Clinton in the mid to late 70s. He was an up-and-coming politician. There were a group of us, Jim Guy Tucker, Bill Clinton, Sheffield Nelson, and myself. And we kind of ran around and palled around with each other. It was from that point that I did a lot of projects for Bill from a marketing perspective. In 1988, I went to Bill. I said, I need a job to kind of relax, mellow out. Bill Clinton and Betsy Wright, they suggested that I go to work for a place called the Arkansas Development Finance Authority. And they said my talents could really be used there. It was the best kept secret in Arkansas. After about 2 weeks, I went to Wooten Epps, and I said, Wooten, I think I've got enough background on this that we can start marketing it. Now, what is the criteria for loans? He said, whoever Bill wants to get a loan. To go back, though, to that moment in time, I'd been there about a month, and I realized that I was in the epicenter of what I'd always heard about all my life. What most people have heard about is the machine. I was literally working, sitting in the middle of Bill Clinton's political machine. It was where he made payoffs, where he repaid favors to people for campaign support. I was in an interesting seat, and I knew it. We had a board meeting. In that particular board meeting, I was sitting at the end of the table. James Brannion, who was chairman of the board at that time, was sitting at the head of the table. James Branion stood up in a public restaurant and he hollered at the Beverly Enterprises guy, Bobby Stevens, and said, "Did you get the $50,000 campaign contribution from the client that you're introducing the loan for?" He said, "Not yet." He said, "Well, then hold up the loan till we get it." I stood up, went up to James, and I said, "James, don't yell stuff like that. You don't need to be yelling it in a restaurant. That sounds real bad." He was just burly and arrogant. He said, "Who cares?"
Bill Clinton sold the concept of ADFA to the people of Arkansas as a vehicle for creating jobs and assisting churches and schools. In reality, millions of taxpayer-guaranteed dollars were being channeled to Clinton's election campaigns, to his inner circle of friends, and to his wife Hillary's law firm. This may explain why ADFA had been drafted in such a manner as to keep its decision-making procedures secret.
If you needed $1 million, you had to get your application handled by the Rose Law Firm, pay them $50,000. There were 5 other companies in the state of Arkansas that were actually more qualified in bond structuring and applications, but Rose Law Firm got them all. I started checking around and I kept asking, well, one thing's bothering me to the comptroller, Bill Wilson, how do people make payments on these loans? He looked at me and said, they don't. He thought I knew. Well, that blew my mind. And this is about 2 months in, and it was getting tough then. So I started gathering the documents. After everybody left, I would stick around as if I were working on the annual report. That would give me access to all the documents. And I made copies of them all. For about 2 months, I watched accounts accumulate money. At the end of the month, they zero balanced. They're laundering drug money. There were $100 million a month in cocaine coming in and out of Mena, Arkansas. They had a problem. They were doing so much money in cocaine, $100 million. You create a problem in a little state like Arkansas. How do you clean $100 million a month? ADFA until 1989 never banked in Arkansas. What they would do is they would ship the money down to Florida, a bank in Florida, which later would be connected to BCCI. They would ship money to a bank in Atlanta, Georgia, which, by the way, was later connected to BCCI. They'd ship to Citicorp in New York, which would send the money overseas. And there was an interesting one, a bank in Chicago. That bank, by the way, is partially owned by Dan Rostenkowski. Dan Lassiter would get the bonds. He would become the broker for the bonds. He would transfer money back to ADFA. He never sold a bond. The money then would leave ADFA, go into one of the various banks for the specific bond loan, and they would zero it out. When they zeroed it out, they were giving it back to Lester, less their handling fees.
During the Laster investigation, we had numerous witnesses for the federal grand jury, had extensive testimony. People that was connected with Laster and drug use and everything else. His cocaine use become used as a tool for sexual favors and also for business deals that influence people. And that's when Mr.
insider trading, another such very juicy topic. AIG as a legal counsel, despite not being a lawyer, several years after the arrest of Carlos Letter. Just a bizarre story in and of itself. And again, that rabbit hole goes down and down and down into AIG and drug connections. So I will let you pick it up for yourselves and read part of that multi-part investigation from thewilderness.com and Michael Rupert, who was investigating that in 2001. It was due to be a multi-part series, but it got cut off at part 2 by 9/11. And yes, again, you just can't make this stuff up. There is the AIG 9/11 connections, and those have been detailed, well, probably most familiarly to my audience by Richard Andrew Grove, now of TragedyAndHope.com and the Peace Revolution podcast, back in his infamous and I think must-listen audio, Project Constellation, which I've talked about several times on this podcast. But for those of you who have not yet heard that, or for those of you who would like a refresher and how all of this ties in with AIG, I will direct you to Black 9/11 by Mark Gaffney. This is a book that has recently come out from Trine Day Press, and I did have Mark on the radio program to talk about this book and talk about 9/11 insider trading and other such very juicy topics. And on a programming note, for all of those people who have written in to tell me that this episode is not available for download, thank you very much. In fact, yes, I am aware of this fact. Unfortunately, because of the schedule changes to the radio show this week, for whatever reason, this episode didn't end up getting recorded, or at least not recorded in its entirety. We have the first 20 minutes of it or so, and I am in the process of finding out if there is a recording of the full episode talking to Mark Gaffney about his book, Black 9/11. There may or may not be in the next 24 hours. I will be confirming that. And if there is not, I will put up the first 20 minutes of that conversation that it still exists anyway. And we'll have to have Mark Gaffney back on to continue talking about this, because obviously a fascinating subject, and it's a shame that that seems to have not been recorded. But picking up from Black 9/11, in chapter 3, called A Walk on the Dark Side, Mark Gaffney starts getting into the AIG 9/11 connections, because yes, they're there as well. So I'll read a section from this book. Quote, "The crash of American Airlines Flight 11 into the North Tower of the World red flags because the point of impact at the 95th and 96th floors was another remarkable happenstance. Both floors were occupied by Marsh & McLennan, one of the world's largest insurance brokerages, with ties to the private intelligence firm Kroll Associates, which held the security contract at the World Trade Center. Indeed, the network of corporate ties here is so entangled that tracing all the links would fill this entire volume, but the most salient connections can be enumerated. The CEO of Marsh & McLennan on 9/11 was Jeffrey Greenberg, son of Maurice Hank Greenberg, owner of AIG, the world's largest insurance conglomerate, or second largest, depending on the source. Greenberg's other son, Evan, was CEO of Ace Limited, another large insurance company. Maurice Greenberg had been a director of the New York Federal Reserve Bank for many years, and in 1994-95 served as its chairman. Greenberg was also vice chairman of the Council on Foreign Relations, which, as already noted, sponsored his 1996 report, Making Intelligence Smarter, the Future of U.S. Intelligence. As a result of that report, Senator Arlen Specter floated Greenberg's name as a candidate for the directorship of the CIA. Although George Tenet eventually got the job, the mere fact that Greenberg was in the running shows the extent of his influence. In 1993, Greenberg's huge insurance conglomerate AIG reportedly bankrolled the Wall Street spy firm Kroll Associates, saving it from bankruptcy. Thereafter, Kroll became an AIG subsidiary. After the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, Kroll acquired the contract from the Port Authority of New York to upgrade security at the World Trade Center, in the process beating out 2 other firms. Kroll continued with the WTC security contract through the period leading up to the September 11th attacks. One of Kroll's directors, Jerome Hauer, also managed New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani's Office of Emergency Management, which was located on the 23rd floor of WTC 7, which was also destroyed on September 11th. Kroll's contract gave it unfettered access to all of the buildings destroyed in New York on 9/11. Nor was this all. In 1998, AIG invested $1.35 billion in the Blackstone Group, a private New York merchant bank. According to the New York Times, the two companies had worked together for many years. Indeed, Maurice Greenberg had served on Blackstone's advisory board since 1989. The connection is of special interest because in October 2000, Blackstone Real Estate Advisors, the real estate management arm of Blackstone Group, purchased the mortgage secured by WTC7. This startling string of coincidences should have been reason enough for the 9/11 Commission to investigate both the Blackstone Group and Kroll's shady background, as well as their relations with AIG, Ace Limited, and Marsh & McLennan. The commission was armed with subpoena authority and could have probed deeply enough to learn the truth. Unfortunately, the official investigators were not interested in connecting the dots. The 9/11 Commission report, released in 2004, was at best shamefully inadequate, as will become apparent in the course of this narrative. Important evidence continued to appear nonetheless. In 2006, a whistleblower named Richard A. Grove went public with stunning testimony about his involvement with the Greenberg Empire. An up-close and personal experience, Grove says, that nearly cost him his life. During the period leading up to 9/11, Grove worked as salesman for Silverstream Software, a firm marketing designer solutions to a number of Wall Street institutions, including Merrill Lynch, Deutsche Bank, Bankers Trust, Alex Brown, and Morgan Stanley. According to Grove, Silverstream built internet transactional and trading platforms designed to web-enable the critical business functions of Fortune 500 companies, basically integrating and making available on the web the disparate legacy applications and mainframes, while simultaneously streamlining workflow and traditional paper processes. The end result was a lower cost of operation and more efficient transactions because inefficiencies such as people were being taken out of the loop. Grove was so successful as a salesman that he earned over $1 million before the age of 30. He only realized later that the software he sold might have enabled fraudulent trading in the hours before and possibly during the 9/11 attacks. The most advanced software of all went to Marsh & McLennan, which, he says, placed an order in 2000 for a technological solution beyond what we had done for any of the above-named companies, insofar as it would be used to electronically connect Marsh to its major business partners via internet portals for the purpose of creating paperless transactions and expediting revenue and renewal cycles. Grove inked the software deal with Marsh & McLennan in October 2000, and Silverstream stationed a team of 30 to 40 technicians in the client's offices in WTC1, led by several software developers who proceeded to design and build the software package from the ground up. During this period, Grove served as liaison between Silverstream and Marsh to ensure that the software would perform as specified. The team worked around the clock, 7 days a week, to meet Marsh's July 2001 deadline. The end result was a specific type of connectivity that was used to link AIG and Marsh & McLennan, the first two commercial companies on the planet to employ this type of transaction. Grove says he had first noticed fiscal irregularities in October 2000 when he and a colleague helped identify about $10 million in suspicious purchase orders. Marsh's chief information officer, Gary Lasko, later confirmed that certain vendors were deceiving Marsh, selling large quantities of hardware that were not necessary for the project. But Grove did not worry too much about this at the time, nor did he run into personal trouble until the spring of 2001, when he learned, while negotiating a license renewal contract with Lasko, that his own employer, Silverstream, had been overbilling Marsh to the tune of $7 million or more. Grove brought the matter to the attention of Silverstream executives, but was told to keep quiet and mind his own business. A Marsh executive advised him to do the same. By this point, a number of Marsh employees had earned Grove's trust, and when he shared his concerns with them, they agreed that something was going on. Grove names these honest employees in his testimonial, who, in addition to Gary Lasko, included Catherine Lee, Ken Rice, Richard Bruhart, and Jeff Olzheffer. According to Grove, all of these individuals perished on 9/11, and a quick check confirmed that their names do indeed appear on the fatality list of World Trade Center victims. The proverbial manure hit the fan on June 5th, 2001, the day after Grove sent an email to his sales team informing them that Silverstream was billing Marsh millions above and beyond the numbers we were being paid commissions on. There seemed only two possibilities. Either the members of his team were being cheated out of their rightful commissions, or Silverstream was defrauding Marsh & McLennan. Later that day, Grove received word from Gary Lasko that Marsh had decided to retain Silverstream for the next phase of the project. He immediately informed his boss of the good news. Grove was personally delighted because his rightful commission would have been a payday worth well over $1 million. He never collected it, however, because the next morning Grove was summoned to his boss's office and abruptly terminated. This is not the end of the story. Several weeks later, Grove suffered a medical emergency that required hospitalization, emergency surgery, and weeks of recovery. In August 2001, while still bedridden, he was contacted by Silverstream's chief financial officer and offered $9,999 in cash, plus an extension of his medical benefits, if he would agree never to talk about the work he did for the company. Grove needed the continuing medical coverage and agreed to Silverstream's terms. During his convalescence, however, he became suspicious about the secrecy agreement and decided that, at the very least, he should maintain contact with the honest employees at Marsh, several of whom had become close friends. Shortly thereafter, one of them arranged for Grove to attend a meeting they had arranged at the offices of Marsh & McLennan, where they planned to openly question the suspiciously unconcerned executive who seemed to be at the center of the controversial secrecy. That executive had agreed to participate via a telephone conference link from his apartment in uptown Manhattan. This was the same individual who, months before, had warned Grove to look the other way. Grove claimed to be in possession of documents proving illicit activity, and he planned to produce them at the meeting. On the day of the showdown, however, he ran late, delayed by heavy Manhattan traffic. Grove says he was on Vesey Street between Building 6 and 7 of the WTC complex when the South Tower exploded, apparently from the impact of UAL-175. By then, all or most of his friends in the North Tower were already dead or trapped on the upper floors. All told, some 300 or more Marsh employees perished that morning, the victims of terrorists. End quote. Well, that is a particularly good summary of the Richard Grove story and Marsh & McLennan and how that was related to Jeff Greenberg and Maurice Greenberg and ties in with the AIG scandal and ultimately ends up at 9/11 as an axis point where we see this illegal, or at least alleged illegal, trading taking place involving Marsh and other entities, and that trail is followed in much more depth throughout Black 9/11. So once again, I would suggest you go and get a copy to start following that very fascinating trail, and one that I still think is vastly underexplored in the realm of the 9/11 truth movement. But where does this all leave us? Well, this leaves us at a very, very interesting stage where AIG and Maurice Greenberg and the Greenberg family and all of these characters are being implicated in all of these various plots. But all of this seems to be dismissed because just a few years later, Maurice Greenberg actually gets forced out of his position as CEO of AIG, the company that he helped build from basically the ground up, by, well, pretty much an upstart, the New York Attorney General Elliot Spitzer, over some fraud allegations. Well, that seems to be quite the precipitous fall from grace for someone who was, for example, once held up as a potential director of Central Intelligence. How could it be that he was taken down by just this upstart rogue attorney general in this little fraud investigation? There must be more going on. Well, for some indication of what was happening there, we're going to listen to some clips from a very interesting episode of Deadline Live with Jack Blood from way back in 2008 at the time of the collapse of Lehman Brothers and the bailout of AIG, in which Richard Grove was talking to Jack Blood about some of these connections and what he really thinks all of this Maurice Greenberg being shoved out of his position really means.
Well, I want to underscore, because they destroyed a lot of evidence that day, both at the Pentagon and Building 7 and the World Trade Center towers. A lot of crucial evidence to show malfeasance, money laundering, et cetera, was all destroyed. And they tried to destroy you and your evidence by dictating you up. Again, keeping in mind they had prior knowledge that the towers would come down. And they wanted our guest, Richard Grove, to go up to the 96th floor to bring all of his evidence and to, I shouldn't laugh, but I mean, it's just amazing that they thought they could get away with this. And it was just fortuitous, a chance of luck. You got stuck in traffic, that you weren't up there in that tower and were killed that day along with your evidence.
Right, because Enron started, I think, September 6th, and a bunch of the Enron records were in World Trade Center 7 and in the World Trade Center. There's all sorts of things going on with that. And I think that, the person who, inadvertently or purposely directed me to go to the building that day in researching what he's done since, he's in a partnership with a Council on Foreign Relations member. So, when Silverstein's getting warnings from, possibly the Mossad or other CFR members who are in the know, and Marsh and AIG are run by a father and son team who are both in the Council on Foreign Relations, and the father, Hank, who runs AIG, was the chairman of the Council on Foreign Relations and the chairman of the Federal Reserve Bank. And then right after 9/11, Marsh and AIG got busted for their insurance scheme. So Spitzer goes in and investigates. And it goes really deep from there. But the summary is that Hank Greenberg had to leave AIG. And so that's what I think is going on right now. He's making a move through the Fed, using it as a proxy to retake over his company at a fraction of the cost.
You see, now that isn't something you're going to hear on the news, folks, every day. Can you get into, we got about 2 minutes left in this segment, and we're going to be talking about this, folks, for the entire hour with our guest, Richard Andrew Grove. Can you elaborate on that? So Hank Greenberg, Maurice Hank, they call him Hank Greenberg. It's not the baseball player, but, Well,
that's why he took it. He named himself Hank after the famous baseball player. His name's Maurice Greenberg. He had a history in the U.S. Signal Corps, which became the NSA. He has very close ties to the OSS and CIA. He's worked with Wild Bill Donovan back in the day before it was the CIA. One of the co-founders of the CIA, his son is on the board of directors of AIG and Kroll Associates, and Kroll Associates did security at the World Trade Center on September 11th and has an affiliation with John O'Neill and his death, and there's all sorts of things. But let me just back it up a second and just say that it starts out, AIG started out with Cornelius V. Starr, who also worked with Wild Bill Donovan. And Cornelius V. Starr is related to Kenneth Starr, who put Bill Clinton on trial. So that whole misdirection about a blowjob while Kosovo and all these other, Milosevic, all these things are going on, we have to just understand that, they basically try their own people using their own people. So there's never any unknown risk in what's going to happen. It's all like theatrical.
All right, let's pick up where we left off. You kind of dropped a bombshell, and that's why I wanted to have you on. And I'm reading things in a lot of the same ways you are. Hank Greenberg using the Fed to retake his company, AIG. Any elaboration, any evidence, any documentation you can throw behind that and let us know exactly why you think that would be appreciated. Go ahead.
That would have been good for me to print it out, right? I do have it, and I'm going to post it on the website along with this video in the next 24 hours. But what it posits is this. When Hank Greenberg got displaced out of his own AIG, he then became chairman. He fell back to be chairman of something called the Starr Foundation and something called SICO, the Starr Investment Company. And so when you go into what these entities do, it brings what AIG does into context, because AIG, for instance, at one time, at least in the recent history, had more private airliners than any other corporation out there. So they had their own private fleet of airlines, like the largest private fleet outside of the military. And so the question is, what does AIG do? What is the nature of insurance? What is the nature of reinsurance? And as some people...
You mean protection money, right? But go ahead.
Right, sure. Protection money. There's where you bring in Kroll, because Kroll does kidnap and ransom protection and these sort of policies that are held by top CEOs and covered by AIG. They actually use Kroll as the operator, the actionary that goes in and rescues these executives who were held hostage for money and whatnot. So, you have that aspect of the insurance. And then when you get into the reinsurance, really, along with software, that is a prime vehicle and a plausible place where you can launder large amounts of money, because you're dealing with all this fluff, and there's not much solidness there. So it's a huge area. And so where you back up a step and you say, what was Marsh & McLennan? They're the world's largest insurance brokerage. They own reinsurance brokers. They own insurance companies. They're partnered father and son with AIG. And Hank's other son, Evan, ran ACE Insurance. So you've got his family in control of these three insurance companies. And then as a result of 9/11, what happens? Premiums go sky high, right? And at the same time, AIG and Marsh are caught cheating their customers out of hundreds of billions of dollars. And, when Spitzer investigates, that's a whole other story, because you have to understand where Elliot Spitzer came from. He was a rich kid whose dad was much like the Donald Trump of his time. Spitzer, financed his own campaign partially, But the other guy who helped Spitzer finance his campaign and get into politics was a guy named Michael Cherkasky. Now, Michael Cherkasky was the CEO of Kroll, and when Spitzer investigates Marsh and AIG, and Kroll is part of that group, AIG sells Kroll to Marsh, and Cherkasky, the guy who brought Spitzer into the politics game, becomes the CEO at Marsh, making it very hard for Spitzer to do an investigation. And at the same time, Spitzer's claiming to do an investigation into 9/11, but he never connects all the dots. Now, it's not my job to speculate why he doesn't connect the dots. It's just to notice the fact that you've got AIG and Blackstone involved with financing the World Trade Center, security of the World Trade Center. Marsh and McLennan is not only involved with their stock put options the week before 9/11, along with American Airlines, but Marsh gets hit in the attacks, and Marsh lost 320 people. And then the CEO of Marsh Risk is L. Paul Bremer, and L. Paul Bremer went over to Iraq and was overseeing,
the governor of Iraq, yeah.
Right. Hundreds of billions of dollars again.
And he's the one that, of course, broke up the military, and that, of course, precipitated in the sectarian violence. And then, of course, we can get into P2OG and some of these other operations. But how the plot thickens. Go ahead.
Well, so you have all these things, and they're kind of unnoticed both by the 9/11 community as well as the traditional news community. The traditional news community is running stories on Spitzer and why he can't crack AIG and Marsh and what's going on there. And Spitzer's own account says that the people at Marsh put on black hats, meaning that they weren't willing to share investigation information. They weren't willing to share information freely with the Attorney General. And Spitzer in his articles says, I can't figure out why they would do that. Well, I know why they would do that, because there was a lot more to be seen except, beyond this little $100 million or $100 billion fraud or whatever that's going on.
And so it is that I will, with this clip, as with every other piece of information that I've directed you to today, implore you to go and explore that more fully and listen to the entire conversation there between Jack Blood and Richard Grove, as it is truly fascinating. And that, again, taking place just days after the collapse of Lehman Brothers, still in the midst of the AIG bailout brouhaha, and all of that swirling around, and yet they were able to pierce down to what was really going on and who the players really were, because they were grounded in history. And once again, that is absolutely key for all of us, so that when these types of events take place, we have an idea who is who, how they're connected, and what's really happening. So we can sit here now, 4 years later, and with the luxury of that 4 years of hindsight, understand that, for example, if AIG really is tied at the hip with intelligence agencies and involved in dirty dealings with the likes of Henry Kissinger and others all around the globe for the past 30, 40, 50 years at least, well, then certainly the government could not allow that information to come out, or at least the people who were implicated in those deals could not allow that information to come out. Therefore, AIG could not be allowed to fail, because if it did, all of its deals would unravel, and unravel in a very public way. So that certainly makes sense that the government would come in and nationalize the company in order to cover up all of it and to make sure that none of that ever got thoroughly investigated or seen through to the end. Because, well, you have to keep all of this bailout shenanigans undercover and under wraps, because, the public just can't know this information. Well, a very convenient excuse anyway. So if 9/11 was used to hide fraudulent transactions and vast amounts of money that were being funneled and moved around on that day, then perhaps the crash of 2008 was also used to hide some of the dirty dealings of some precarious companies like AIG that suddenly found themselves in dire straits. Once again, unfortunately, all of this is necessarily speculative, because I presume you, and certainly not I, are privy to any of this insider background information or know what kind of deals are being made in the corridors of power. But if there is anything that we can say, other than to, of course, implore you to continue exploring all of the different threads that we've left kind of hanging out there today in this rich tapestry that is AIG, to put it politely. If there's anything else that we can do, it is to at least take a moment to reflect on the possibility, and we don't even have to go out there and try to draw lines together when we don't have the documents to do so, but even what is the ramification of an insurance company, any insurance company, being tied at the hip or perhaps even puppeteered by elements of the intelligence agencies? Insurance companies know more about you than pretty much anyone else. They know who you are. They know where you live. They know where you work. They know about your medical history. They know all sorts of detailed information about your lives, so that just as that information about infrastructure, about buildings, about all of that information was so valuable to the CIA, for example, during World War II, when they were looking for good targets to attack and to burn enemy cities to the ground. Well, think about an intelligence agency that's part of a greater police state control grid that is trying to completely control every aspect of your daily life and know everything about you. It only makes sense that they would want to puppeteer or in some way team up with something like an insurance company that is watching over everything you do. And unfortunately, with the connections to companies like Kroll, which is basically has long been known as the Wall Street CIA, basically a private spy firm for hire that unfortunately has also been implicated in things like 9/11 and was running security at the World Trade Center, etc. Well, when you start to amass that kind of power in the hands of the band of brothers of the board of a group like AIG, you start to look at some very, very serious concentrations of power that inevitably lead to abuses of power, as if there would be any other way to wield that power than in the interests of the few against the interests of the many. So I think it serves us all to reflect on what the ties between the intelligence agencies and the insurance industry generally might mean. And of course, we have to keep that in mind while investigating further into the history of AIG, which, once again, I'm going to leave to all of you out there to start plumbing the depths of all of the stories that we've touched on today, because I think they are definitely a rich vein of history that deserve to be mined. But on that note, we're going to leave it there for today. So I thank you very much for joining me. I am your host, James Corbett, asking you to join me again next week for another edition of the Corbett Report.
Guys, thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching. We're privileged to have people like James Corbett of the Corbett Report in this world. Oh, well, have a good night, everyone, and R.I.P. Charlie, man. It's just so messed up, man. We all got to be Charlie now. I want to find out how to get a booth and set it up at my local universities here and start doing these debates, these public debates on 9/11 and other stuff, man. This is what needs to happen. Have a good night, everyone. Fight the power.